Good morning and welcome to the picturesque city of Hamilton. Seddon Park, the venue for the third and final test match of the series. Located on the banks of the Waikato River, the England and talkSPORT cricket team have been in position for the last couple of days or so, where rain has been replaced by sun, although it's cloud that has greeted us this morning. Highs of 26, 27 degrees throughout the weekend, though, so a bumper crowd expected, and they come hoping for some competitive cricket. New Zealand, well, they've been battered on the field and off it by the normally genteel cricket media here. They've made one change, bringing in Will Young for Devon Conway. We're just about to find out if Mitchell Santner comes in and whether Tim Southee plays. England at 2-0 up have dominated, and they've made one change for this test match, the Durham seamer Matthew Potts coming in for Chris Woakes. One thing we've learned, though, over the last few weeks, both here in India, in Australia and beyond, is that when it comes to test cricket, you should never write anybody off.
Pakistan have won the third test and the series. They've won the third test by 9 wickets.
We got thrown challenges and we weren't able to stand up to those challenges for long enough.
I think this is the worst they've played under McHardy and Stokes. It's been absolutely useless.
The great thing about cricket schedule is the challenges that cricket throws at you. We'll have to get over the disappointment of this series, focus on New Zealand going forward.
And Joe Root gets down on one knee and ramps the ball up and over his shoulder, over the keeper, and he's gone big in the capital city. A century again.
Steve Harmison, this is borderline disrespectful.
It is, yeah. This is shot of the day for me.
A huge shot for leg before. Gus Atkinson has got a hat-trick.
New Zealand are bowled out for 259 and England have won the Crowthorpe Trophy, taking an unassailable 2-0 lead in the 3-match series.
You know what's going to happen next 2 hours.
Whatever's going to happen is going to be fun. It's going to be exciting.
Well, it has been fun, it has been exciting, but Steve Harmison could have done with a little bit of a longer test match here or there, a little bit more competition. But even in and amongst that, we've enjoyed ourselves here because we saw some brilliance in the second test match in Wellington. Harry Brook just continuing his upward trajectory. And again, in Christchurch, it seems like quite a long time ago now, if not for those dropped chances. A far more competitive test match, I'm sure we would have seen. News from Hamilton here is that England have won the toss and they will bowl. We haven't heard from Ben Stokes, we'll hear from him very shortly, but it does look like Tim Southee plays. Mitchell Santner comes in for Nathan Smith, who was announced in the last 24 hours has signed for Surrey for the year of 2025. I won't talk about Surrey just yet, but I'm sure it'll be mentioned at some point. England, as expected, just the one change, with Matthew Potts coming in for Chris Woakes. So they line up with Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Jacob Ethel at 3, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ollie Pope, Ben Stokes, Gus Atkinson, Bryden Koss, Matthew Potts and Shoaib Bashir. 3 Durham seamers that must make you very proud indeed. Harmy, Will Young and Tom Latham will be opening the batting for New Zealand in about 28 minutes time. Kane Williamson at 3, Rashan Ravindra, he could do with a run or two. Daryl Mitchell at 5, Tom Blundell after that marvellous century in second innings at the Basin Reserve. Glenn Phillips at 7, still think he's one place too low. Mitchell Santner comes in, so a bit of spin. Last time we commentated on Mitchell Santner, he took, was it 14 wickets against India in the second test match. Matt Henry, Tim Southee, one of the ends or stands here at Seddon Park, has been temporarily named the Tim Southee stand, and William O'Rourke. Harmy, first up, as expected. Not that England won the toss, you can't expect that, but the fact that they've decided to bowl first.
Yeah, I think I've just felt this morning that New Zealand were always going to be batting. I think Tom Latham would probably have batted first. Ben likes to bowl. He likes to put teamers under pressure early, and I think anything that's in that surface, England will feel as though we'll get it out first thing this morning, and then probably the best days to bat on will be days full day 2 and into day 3, and England will feel as though they can get enough lead to then put New Zealand's batting, which has been under pressure throughout this series, on anything that's got any up and down, or there's any demons in this wicket, and England will feel as though they can strike on innings 3. And I think that seems to be the way that Ben Stokes is comfortable leading this team. So, we knew last night that Potts was going to play. I think that decision for Potts to play tells you there was going to be a little bit of up and down bounce and up and down movement on this surface. So over the swing of Chris Woakes. So yeah, I mean, I'm very, very surprised at the New Zealand side.
Well, I was going to ask.
Very surprised.
I mean, are you surprised though?
Well, yes, because as much as you can't leave Tim Southee out, the way this go, the way the sort of, it's not it'll be too much of a disservice to say a benefit tour. It's not. He's been a champion cricketer, and he's somebody who I think deserved to go out his way.
He played his part in India.
Yeah.
So it's not as though they're carrying.
Absolutely.
But
he probably should have this should have been his one and done, as opposed to.
Should have done the Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah, either he's one and done this one, or his first Test match after the first Test match. That should have been his one and done. But look, he's here now. You knew he was always going to play. I can't believe they've dropped Nathan Smith in such a way that I'm not sure what Santner can give. The spin later on in the game, end of day 4 and then day 5. I mean, we've seen, and you just said, game finished too early in the basin. I mean, if England get and dictate this Test match, bowl New Zealand out at some point today, and then bat all day tomorrow, then all of a sudden England will have such a lead where the second spinner doesn't come into play. You're exposing Tim Southee, and I mean, I wouldn't want to expose Tim Southee, and in this series he's been exposed so far with three other seam options. So I really just don't understand the logic behind. If you're going to play Southee, I think you still needed another seam bowler as backup in Nathan Smith, especially one who is durable as Smith and bowls overs.
England have brought in Matthew Potts. So who takes the new ball for England? Gus Atkinson and
Matthew Potts. Simple as that. Matthew Potts comes in like for like. It's not like for like as in the bowler and their disciplines and their skill sets, but it's like for like. Potts has opened the batting for Potts has opened the batting for bowling for Durham many times before, so there's no problem using the new ball. I really think that this wicket will suit Potts. Looking at it yesterday, speaking to Anton earlier, and we're talking about the plates in the surface. I think this could be the perfect pitch for somebody like Potts. And England, because I think the hit the deck that Carter's got as well. You know what? I think this might just be a nice wicket for England to bowl on.
Let's rewind to that first Test match, first morning of, and both Atkinson and Woakes struggled a little bit with their lengths and their lines. They hadn't bowled in the country for long. It had been a bit of a gap. Is that not everything's a risk, right? But is that not an area that New Zealand might want to capitalise on? When Matthew Potts comes on, an attacking team, a team that is of the mentality of Brendan McCullum, would look at that and think, we need to get on top of that guy. We cannot let him settle into his work and ease his way into the game. He hasn't been playing he hasn't played since Pakistan. He is someone we need to target. They won't, but that's how they should go about it, right? Yeah,
and as normal, I'm going to answer that question with 5 different times and 5 different answers. I promise you. I mean, the first part of it, what happened in Christchurch, circumstance dictated that with the footholds, and I know that from experience. When you've got footholds like that, slippy, not consistent underfoot, you've got no chance of getting lines and lengths consistently right because of the way that is. So I parked that to one side. That was just a one-off for me in that front. You look at the sides, and you look at the way the sides are made up, what's talked about, the brilliance of Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum's side. They pick a 1 to 11, which dictates the game plan they play to, the way they want their cricket to play. New Zealand are a little bit more reserved, a little bit more conservative, a little bit more circumspect, the way they see their cricket and the way they have their cricket played. If Matty Potts is opening the bowling early on in his career for New Zealand, Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, Jacob Bethel will be running at him. they'd be trying to smash them out of the park. Well, not New Zealand, because that's not Tom Latham's way. That's not Williamson's way. It is a little bit Rachin Ravindra's way, Darryl Mitchell's way. So I think you look at the sides and the way their mentality is and their game plans are, they won't try and hit the bowler off it. They'd rather absorb it, feel as though they can get him into his second, his third, his fourth spell and try and cash in. One thing about Potts is we know the durability point of view from Matthew. His last ball of the day is not much slower than his first ball of the day.
Ben Stokes, England captain, has just been speaking with talkSPORT's Scott Taylor.
So Ben won the toss, decided to bowl. What's the thinking behind the decision?
Yeah, I think would have been happy either way, to be honest. But yeah, look, it just came a bit overcast as it got closer towards the toss. So yeah, look, as I said, we would have been happy either way out here. The wickets have been pretty good, but yeah, try and use these conditions early on, see if we can get a few early ones.
And what are you expecting from the pitch over the course of this test?
It's quite tricky, to be honest. I mean, you could read into the fact that New Zealand have bought another spinner in to replace one of their seamers, but look, we'll just have to wait and see. I think the wickets out here generally look like they always do a bit, but they tend to play quite well. But yeah, look, we'll have to go there and be on it from ball one.
And a good chance for Matthew Potts to come in and impress straight away with the ball.
Yeah, look, it's great to have Potts in. He's been training incredibly well. You know, he's a real workhorse, and yeah, looking forward to getting the ball in the hand and see what he can do.
And on a personal note, 3 Durham lads in the bowling attack must be quite a good feeling.
Yeah, it's yeah. Look, Durham got a thing of producing, you know, some pretty good fast bowlers, and Matthew Potts is certainly another one. So yeah, his opportunities have come sort of, you know, a few far in between since he made his debut back in 2022, but he's a very important member of our squad and it's good to see him get a chance this week.
And how important is it for you to win this test and the series 3-0 heading into an important 12 months for you guys?
Yeah, for us the most important thing is make sure we go out there with the same mindset, same mentality towards the game that we did in the first 2 games. You know, it's served us pretty well so far in this tour, and then we'll see where we are at the end of it.
Perfect. Go well.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
It's been quite a year for England. What was that, 17 test matches in 2024? Not quite as many in 2025, but boy, are they important ones. They're all important ones, and that was one of the questions that was posed to me on talkSPORT. England won now. Doesn't matter, does it? Of course, it does. Matters a hell of a lot.
For me, it matters a hell of a lot. More from the development of this side, more development of, you know, the way Ben Stokes plays his cricket in against India in pressurised situations against Australia. So for me, they've got to come out here and hit the ground running, be as aggressive as they have been in Christchurch and Wellington, and make sure that, you know, they've got New Zealand down. They keep New Zealand down, and they ram home the advantage. And this is what, for me, this is a, you know, when you're in this situation, winning is a great habit, and you've got to learn to keep winning and keep putting pressure on the opposition and keep the opposition down. If you go 2-0 up against India or 2-0 up against Australia, I mean, this is the situation you want them in, and this is the game situation. I expect England to go and really make New Zealand pay. And, you know, at the end of this Test match, and England, if they do win 3-0, I mean, it's another good sign of this team going into what is going to be a tough but exciting 2025. And I think, you know, from a mentality point of view, England have got to win this Test match. They've got to be right at it, because that sort of soft underbelly that they've had in the past, that needs to go away, because you can't just switch it on and switch it off. And when you come up against 2 very, very good sides, you'll get punished. And all of a sudden, all you do is you just let the side in. You know, the top sides, you let them in for just one little sniff, and then all of a sudden the momentum changes and they steamroll it over you. The one thing they will not do, because they're champion sides, they'll not give you a sniff back. So that's why I think it's so important that England are at the same level as what they are when it comes to when it came to Wellington and when it came to Christchurch.
Let's talk about Tim Southee. There is a lot of chat on Talkback Radio. We've discussed this. He is a polarising figure here in New Zealand. We know that. We may disagree with it, but you'll have to accept it. That is what it is. What's his mindset going to be? I always think of him as the New Zealand Jimmy Anderson, and like Jimmy Anderson, Tim doesn't really want to retire, does he? Jimmy didn't want to retire. So what's going to be going through their minds ahead of this last Test match, do you think, or his mind ahead of this last Test match?
I mean, I would imagine there'll be mixed emotions. I'll be quite sad that this is going to be the last chance. He's played in his home ground, which is a good thing for him. Look, I think it's the time is right. Not sure in any other circumstances than Seddon Park, Hamilton, third Test match, last match of the tour, he would still be playing, and that's trying to be as kind as I possibly can to Tim, because I think some of the stuff that he's been getting off the former New Zealand players, it's actually been disrespectful. I think they've really been. It would break my heart to speak about Jimmy Anderson or Stuart Broad the way that former players have spoke about Tim Southee, and in such a way of, well, yes, you've got to be professional, you've got to do your job, and you're a broadcaster, but you've also got to look at what the guy's given, what he's done, the hard yards he's put in, 389 wickets at this moment and counting. I really hope he has a good week. I really do hope he has a good week, because he deserves a good week. He's been a brilliant cricketer, not just on the New Zealand scene, but around the world as well. He's played county cricket, he's come into our game, and he's give a few players in sort of Birmingham and education when he's played for Warwickshire. So I really do hope he has a really good week, a nice send off, and one where I hope his team doesn't win, but I hope he has a nice time himself. Yeah,
I totally agree. I mean, we did speak about Southee in the last Test match, and I felt it was really important just to put a little bit of respect into the conversation, because it's so easy for people to say, retire or whatever. I mean, this guy, even now I watch him performing in what T20 cricket and ODI cricket at the IPL or wherever around the world. He's still got it. They just went to India. And I tell you what, they're going to miss his catching as well. Matthew Potts in the side ahead of Chris Wokes. Scott Taylor caught up with him before the toss. Let's see what he had to say.
So Matthew, thanks for joining us. Back in the Test side, how are you feeling ahead of the first ball?
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really excited to get going and kind of test myself in conditions that are a bit unknown to me. Obviously had the benefit of being out here for my second tour, albeit not played a game yet, so I'm just excited to thrust myself into it.
How important is it for you not to put too much pressure on yourself, that you are coming into the side that you feel like you have to do well?
No, I don't feel as though you've got to come in and do well. I think it's very clear from Baz and Stokesy that it's come in and play your own game, how you want to play it. And then the team has 100% backing of that, whichever way you choose to take it. So, no, I don't feel like there's any pressure coming into this game. We'll see how it goes.
What's it been like being around this environment over the last couple of months on this tour?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We've had some good times as a team and created some good memories, and played some outstanding cricket. And it's been actually exciting to watch off the field, albeit not as good as being on the field and taking part with it, but it's been fantastic to watch the boys go about their work and be amazing in the first two games.
Just on a personal note, you're playing alongside Bryden and Ben, who both know very well with Durham, so how proud is that three Durham boys in the bowling attack?
Yeah, it's a very proud moment. We had that in Pakistan. I think maybe the second game we fielded an all Durham seam attack, and yeah, it's exciting. Durham has a good history of producing fast bowlers, and there's a few coming through the ranks still as we speak from the academy level in. I think that's a credit to the coaches and the staff at Durham, who kind of keep on pushing the talent through.
And finally, just how important is it to continue the momentum from this series, win 3-0 ahead of a big 2025 in Test cricket?
Yeah, I feel as though we've obviously got a little bit of a long layover after this game, so it'll be nice to finish the year on a high and go 3-0. But if not, these things will happen, and it's all about just playing a great brand of cricket, and we'd rather kind of lose playing that style. We're going to go out there and try and entertain and try and win the series 3-0 in good fashion.
Go well today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Matthew Potts speaking with Scott Taylor there, and as Neil Manthorp just mentioned, it's the Tim Southee end, not the Tim Southee stand. He should have a permanent end or stand, shouldn't he, Tim Southee? He seems a bit weird, unless they just don't really do it there. No, they do it here. They've got, isn't R.A. Vance stand named after an administrator of high regard, I'm sure, but I'm sure it's a matter of time.
They might just be waiting for him. They might just be waiting for him to finish.
Jimmy Anderson got his.
Yeah,
is
but
that Jimmy Anderson stand or end?
Jimmy Anderson end. The Jimmy Anderson end. Yeah,
right.
They've got the Bryden Statham end, Jimmy Anderson end at Old Trafford. I just wonder if they're waiting for him to finish. Jimmy played on till. Jimmy would still be playing now if he wanted to do. So they had to make a choice. They had to make a decision on when they were going to name the end. So they did it during Jimmy's career. I think they've got to go. They've got to go down the Tim Southee end once he does eventually finish this game.
Maybe the Tim Southee ground.
Richard Hadley Pavilion, wasn't it, at Christchurch? Yeah, possibly call it the ground.
Tom Latham has been speaking, New Zealand skipper, with talkSPORT's Scott Taylor.
Tom Latham, what would you have done?
We were going to have a bet as well. We've obviously brought Mitch Sadner into the squad, into the side, sorry. For Nathan Smith was obviously a tough call, but yeah, we're going to have a bet. Obviously, hopefully it might get harder later on. We've seen wickets here in New Zealand that have been a little bit greener than what we've seen here, so regardless of whether we're batting or bowling, it's important to work hard in that first session.
What do you think of the surface as you look at it? To me, it looks a little bit less green, less grass cover than when you last played here.
Yeah, spot on. It seems a little bit drier than the last couple of days since we first saw it, so just wanted to give us a chance to see what the wicket would look like, and obviously hence bringing Mitch in. So hopefully we can put a good score on the board. We always know first innings runs are important, so we've got that opportunity first up. There's
of course Tim Southee, the sentimentality around that. You'd love to send him off, but why Smith makes way maybe instead of Tim?
Yeah, we just thought that was the right decision. It was obviously a really tough decision. We had a lot of conversations about it, but look, we've got a really good chance to put a performance on the board that we're proud of. And as you said, it's Timmy's last Test match, and you know, what a way to go. We're putting a good performance on the board for him.
Runs are very important. You, as a group, collectively are aware of that. I do remember you saying a lot. You wanted to throw some punches, throw some shots when against India. Is that something similar here?
Yeah, I think that looks slightly different. Conditions sort of dictate that a little bit sometimes, so it is different to the way that we'll play in India, but we know as a batting group we've got some hard work to do first up, so we're looking forward to that opportunity.
Lastly, before I let you get the pads on, the series is gone, but how important is this one-off game to you?
Yeah, look, every Test match is important. Yeah, there's certainly no dead rubber in Test cricket and international cricket for that fact. So look, we know we haven't been at our best the last couple of Test matches, and we're looking forward to the opportunity to put a good performance on the board.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
There's Tom Latham speaking with Daniel McHardy, not Scott Taylor, our colleagues on Sport Nation broadcasting to New Zealand. Pleased to say that the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube and talkSPORT 2 cricket team here in Hamilton has been bolstered by a fresh face, a new addition, the former New Zealand opening bowler, Northern Districts legend, Anton Devcich is going to be with us for this Test match. Anton, greetings, welcome to talkSPORT 2, and well, I suppose this is a ground that you're very, very familiar with. You live in the area. First things first, let's talk about the New Zealand team and the 2 Test matches that we've had so far. Have you been surprised by how one-sided it was at Wellington, and the fact that here we are, 3 Test series, and essentially the destination of the series has already been decided?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, first and foremost. And secondly, yeah, I have been a little bit surprised, especially after such a great performance in India. A lot of energy would have gone into that Test series, and coming back to play a strong England side at home with conditions quite a bit different to India is obviously proven to be a little bit too tough for the Kiwis at this stage. But hopefully today they can get off to a really good start. I think that's all it'll take, is a good start. The wicket is looking a little bit browner than usual on day one than what we're used to here, so I'm not sure whether the curators or not wanted to make sure this test went a little bit longer than 3 days, but yeah, we'll soon find out.
Yeah, there would have been disappointment at Wellington for sure. I mean, it was such a healthy crowd, full houses there in the capital as well as at Christchurch. Christchurch did go to the 4th day. Truth be told, you know, England batted longer than many people expected. It could have been over a lot earlier in Wellington as well. It was incredible, actually. After an hour of that first day, New Zealand had England 43 for 4, and yet within an hour of the tea break, it looked like the game was over.
Yeah, it was just an amazing partnership there, wasn't it? And that's the beauty of the England side. When you think you've got them down and out, they've got people who come in and just throw a counterpunch straight back and try and swing that momentum back in their favour. And you know, New Zealand have to probably take a few lessons from England and try and put the bowlers under a little bit more pressure, especially with the bat.
Okay, plenty more from Anton. But the crowd here at Seddon Park getting to their feet for the national anthem of the United Kingdom. And a very good morning and evening to listeners on talkSPORT 2 who have joined our broadcast here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, live and exclusive coverage of day one of the third test match between New Zealand and England here at Seddon Park in Hamilton. Myself, John Norman.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our on-field umpires, Adrian Holdstock and Asa Morata.
And a very good morning, evening to listeners on talkSPORT 2. Welcome to live and exclusive coverage of the third test match between New Zealand and England. The teams and the toss have been decided and announced. England have won it. They are going to bowl first. One change with Matthew Potts coming in for Chris Wokes. So Stokes, Carson, Potts, three Durham seamers. And thankfully we've got a pretty good one as part of our commentary ranks here in the talkSPORT 2 commentary box at Seddon Park. New Zealand have also made two changes. Will Young, player of the series, you might know that by now, against India, coming in for Devon Conway, who's attending the birth of the child, and we wish him well and his family. And Mitchell Santner, the slow left armour who had such success in his one test against India, coming in for the all-round Nathan Smith. So Tim Southee plays, but it's New Zealand who bat first. Cloud cover throughout Hamilton. We're expecting a humid and hot day. And to talk you through the opening salvos will be Neil Manthorp, after a word from Steve Harmison.
Yeah, good evening, good morning to everybody. Good evening back home in England. Yeah, it's going to be an excellent test match. Not a dead rubber by any stretch of the imagination. England, yes, 2-0 up, but they say goodbye to one of the sort of modern greats in Tim Southee, in his own back garden. I thought England were going to make a little spring and surprise. Ben Stokes bowled for a good 15 minutes before play started, only one in the middle. And I wondered, Manners, if Ben Stokes was going to take the new ball, but he hasn't. It is another Durham paceman. It is Matt Potts. A good day for Durham. Potts, Carse, and obviously the captain, Ben Stokes, representing their country.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that. I thought he was just going to bowl a couple of looseners, but it went on for a bit longer than I was expecting. First delivery then is bowled by Tim Southee and I beg your pardon, Matthew. I'll get it right in a minute. Matthew Potts, and it's left alone by Tom Latham outside the off stump. And Potts went down. That's what I was more concerned with, what was happening to him rather than who he was. But he tumbled in the end of his follow through. But it was just one of those Mark Wood slips.
Yeah, Mark Wood slip. I think he did slip on his front foot as well. So it's the angle. He's around the wicket to Tom Latham.
Matthew Potts from the city end around the wicket, and Latham beaten by one that just bounces a little bit more than I think Latham expected. He might well have dropped the hands and played inside the line of it, actually. That's certainly what the impression that he's giving us. He's brought the bat inside the line of that. But interestingly as well, it was like a tennis ball bounce, because the ball was on its way down by the time it reached Ollie Pope. There are 4 slips in place at the moment. 4 slips in a gully. Cover, mid-off, Gus Atkinson, mid-on, Bryden Carse, the strains of Jerusalem singing out around the ground. Potts in, oh my goodness, that's a long way down the leg side, so far down the leg side that Ollie Pope wasn't even able to put a dive in. He moved and realised how wide it was, and that'll be 4 buys. What a shocking call from umpire Hassan Raza.
Yeah, that's I joke many times about wides, but that was a wide. I mean, it's crossed the corner of the white line on the edge of the crease, going down leg side. That's harsh. That's 4 wides, not 4 buys.
Here is Matthew Potts just getting into his work still. That's a Yorker straight, and Latham has to play it. He does. He pushes it up to Gus Atkinson at mid-off, and there is no run. New Zealand 4 without loss. Those 4 runs, 4 wides.
Yeah, again, we might have a little bit tale of Christchurch here with the other footmarks. Potts, Atkinson, both having a go outside just outside and just behind the line. So there might be a little bit of moisture, might be slippery underfoot.
Here is Potts once again, and Latham beaten. That was a good delivery. That one seemed to straighten from around the wicket. Gone flying past the outside edge into the gloves of Ollie Pope.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Gee, isn't
That
it?
is a beauty. Yeah, welcome to the crease, Tom Latham. Nothing wrong with the footmarks there, Matt Potts. Just angled the seam in, and it's just held its line. It's nipped. It's gone big off the seam. It's a beauty.
And do you see that laconic? Oh my goodness! Looking at the replay again, it has gone. It's gone like a little off break. Tom Latham, just a laconic grin. He knows that he couldn't get a bat on that. Down the leg side now, and it's clipped away off the bat. I think Hassan Raza says leg byes, so it was off the thigh pad. But it's 4 more runs. Should have been 4 wides. 4 byes were given, and now 4 leg byes. So Extras has made a racing start. 1 over gone. New Zealand asked to bat first. 8 without loss.
Flying 8 and over. Here we go. New Zealand going baseball style. Yeah, I mean, he bowling from areas that Potts bowled it. When he bowled it in that, he ran about the sort of 4.5, 5 metre length, that little bit fuller, like Matt Potts does, ask questions. He got the ball to nip. I just think until he gets his rhythm and in finding his feet and comfortable with landing and putting his whole weight coming. There is a little bit of a slope here at Seddon Park. Matt Potts is running down the hill. Until he gets his consistency of footwork, the rest of them, the other 4, were in pretty good areas, and the ball did a bit.
Gus Atkinson to bowl the first over from the Tim Southee end, formerly known as the members end, and nobody's been able to confirm or willing to confirm to me whether it will remain the Tim Southee end. It is the Tim Southee end for this test match. It's the members end ordinarily, and it's also our commentary end. And there are 4 slips in a gully as Atkinson is in outside the off stump to the right-handed Will Young, our first sight of him in this series, and a well-deserved appearance for him as well. Devon Conway has taken paternity leave. I'm not sure whether we never actually walked to the ground. We're less than a kilometre away, Harmy, in our wonderful hotel, which is also the base for both teams. But I don't know whether you came into the ground via the groundsman's entrance, which is...
No, we came in the
media
the
entrance.
media truck,
yeah. Here's Atkinson again, wide outside the off stump, and there's no run. Well, it's I came in through the groundsman's entrance, and there is just behind the golf cart, there is a life-size model of a camel, which is so real. Did you see that?
I can see it from here. It's right underneath the floodlight. Just noticed that, yeah.
Here is Atkinson once again, and forward comes Will Young playing defensively up towards mid-on, and it's so lifelike that you wonder actually initially whether it's a stuffed camel, but then you realise that it is actually it's been made and doesn't have any real camel parts to it. But its name is Colin, and
Colin the camel,
and it helps the ground staff to forecast the weather apparently. Here is Atkinson once again. Will Young, thick outside edge into the gully, fielded by Ben Stokes.
What does he lie down when it's going to rain?
Apparently the hair stands up on its neck. I think it's a myth, but he's been there for a while. He's certainly been there for the best, certainly a decade when I first met him.
He's got fencing round him. I just wonder how long. About tea time, the first Barmy Army that jumps on his back, tries to ride him into town.
He's never been fenced up before, so I think they are taking precautions. 9 without loss. Latham and Young have yet to score. All extras. Atkinson in once again, another wide one outside the off stump. Left alone, taken by Ollie Pope. Gus Atkinson's father, Ed, is in town. He was in Wellington and he's in Hamilton now as well. He was there to witness his son's famous hat-trick to finish the New Zealand first innings at the Basin Reserve. But he's just twiddling the knobs on the radar at the moment, is Gus Atkinson. He has not got the line he wants. Here he is once more, bowls outside the off stump. That's better, a little bit straighter. Bounce too, left alone by Will Young.
Yeah, bounce, good bounce from Atkinson. He's bowled a fuller length, just probably a 6 stump line, more of a consistent outside off stump line than he has sort of challenged Will Young. 1 no ball so far, but that there was a little bit more venom. There was a little bit more what probably seen and finishing off and following through his action, rotation of action. The ball just bounced from a good length.
Here is Atkinson once more outside the off stump again and left alone by Will Young, whose temperament was absolutely to the fore in India. Will Young is a very, very fine cricketer. He's been in and around the Test team for 7 or 8 years. Doesn't always get a gig when everyone's fit, but and probably harshly doesn't get a gig. He's a very, very fine opening batsman. 2 overs gone, 9 without loss.
We've got some Durham players on show today.
Yes, there are, aren't there?
Yeah, you go through. Latham played for Latham, came through, part of Durham's academy. Will Young played for Durham. Rachin Ravindra played for Durham. And obviously the 3 Durham bowlers, the 3 bowlers that are are the England bowlers.
Matty Potts from the City end and pushed away defensively by Latham up towards mid-off. 6 then.
6 in the game that I can think of, yeah. 7 in the match. I mean in the squads, because obviously you've got Ollie Robinson here.
Well, hang on, let's extend it further to coaching staff.
Yeah. Collingwood.
Isn't there a coach in the New Zealand team?
I think so.
We had a beer with him. Is he not coaching
Paul
New
Wiseman.
Zealand?
Paul Wiseman was in the first test, yeah.
Forward comes Latham. Forward pushing out towards mid-on, no run. So that's...
Yeah, Paul Wiseman was part of the sort of the outside coaching team of New Zealand. I think what they have is they've got Luke Ronke, Jacob Oram, and then obviously Gary Stead. And then they bring in a coach or 2 coaches from whichever area they're in. So in Christchurch, Paul Wiseman. So yeah, it's a good Durham connection.
Is it 8?
8 involved in it. It's always good. Strong Durham, strong England. Seems to be strong New Zealand now.
As well, yeah. Here is Potts again outside the off stump. Latham leaves alone. Slip Cordon has a familiar look about it with Joe Root at first slip, Harry Brook at second, Ben Duckett at third, Jacob Bethel at 4th slip. Ben Stokes has moved from conventional gully to leg slip. So Zach Crawley at backward point. And where's Shoaib Bashir? Oh, he's down at long leg. Bryden Cass at mid-on. As Potts is in once again, thundering in. Down Latham opens the face of the bat, steers it away through backward point. Zach Crawley gets half a hand to it, I think, takes some pace off it, and then has to chase it out towards the backward point boundary. And his throw is a little wild and woolly, but they've scuttled through for 3 runs. Tom Latham has the first runs off the bat in this New Zealand innings, and New Zealand are 12 without loss. Will Young yet to score. England winning the toss and having a bowl first.
Yeah, good shot from Tom Latham. Matt Potts just coming down the inside. I'm just not sure he's as comfortable bowling around the wicket than he is when he's over the wicket. We'll see here when he bowls at Will Young. But first up, just coming down on the inside, so he's running his fingers inside the ball, not quite sort of finishing his action off, and that's why there's a little bit of inconsistency in line, and a little bit of inconsistency of length. But Tom Latham just waiting for that ball, just a little bit outside off stump, and he comfortably got it past. Didn't try and hit too hard, that's why he didn't go to the boundary. Slower outfield here as opposed to hit the basin.
Here's Potts once again. A big appeal for leg before, but more in hope than expectation, I fancy. Matthew Potts was very excited by it, but the slip cordon less so, and Ollie Pope also. Well, actually, Ollie Pope's having a chat to Ben Stokes here. His initial appeal, go with your first reaction, Ollie, because you weren't convinced immediately, and I think that's what he said to Ben Stokes about the review.
It's close. It really is close. I just wonder, has it done too much? Has it done too much? Potts was. He's excited because he's his first game on tour, and he's trying to. He's got his first chance with the new ball, but it's just done too much, that's all. It was close, but it's probably just missing leg stump. Good ball, though. It was in the business area. Nice little sort of scrambled seam. Disturbed the surface a bit.
Stokes back to gully for the right-handed Will Young, and beaten outside the off stump. Ripper, absolute ripper. Don't know whether it went off the seam or whether it swung. It could even have swung after it pitched, but it's whizzed past the outside edge. He's bowled a couple of absolute snorters, Matthew Potts.
Yeah, he has, and I think he's more comfortable, from over the wicket, just finishing his action off. His seam position there was perfect. Wrist right behind the ball. Got a little bit of a weird movement off the surface. So the one before to Will Young nipped back. That one nipped away around the wicket. I think a few of the England bowlers struggle to bowl around the wicket first up. I don't think they mind going around the wicket once they've bowled a few over the wicket, but when they go around the wicket, very front up to the left-hander, which was Coney and Latham, didn't think they were as comfortable as when they start over the wicket. And you've seen a couple of balls there from Potts to Will Young, really finishing his action off, where the balls before to Tom Latham, he just come down the inside of the seam, and there he just takes a little bit of pace off and obviously drags it a little bit shorter.
Gus Atkinson, 5 slips or 4 slips in a gully, beats the outside edge of Latham's bat, pushing forward, and he now walks down the pitch and gives it a suspicious, admonishing prod. Just talk a little bit more about why bowlers do struggle sometimes. Some bowlers struggle more than others going around the wicket. I mean, the convention would suggest, well, just practice it more, but it just feels substantially different, doesn't it?
It is different. When you go around the wicket, obviously the angles change. You've got to get off the pitch that little bit quicker.
Atkinson again, good lead from Latham. This one across him, angled across him, and bringing the slip cordon into play. Some bowlers just find it almost impossible, because I mean, it's a very unnatural change of inertia, isn't it? Your body's going down the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. You're trained to go, especially from over the wicket, run towards the stumps and veer off to the left, where that's the conventional, the way you're trained, and that's where you normally have it. Obviously, it's the opposite way when you're bowling around the wicket.
Atkinson in to Latham once again. It's pushed straight back past mid-off. Matthew Potts dives, can't get a hand to it. And so it's chased and fetched by Shoaib Bashir. They've gone through for a couple. Tom Latham moves on to 3. Will Young has yet to score. I mean, it's biomechanics, and some bodies are just not built to be able to change direction.
There's also some people's run-ups as well, man. Someone like Chris Wokes, his run-up, got a little carve in his run-up, a little arc in his run-up. Matt Potts is the same. Got a little arc in his run-up, and when you do that from around the wicket, you're running away from the target to go at the target, then to run away again.
Atkinson once again to Latham, full and straight, and clipped away through mid-wicket for the first boundary off the bat in this New Zealand innings. That's a lovely shot from Latham. That was a half volley. At least it looked like it was a half volley. I don't think that was clipped on the up. And, well, it's very nicely dealt with by Latham, who's on to 9, and New Zealand 18 without loss.
Scrambled seam from Atkinson a little bit, trying to get that little bit fuller. It was a lovely shot from Latham. There's only 2 men on the leg side, big, massive, huge slip cordon, and Chris Atkinson just strayed a little bit onto Latham's pads in the first real confident shot of the morning.
Atkinson in once again outside the off stump, and left alone by Latham once again. Tell you what, the one thing the early European settlers had, one of their priorities, Harmy, that might put a smile on your face, they were very, very quick to designate areas for recreation, like in Wellington, the Basin Reserve. Do you remember? They arrived in 1850. 5 years later, the Basin Reserve was set aside, designated as an area of recreation. And the same here. By the time they got to Hamilton, that one is driven by Latham through the offside. Don't know whether he'll get another 4 for this. Matthew Potts is chasing. He slide tackles the ball and flicks it back in order for Zach Crawley to throw it in. To this area, what became later known as Seddon Park, was designated for recreation, specific purpose for recreation in 1864. It was named Seddon Park in 1906 after the former New Zealand Prime Minister. 4 overs gone, New Zealand are 20 without loss, and I think you can form your first opinion on the pitch now? You've seen 4 overs.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something there for the bowler. If you put the ball in the right area, there's something there for the bowler. Ask questions, batter coming forward. New Zealand have got off to a start which they were given 8 runs in extras in the first over. Probably strayed a little bit. I think the consistency of line and length to left and right-handers has been a little bit off in the first 2 overs from either end, from Potts and Atkinson. But I think if you get the ball in the right area consistently, you can challenge the batter.
Here is Potts again, driven through extra cover, and a half-diving stop from Bryden Cass at mid-off. Dives and got fingertips to it, but is unable to take sufficient pace off it, and it reaches the boundary. It's a very good shot from Will Young. I mentioned his temperament, ideally suited to opening the batting. Very, very patient man, knows how to handle the new ball, but will take his chances, and that quite possibly his first genuine scoring chance.
Yeah, first scoring chance from a half volley outside off stump, fifth stump. I mean, didn't quite, he clothed it a little bit, but it was a genuine half volley.
Potts again to Will Young, plays defensively up towards Atkinson at mid-off, and there's no run.
It seems that there's no real pace in the pitch. I mean, it's bouncing. Not quite, possibly a bit like the oval now, not like what it used to be, but you know, around the sort of 5 to 6 metre mark, if you get the ball to bounce, you get the ball to in that area, it'll bounce from there, but it'll bounce and loop slowly. I mean, Ollie Pope yet, you know, there's still a bit moisture in the surface, like there always is on first morning. Ollie Pope, the ball's going down to him, not going up.
Here is Potts again outside the off stump. That too left alone, but it was on its way down by the time it reached Ollie Pope. The first Test match was played here at Seddon Park in 1991. There have been 28 Test matches in that time. New Zealand have won half of them, and there have been 8 draws. So they're quite hard to beat at Seddon Park. And there have been some high-scoring draws as well, like proper draws, not rain-affected draws, like 350 plays 320 in the 4th innings, 3rd and 4th innings. Only 6 times they've lost in 28 Test matches. Here is Potts once again, and forward comes Will Young, pushing it up towards mid-off. Bryden Cass fields, and there's no run. Just for those wondering, Bryden Cass 17 wickets in 2 Test matches. Why he's not a new ball bowler?
Just think he seems as though he's more suited when the ball's gone a little bit softer, and the wickets. I think he can be a new ball bowler. I just think his particular skill set is probably more suited than the other two, than when the ball has lost a little bit of shine.
Potts again to Will Young outside the off stump, left alone. Ollie Pope. That was late swing. That almost swung after it pitched.
It did, and it dipped as well. But I think Cass is more. I think Cass is more when there's not much happening. You get Cass will give you something where not much happening. I'm not sure Atkinson and Potts are, you know, have got the same skill sets. But I think from a swing point of view or a shape point of view, when the ball's a little bit newer, I'm sure Potts and Cass have got Potts and Atkinson. Their skill set's probably more suited than Cass is with a new ball. So I think that's why Cass has used predominantly first change after maybe 10 overs. But I think if you give him a new ball, I think he'd use it well.
Here is Potts once again. Beauty. That was a bit quicker too. Extra pace. That one was, well, it says 133 kilometres an hour, but that one seemed to go fizzing past the outside edge and into the gloves of Ollie Pope. It's a warm day. It's muggy, isn't it? It's humid. I feel sorry for you having to wear your smart long sleeve television shirt.
As long as I don't have to wear my jacket, that's fine. It is humid.
Okay, John Norman's coming in to take over from me.
Yeah, it is humid, and that's where the sort of swing element would come into it of Chris Woakes. England have gone with Matt Potts instead of Chris Woakes, somebody that probably seams it more than swings it. But so far, England have put the ball in relatively a good area, but New Zealand have had their number.
Atkinson running away from the Tim Southee end, and good lift from this delivery, which goes through to the keeper. Good morning to everybody on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Good morning to you, Harmy. You're a bit tired this morning.
I was a bit tired.
That's what happened. You're one of those guys that can be out till 2 and you're fine the next day.
I know.
You're one of these people that complains about having too much sleep.
I had a good sleep last night. I went to bed sharp last night for me, and still tired this morning.
That's Atkinson again, left alone. Touch less bounce on this occasion from the second delivery of his third over. Pack slip cordon, as you'd expect from the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes era. 4 slips, a gully, is a point. Is that Joe Root down at fine leg signing autographs? There's always
Zach
somebody. Zach Crawley. Of course, Joe Root is at first slip. Zach Crawley signing autographs at fine leg. There's always somebody somewhere signing an autograph. I'm not sure if it's just me. It just seems to happen more in New Zealand than anywhere else. Short delivery, but down the leg side, and Tom Latham will just watch this one go through. New Zealand's opening partnerships has been about 18 in the Devon Conway, Tom Latham era, certainly for the last year. So New Zealand have gone past that, 24 without loss, midway point of the 6th over. There's a door that keeps banging at the back of the commentary box. It's
annoying.
It's really annoying. I don't know if I hope it's not getting picked up on our commentary, because it will start to annoy the listeners as much as it's annoying us. Touch fuller from Atkinson this time and defended by Latham.
Yeah, opening partnerships for New Zealand so far in this series, 4, 3, 18 and 9, which tells you England of getting off to a good start in the
saying that, England's
Test series.
Get Colin, get your book out. What are England's first innings score partnerships? Because that
they're better. I'm not sure collectively. I mean, I have to get my socks and shoes off here, but 9, 1, 12 and 9.
Atkinson again, and Latham just pushes this to the offside, calls through Will Young, and that's a good single, keeping the scoreboard ticking. Will Young, one of 2 changes for New Zealand, opening up the batting. Devon Conway not selected for this match. We commentated on him throughout the India series. He'd faced more deliveries than any other. He faced more deliveries than Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli combined in a 3-test series in India. Wasn't selected for the first 2 matches, but is playing here. And a right-left-hand combination as well, as he comes forward and pushes this length delivery from Gus Atkinson, who's bowling over the wicket to cover point, where Matthew Potts fields. 1 change for England, with Potts coming in ahead of Chris Wokes. There was a feeling that maybe Bryden Cass was struggling. He looked like he picked up a little injury on day 3 at Wellington, but he plays today, and he's very much a big part of this side now, isn't he? Good luck dropping him for the first test of the summer come June.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think he picked an injury up. It was just an inconvenience.
Yeah.
I mean, from a fast bowler's point of view, that's not an injury. It's just a pain in the backside. I mean, it really is. When you get a blister that opens up, bursts, and you get an open wound, it's very, very difficult. So the extra 2 days off, John, has probably done Cass the world of good for the skin just to heal over.
Potts it is then, bowling round the wicket with 4 slips in place. And this is driven. Outside edge has just dropped short of 3rd slip. Now, did that carry?
I think it did, but what an effort it is. I mean, this is an unbelievable effort, because it ain't carrying to 2nd slip, and Ben Duckett has got to go his opposite way. And what I mean that by the opposite way, as a left-hander, you'll be always movement going to your left.
Oof,
and
just gone past it.
He's diving full stretch right to go to. He got 1 hand on it.
Now Gary Morgan, our scorer, will be able to let me know in the next few minutes or so. But for me, Ben Duckett is one of, if not the best fielder in terms of catch percentage in world cricket. But he has put one down. Better looking shot from Will Young. But sweetly timed, straight to extra cover, no run. 26 without loss if you're joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. First chance of the morning, and it's gone down. Outside edge, flying towards 2nd slip, but as Steve Harmison quickly picked up on, it was never going to reach Harry Brook. Staggered slip cordon with 3rd slip a good couple of paces in front of Brook, and it was Duckett who dived to his right, he actually got a hand to it, one hand, and the ball has smashed him on the wrist, and the chance has gone down.
Yeah, I think it's hit as his hand's hitting the floor. That shows you how low it is. The ball's hit his hand as his hand is going into the floor, so it's just popped up in the air and popped out. So it is a chance. It is a chance. But I'll tell you what, if he took it, that would have been up there with Glenn Phillips. It would have been a worldie. It would have been an absolute worldie catch if he did.
Yeah, that was a tough chance. I'd love to know Ben Duckett's catching percentage, as this time straighter from Potts. He's bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Will Young. He's straightened up a touch. No dramas, though. In terms of the banging door, Ollie Hunter, our former producer on the talkSPORT Cricket channel, or on talkSPORT 2, says, I haven't heard the door banging. It really would be the kind of thing that would annoy me. So I think you're in the clear. So we do not have to mention the door banging any further.
I think it's a toilet door, I think.
Well, we don't have to mention it anymore, Harmy. The listeners can't hear it, so it's as though it doesn't exist. 26 without loss, and we're just waiting for Gary Morgan to let me know the catching stats. Young forward and shapes to play at a wide-ish delivery from Matthew Potts, but at the last minute just withdraws the bat. Potts bowling in the channel around fifth stump line, and this is a different approach that you're going to get from Will Young as opposed to Devon Conway. Conway, obviously left-hander, but was really throwing his hands at deliveries. England trying to target the top of off stump, getting the ball to come into him. Plays inside the line this time, Will Young. Young will only play when the ball is there to be hit.
Yeah, and he's done that very well so far. 4 off 21 balls. Latham's had probably the easier balls to put away to score off. Beautiful clip through leg side and a nice drive through the offside from Latham's point of view. But I think England first 7 overs have been okay. I wouldn't say they've been brilliant, but I wouldn't say they've been as dreadful as they were in Christchurch. They've been okay. I think what you mentioned just a split second earlier about the left and right hand combination, John, I think that's why it's just thrown England off a touch. I think the running between the wicket, the rotation of strike between Will Young and Tom Latham, just altering the consistency levels of lines and lengths from Atkinson and from Potts.
How difficult is it to bowl an over where you have to bowl 3 balls over the wicket and 3 balls round the wicket? Or did you just bowl predominantly over the wicket? Yeah. Atkinson round the wicket to Latham, who comes forward. This is straight and just clipped to Shoaib Bashir, who's at a short mid-wicket.
I'd be bowling over the wicket, looking to try and shape it back onto off stump. The reason why I always kept over the wicket was because I had this knack in this way, and I didn't have any control on it. But when you didn't quite get it right, that's when you were dangerous. Someone like Courtney Walsh, as I say, and Ben Stokes does it brilliantly as well. When you're just coming over the top a little bit, it just carries on with the angle. And that, for me, was the one that caught the outside edge for the left-hander over the wicket.
Atkinson continuing, and Latham leaves on length, sailing over the top of off stump. But, happy to leave.
To the left-handers, I'd be over the wicket trying to shape it back in. But I'd also, from the length, my natural length, I probably wouldn't have Shoaib Bashir where he is. I would have him at short leg or man round the corner, because I'd be attacking the rib cage that little bit more, trying to bring the sort of front pad into play, but making the batter go further back in his crease by the bouncer and the rib cage area.
They wouldn't be coming forward quite so comfortably, would they, as Latham tries to, essentially, Atkinson bowls a delivery that Harmison would have bowled, but maybe not with the same amount of bounce. It's on the body, it's straight, and Latham tries to tuck it fine, but actually wraps the thigh pad and Bashir comes in.
I think that's easier to play from Latham's point of view from around the wicket, because the ball's just coming at him. There's no deviation. And that there from the angle from around the wicket, from over the wicket instead of around the wicket, just might square his shoulders up.
Wide of the crease this time from Atkinson, but Latham happy to leave again. It's fascinating. So who were the bowlers that would bowl over and around the wicket?
Flintoff, Simon Jones, they were around the wicket specialists. Their run-ups, pretty straight, action, going into it. Freddie had another way of taking his wrist, taking the ball away from the left hand from outside off stump. Simon Jones has had the perfect wrist possible for a fast bowler. That would just take the ball onto off stump.
Atkinson again. This time he does tempt the drive from Latham. It's not timed to perfection. Chase onto the boundary, and Potts is having to work. And does well, actually. Looked like there was going to be 3 runs there. But Latham takes the 2, and the score moves along. 28 without loss. Sun just trying to bleed through the heavy cloud that we've got here in Hamilton. There's no or very little breeze. It's quite humid. This is as far north as Test cricket is played in this series. There was some disappointment, perhaps, that the Bay Oval wasn't being employed. Is left alone again this time, Latham. Decent over for New Zealand. A couple of runs from it. Tidy enough from England. Harmy's making way. Anton Devcich, former New Zealand international, is going to be moving in. And Matthew Potts, it looks like, is going to get another over. Stick with us, by the way, during the lunch break. We're going to be joined by the CEO of the ECB, Richard Gould, whose dad, Bobby, is here, I believe. Former presenter on talkSPORT, former Wimbledon Wales boss, of course, the Gould father. Huge presence on talkSPORT for a number of years across programming, all programming, and it'll be great to see him. But Richard will be in the commentary box alongside myself. Neil Manthorp will be conducting the interview. So if you've got any questions for Richard Gould, get them into us via cricket_TS. Potts continuing, and this is on a length and left alone by Will Young. Greetings to you, Anton. I suppose first things first, relief that New Zealand haven't lost a wicket, and there's only been one chance, and that was a tough one.
Yeah, well, it's a much better start from the New Zealanders. Tom Latham did nick that one early on, but the thing that he did so well is he played the ball late, which made the edge go down. And when you're not in great form, sometimes you can get out in front of your pad a little bit, and that's when those catches end up being belly height rather than ankle height. So it's a good start.
It's kind of what we were seeing from Devon Conway, wasn't it? He was playing in front of himself, reaching for the ball. Down the track, Latham, and squared up. It's Young, actually, the right-handed Will Young. He squared up, leading edge has flown to the right of point, backward point. Along the ground, it wasn't a catching opportunity, but Young trying to target mid-wicket, and he'll get a boundary through deep backward point. Score moves along to 32 without loss.
Yeah, that's something we haven't seen much from New Zealand over the past 2 series, is the batter actually putting a bit of pressure on the bowlers. He's walked down the wicket and looked to hit it through the leg side. It is a false shot, but the intent that Will Young and Tom Latham are showing is really good at the early stages.
Will Young moves on to 8. And Potts is in, and this is a little bit of a drag down, but it's very wide. Keeps a little low as well. Not a lot of bounce there, is there?
No, it's been a little bit that way for the whole first session, to be fair. Some balls have ballooned through, some balls have stayed slightly low, and that can be the traits of this wicket here at Seddon Park. They quite often say that it's quite a tennis ball-y bounce, where it doesn't fly through to the keeper, but it sort of has a little arc on it as it sort of hits the keeper's hands.
3 slips, 2 gullies, backward point, and down the track again is Will Young. England will regret taking out 4th slip. We'll have to have a look to see if it's carried, but that's a genuine outside edge. Races to the boundary. Would have bounced short, actually. 4 more runs to the score. New Zealand moved to 36 without loss.
And again, we see Will Young just take a step down the wicket to try and change Matt Potts' length. Just a little shimmy. Again, playing with nice soft hands, and just ran it past where that 4th slip has been. The score's ticking along nicely for New Zealand. They'll be happy with this start.
2 balls left of Matthew Potts' 5th over. He's gone for 18, and he's in again, left alone this time. There's an ooh and an ah from the slip cordon, but that was too wide, and Will Young has already picked up 2 boundaries in the over, and he's not going to go chasing.
Well, the thing they've done well is they've selected length. Matt Potts has hit a hard length, and sometimes that can be quite a pretty length where it doesn't really challenge the batter. But when he's got slightly too full, Latham and Young have tried to punish it. They've tried to hit genuine strokes.
Last ball of the over here on talkSPORT 2, and Will Young props forward, covers off stump, defends to mid-wicket, and that's the end of a good over for New Zealand. 36 without loss. If you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2 via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed to the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, then please do so. We've got loads of content there, loads of videos going up daily. We've got weekly shows, the likes of Jarrah Kimber and David Bumble-Lloyd, regularly on the show, and then live streams, following on show. So head over there. If you're just listening on talkSPORT 2, get your silent shout-outs to us, and we'll read them out as the night progresses. It's still quite early in the UK. It's not that late. It's pushing 20 to 11 at night. So welcome wherever you are in the world. And if you do have a question for Richard Gould, the CEO of the ECB, he's going to be joining us at lunch. So get your questions in via cricket_TS. Gus Atkinson continuing from the Tim Southee end.
Right on.
And Latham pushes at this. Length delivery from Atkinson. Just trying to guide the ball through gully and backward point. Flies straight to the fielder. But again, that's a shot of a batter who seems to be quite comfortable with the pace of the pitch.
Yeah, I don't think they'd be too disappointed with him playing that shot after his dismissal in Wellington. It was similar length where he chopped on. So I don't think they'd be too displeased with that.
Touch fuller and beats the bat this time, does Atkinson.
As he plays that little defence shot, he tends to play it with a slightly angled bat, which can open up inside edges through to the stump. So I'm sort of getting the feeling that the reason why they're going around the wicket early is to try and create that gap between Tom Latham's bat and pad, trying to get him to drag his hands wider to either open up an edge or potentially drag another one back through the gate.
Well, that was a slower delivery from Atkinson, so we'll see the pace of this. That's exactly what he tries to do, as Anton Devcich is just picked out, and it was a touch faster, and Tom Latham is beaten by an in-ducker that could have taken the inside edge onto the wicket, could have taken off stump, could have wrapped the pads, could have been caught behind.
Well, the first thing I saw was a lot of swing there. It's moved back in towards Latham beautifully and absolutely cut him in half, gone over middle stump by the smallest of margins. It's obviously setting him up for that. And Latham survived, but there'll be more of that to come.
Atkinson past the umpire, left alone this time. That looked like it moved away from the left-hander after a ball that came in. Atkinson's just got one to hold its line. It's not the smallest of margins in this country, it's the barest of margins.
Yeah, well, the English, although they're the touring team, the knowledge that they have on these grounds is probably better than most, having Brendan McCullum and Jeetan Patel in the coaching mix, and I've seen a lot of three-quarter balls early stage, and that one that just swung back in was obviously a genuine seam up.
Atkinson again, touch wider on the crease, and Latham clips this length delivery on the pads down to fine leg. He's getting a little bit of a working over his Latham, but it's got to the other end. That's what you do, isn't it? 37 without loss, one ball remaining in the over here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, that's the best place for Tom Latham. Just get down that other end, especially when you've had to face 3 or 4 really difficult deliveries. Atkinson is coming over the wicket now to Will Young after seeing that ball shape into Tom Latham. There's definitely enough on offer for the bowlers.
Last ball of the over then, and Atkinson touch fuller. And Will Young comes forward and pushes to point. End of a compelling 6 deliveries, a compelling over. 10 overs in. New Zealand asked to bat first. They would have batted first if they'd won the toss, and they've got off to their best start of the series. 37 without loss, with Latham 16, Young 12, and after a word from Anton, it'll be Daniel McHardy to pick up things here in the commentary.
Yeah, well, New Zealand have started much more positively, even though the score isn't ticking along. overly strongly. They've been much more positive with their movements and selection on length. The English bowlers have banged away on a hard length and then pitched the odd ball up, where New Zealand have really tried to pounce on anything full. They've been really positive when it comes to making their shot selections, and there's no reasons why they can't keep doing that.
Potts into a 6 over from the City end. Again tight to off stump, left alone. Oohs and ahs from behind the wicket. Debbie, good to see you, mate.
How are you, mate? You good?
Good.
That's good.
Not bad, eh? Look at that. Look at the sights. Beautiful. Full house in. Big day of sport in the region. Waikato Cup for the horse racing enthusiasts. No, Butch Castles is happy because it's a sellout there too.
Yes, I'm frequent. I'm frequent at the races down there at Tarapa. It's I generally take my kids down and use that as an excuse to get down there and say that I'm showing the kids the horses. But
Potts in again around the wicket, into the front pad of Latham, trying to flick the ball away through the square leg region. The ball trickles through there. We look to umpire Raza for the signal, and it will be a leg bye. So 10.2 overs in. New Zealand centre, they would have batted to 38 without loss. It's the Durham opening partnership doing well.
Yes. I noticed they just chucked the leg slip into Latham for that ball. Looking at just maybe with the shape that Potts is getting from around the wicket, maybe just try and strangle him, go straight and strangle him down the leg side there, but he got off strike. Will Young's facing up now.
Potts bouncing in past umpire Raza, back of a length, dropped nicely into the onside by Young. A comfortable single, need to be fuller than that. You played a lot of cricket here with the new ball. There's obviously urgency on England to take early wickets, having won the toss, decided to bowl. I don't know about you, I always feel, if anything, you want to be full, too full. Like half volley length at times can bring you rewards, as we saw with the ducket drop of Latham. Is that fair, that you want to err on the side of fuller than shorter?
Yeah, well, I think if you're getting hit down the ground, you're giving yourself an opportunity to take wickets. Quite often they bowl that dead length, which is it's a pretty length.
This one nibbles back in towards off stump, but wide of stump. Tumbling stop down the leg side by Pope as it carried on moving.
And with the nature of the Seddon Park wicket, it tends to be quite a balloon type bounce, where if you get slightly too short, it's really no threat to attacking the stumps. You can't get LBWs, you can't get bowls, so you become, I guess, the only way of dismissal you're looking for is to nick or make the batsman make an error.
And I thought they adjusted so well to conditions, and Wellington got the right length and outbowled New Zealand on that front. And you expect the home team to have all that insider information. 39 without loss. Here's Latham right in behind. He defends to the bowler. There will be no run. Potts none for 17 on 5.5. He did have a chance to build a tough one. Low and to the right of Duckett at third slip. Diving away. Got a hand to it, but could not take it cleanly. Latham has added 4 runs since. A semblance, I say semblance of an opening stand here for New Zealand. So important, because they've struggled. Latham and Conway, of course, light on runs, averaging in the mid-20s so far this year. Latham loses his balance somewhat. Ball balloons up, as Anton has described, into the thigh pad. There will be no run. That is the end of the over. It's 39 without loss. You're listening to talkSPORT 2, live and exclusive coverage of New Zealand versus England. And also via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Hope you put on your makeup. Camera right there for you.
Well, I had a shave. That's probably as far as I'll go in terms of that.
I feel like I'm at a Woodstock concert when I look to you, Dev, and I see Jesus next to me.
Yeah, it was time for a bit of a sharpen up. It was looking a bit scraggly there for a period of time, and when I walked into the office the day after, people were inducting me as a new employee. They didn't quite know who I was. So,
how far was it? How far down was it?
Yeah, it was probably another 5 or 6. It filled the whole basin up when I was shaving it. Let's just put it that way.
Here's Garth on the broadcast again. Right arm over. Pick of the bowlers for England. Here's a swing and a miss from Latham. It was short, it was wide. He's trying to hit down to up and send it over the cordon. Garth's getting steepling bounce, sees it through to Pope.
It's just a good old-fashioned loosener, that. Short and wide, and Will Young, all he needed to do was get any type of bat on that whatsoever, and it was a boundary, but probably surprised him a little bit with how wild that actually was.
Garth, so good. 10 wickets, of course, in the first test. Been a real handful. He's found good links. He goes full and driven on the up through the cover region. Long chase. Potts, good athlete. Oh, unfortunately for him, he gets there, tries to flick it back, but only touched it. And the ball then trickled painfully and hits the rope. A 4 to Young, his 4th. It's 43 without loss.
It was a lovely swinging delivery. It was quite wide, but the length was good, and it drew Will Young into I wouldn't say it was a half-hearted drive, but he was a little bit unsure, which created the ball to go in the air past point, and then a little bit of sloppy fielding from Potts, but you can probably excuse him after bowling 5 or 6 overs on the trot. He's probably gasping for some air.
Movement away, just had Young reaching for it a touch, not completely in control. Cast from over the wicket again. It was much straighter right in behind the New Zealand right-hander, pushing back to the bowler. This is not an easy assignment for Young. I know he got runs batting at number 3 in India, man of the series, of course, for Mr. Consistency without, a massive score. Not too sure players have won man of the series in India with that total aggregate. And then went to Sri Lanka, had to play some white ball stuff, and then been carrying the drinks for the first 2 tests. So his first game of the red ball since the 3rd test in India, leaves lifting ball outside of off stump alone. There's only so much preparation you get out of the nets, right?
Yeah, you can get what you need, but there's nothing like playing test match cricket. And Will's been around a long time now, and I know him personally, and I know his mental game's so strong. So him coming into this side for this last test, I don't think would affect him too much. He's really organised players. You've seen in this first session, he's really selective on how he plays, and it's not too bad.
He waits for Garth again. Fuller, wider of off stump, no stroke.
Yeah, it's not too bad for him just to come in for this one test, because he has been around for a decade and he knows his game so well. If the player that was coming in was slightly younger and maybe a little bit less experienced, then I'd probably be scratching my head a little bit, but I'm comfortable that Will Young has got enough knowledge in that head from years and years of playing that he'll do the job nicely today.
3 slips, 2 gullies, 2. One quite square. It's Stokes. Crawley just in front of point, creeping in. Mid-off also quite short as the ball jags back from wide of off stump, but hands very high from Will Young at the end of the over. 43 without loss. Latham's 16. Young is 17. And Garth's conceding 4 runs of his first over on a warm day in Hamilton. High thick cloud above though. No threat of rain in the forecast, so we don't need to worry about that. Westerly breeze, pretty steady, but mild side, more of a cooling breeze. Sort of pushing from right to left as we look at it, and it will be pushing the ball back into or away from the left-hander Latham, with Ben Stokes called into the attack for the first time from the city end. You were helping out England last time when they were last here.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I was helping a hell of a lot, but...
Well, you look good in the team.
Yeah, I wore the team kit, which was the most important part.
Were you babysitting?
Could have been a degree of that, yeah. I had a great time. It was a really good experience for me. Just seeing how different teams go about their business.
3 slips, 2 gullies. The England captain for the first time. Bowls 2 straight, worked away by Latham for 1. They'll come back 4-2. Good running that. Bashir was just a fraction untidy with the pickup. Gather and throw, 45 without losses. Latham now 18. They appeared at that stage to such a happy side. And I was interested to see what their mood is like when results have been sort of more mixed. No, they're very forthcoming with information when you ask. They're enjoying life as Stokes pushes the ball well down the leg side.
Well, I think that's the main thing that I took out of it. It was, a lot A lot of media and stuff talk about how relaxed and stuff it is, but yeah, it might be relaxed in the fact that they don't have big long meetings and stuff like that, but the coaching staff do all their work. They get around their players and they speak to them individually, and just probably more so in a casual manner rather than a formal one.
Clearly individuals who like spending time together. Much better from Stokes, but good discipline from Latham. Not enticed to play, leaving on length.
It's a big part of it, though, isn't it? You know, you spend a lot of time together as a team and away from home generally 6 months of the year. And speaking to Brendan McCullum about it, he took the approach on that first tour that he wanted the boys to miss cricket before they got into it while they were over here. So when they did do their work, they were 100% focused and not just going through the motions.
Crowd urging the England skipper on. Back of a length, trying to turn to the onside, hitting high on the bat, maybe a slight leading edge. I do wonder if the surface is a little bit too paced. I'm sure it will quicken up. No bright sunshine right now, but it is a warm day.
It tends to quicken up day 2 or 3. You know, like grass on it can take a little bit of time just to I guess dry out. And once it dries out, you will get a little bit more pace out of it.
And searching for their first wicket after winning the toss and bowling. Back of a length once more, dropping the ball to the offside. Loud call of no from Latham in that distinctive fashion where he puts the bat up ominously above his head. Yeah, so that sounds like if you're coming to the ground tomorrow and you're going to take a position out on square leg, mid-wicket, with Harry Brook on a quick surface. Pay attention. Shorter boundaries here than what we see in Wellington and Christchurch. Stokes around the wicket, full, much better length. Left alone, though, by judicious Latham.
If Harry Brook's in, it means New Zealand's taken a couple of hopefully early wickets. So he is a scary batsman to watch, especially on the ground like this. But who knows? You know, sometimes when the ground's smaller, you might tend to overhit the ball, and one might go straight up.
Here's Stokes round the wicket. Yorker dug out, well bowled, well played. End of the over that conceded 3 runs, 46 without loss. 13 overs have been bowled. Dare I say, we're going to have the most overs bowled in the opening hour of a test match in this series. Excellent. It can be done.
It's been an interesting morning. Ball has moved around quite a lot. When I woke up this morning, it was blue skies, and the cloud has, around 10 o'clock, the cloud started moving in slightly. Definitely no chance of rain, but you can feel the humidity in the air. The ball is moving around for these English bowlers, and I wouldn't say they've been really on target this morning. They're probably just working out what the ball's actually doing, and Kiwis they've hung in there. They've done a good job, so it's probably even Stevens at this stage.
Young 17, he waits for casts over the wicket. Good bowling past the inside edge, hitting high on the thigh pad. It was from such a high release point. Natural tall man, but big high leap. That one just jags back.
Yeah. Heard Steve Harmison mentioning earlier, bowlers just coming down the inside of the ball, 3/4 balls, getting it to hit that seam and wobble back into the right-hander, and then trying to set them up for that away swinger. Trying to get a little nick through to Ollie Pope or Harry Brook at first slip.
Garth. Delivery goes outside of off stump, no stroke.
Again, just hard length ball with that seam angling back towards the right-handed batsman. That time there just nipped away from Williamson, so it was a really good decision from him to leave that. That's the main thing that I've seen is the decision making from the Black Caps boys here have been really solid.
Much discussed. Woes with the runs, not enough. Start here as a hook attempt, very quick down the leg side. I think it's well past the bat. He swivels around. He went very hard at it. Only fine leg back. Good pace and aggression from Katey. Brings that in spades. Good height too, hard to get that one down if he gets it on the bat.
Yeah, I don't think he was looking to hit that down at all. I think here at Seddon Park, as we mentioned, it was very small boundary, so any bat on that with the pace that's been delivered, it's going to go over the rope. So again, decent decision from Will Young.
Three slips in a gully behind. Cast is Fuller. Good carry through to Pope, who takes it 2 hands above his left shoulder. Left alone by Young outside of off stump. And we know how England like to play the game. We've heard Gary Stead talk a lot about he wants his side to play their own game and respect the element of time. And that's sort of been reflected in the partnerships in this series. From a New Zealand perspective, there's been a number of good partnerships, but nothing substantial, nothing that's going to change a game. England, well, by my count, at least 3 that have been over 150 runs. Shorter of length, outside of off stump again, no stroke.
I think at times when you talk about the word partnership, it can be quite a... people can sort of take it 2 ways. They can think to themselves, I've got to formulate a plan here where I've got about time. And then you look at the England side, and for me, all their game plans look like they're based around how to score runs rather than how not to get out. And 9 times out of 10 when you're playing cricket, you're playing your best cricket when you're looking to score. So today I've seen Will Young walk down the wicket a couple of times to try to change length, which I think he has formulated his plan around scoring runs.
Garth deep into his second over. There's a ball that's short, outside of off stump, looking to carve a cut stroke. There's that bounce you often see in Hamilton that sails over the outside edge and is taken above the head by Pope. So if you're quick enough, strong enough, and Garth very much is that. 140, that was quite slippery.
Yeah, there's good pace in that, and the length and line was slightly wide, and again Will Young's tried to thrash that over point and just missed out there. He probably missed a couple of opportunities over to put Garth under a little bit of pressure on the scoreboard and you know, make him hone in on that line and length.
14 overs in the first hour as drinks are out on the field. Ollie Pope sprinted off. He obviously needs a bathroom break, so good start for New Zealand. England won the toss, decided to have a bowl. They made one change to the side, of course, with Potts in for Wokes. New Zealand made 2 changes. Santner in for Smith, Young in for Conway, of course, who was left to family life, and we wish Devon and family all the very best for the arrival of their first child, whenever that may be. And New Zealand have responded as they needed to being sent in. The right and left-hand combination of Latham and Young have got through a searching opening 14 overs, 46 without loss. Steve Harmison is going to join in, but your thoughts, Anton, on England's opening effort through the first 14 overs of this test?
Yeah, obviously Matthew Potts has come into the team, and he looks eager, doesn't he? He's running really hard, and he's tried to smash the wicket as hard as he can, and I wouldn't say England would probably be really happy with the consistent links that they've bowled, but they've created a couple of opportunities. So there was one where Tom Latham edged one to diving second slip or third slip, and the great thing what happened there was Tom Latham played the ball so late that the edge went down. And sometimes that's all the luck you need just to get yourself started in a test match. And yeah, it's evenly poised.
I'm going to depart. Over to you, Harmy.
Yeah,
all Durham, right? Durham everywhere.
Durham everywhere we look, we've got a bit of Durham. Yeah, I agree. I don't think England have been. I think Durham. Yeah, Durham. To be fair, 3 out of 4 of them are Durham. So yeah, Durham have done okay. But I agree. I think the consistency of the lines and lengths could be a little bit better. I look at the decision to. It always. It's an eye-opener when you win the toss, Anton, and you bowl first. You feel as though you're under pressure as bowlers. You've got to bowl them out by tea time. You have them 3 down at lunch and everything like that. I don't think Ben Stokes looks that way when he makes a decision about bowling first. I think all Ben's decisions from a bowling first bit is it's actually easier to bat on this surface day 2, which then sets you up that if you can get a lead going into that moving day, which is 3rd innings, I think that's the way he sees bowling first. So I don't think you'd be too worried about not having wickets at this point. But credit where credit's due. I think New Zealand have played very well this morning.
And they've.
Manners.
I'm very good, thank you. They've had a very good drink as well, and play is about to get underway once again. Packed Seddon Park, not quite sold out, but it's very full. Here's Ben Stokes, first delivery after the drinks break, the first hour of play. Tom Latham pushes it straight back to the England captain, and there's no run. I'd say the wicket's played rather well. Thoughts that it might start to deteriorate. Anton Devcich said that it was looking a little browner than they're accustomed to seeing on the first day of a test match, and there were some drier patches. So I thought it looked like the kind of pitch where uneven bounce might begin to display itself as the game goes on. Stokes in once again. Latham plays defensively again to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I you know, when I got told I was coming to do a bit of radio commentary, I did a little bit of research from the local first-class coach, BJ Watling, ex-wicket-keeper for the Black Caps, and they played 3 first-class games here, and that he'd mentioned that towards the back end of day 2, day 3, the wicket started to just plate up a little bit. So he expected the same, considering that we think it was probably prepped a day early.
Here is Stokes once again, goes tumbling after delivering this one, falls over. Little parachute roll, but he's back up onto his feet now. He's fine. That is a term that many of our listeners and viewers on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel might be familiar with in restaurant terms. Plating up?
Yeah. Yeah, it can be used for multiple things.
So what does it mean in the cricket?
Well, cracks start to appear in a circular formation, and those circular parts of the pitch start to just move slightly, just slightly.
Here is Stokes once again, wide of the off stump and left alone by Latham. New Zealand 46 without loss.
I think there's been a little bit of inconsistency in the pace as well, I think, in this surface. Some of them have sort of flown through, and some of them have really gone to ankle high on to Ollie Pope, which would suggest, I mean, as the game goes on, it will quicken up. But if it is too pace now, then them sort of plates, when they do start to dry out, they do start to crack, they do start to sort of wobble a little bit. It might be a bit difficult come days 3 and 4.
Left alone by Latham once again outside the off stump, and taken by Ollie Pope. Yeah, well, it's you don't have to be a great turf expert to know that if there is any movement on the pitch and the ball is bouncing on it, then it's not going to behave as if there wasn't any movement in the pitch. So if there is a little bit of movement, if the little isolated parts of the pitch begin to move. Here is Stokes once again, closer to the off stump, but another good lead from Tom Latham. And certainly that it will increase the likelihood of low bounce, won't it? The ball will skid through. 15 overs gone, 46 to none.
Yeah, you would think so, especially for somewhere like Garth. Hits the deck hard from such a tall release point. But you can have as much movement in the surface as you want. You can talk about the pace. I think you've got to be consistent in length, and I don't think England have been that consistent in lines and length so far in this hour and 6 minutes we've had this morning. I think that's why New Zealand have been very patient. Latham and Young have let the ball come to them. They've left the ball well on length. I think both batters have left the ball well on length. When England have just sort of gone for the $1 million ball, they've been able to punish them.
Bryden Cast thundering away from us from the Tim Southee end, and that's driven beautifully by Will Young through extra cover for 4. Pitched up just outside the off stump and handsomely put away to bring up the New Zealand 50.
Yeah, again, the length from Garth there was slightly fuller just outside off, but it did swing. But as the game has gone, Will Young has made some really good decisions based on length, and he just leant on that. That was as smooth as you like. Didn't quite middle it, but on this small ground here at Seddon Park, you don't need to middle it too well to get it to the boundary. And not a bad delivery from Garth, but very good shot and execution from Will Young.
Three slips in a gully. Carson once again. He has the ball back now, and Young plays defensively to mid-off, fielded by Matthew Potts. 50 without loss. What do you feel when you see Seddon Park so full like this, Anton Devcich? Does it make your heart sing?
Yeah, it does. I've spent a lot of time here over the last sort of 20, 25 years, and when the anthems were going along there, and having a look at Tim and Kane and the guys that I've played a lot of cricket with, it was quite emotional actually. They've been such big people for New Zealand cricket.
Cast again, short, wide, and cut for 4 by Will Young. Again, beautifully put away. I have to say, it did sit up. I mean, it begged to be hit, and Will Young does so elegantly.
Yeah, I mean, a decent number 10 or a number 11 would have hit both them for 4. I mean, full over-pitched outside off stump, and I think I know what I'm talking about there, man. And the wide one, that was a wide outside off stump. It was in the air. I'm sure Ben Stokes was interested at sort of the backward point region, just behind square, but I think Will Young got on top of it nicely, and he's looked to play the aggressive shot.
Here is Bryden Cast once again thundering away from us, and it looks for the Yorker. It's a very low full toss driven into the ground, fielded by Potts at mid-off. Anton, I a couple of years ago took part in a survey amongst cricket people where we had to name our top 5 favourite grounds, and my friends and colleagues from New Zealand scoffed at me when I had Seddon Park in 3rd place. I love it. I absolutely love it. I love not just the ground itself. I think the proximity to the city centre and the grass banks always are a big plus. It's always in magnificent condition. Carson again bowls to Will Young, pushes it up towards mid-off. I don't think that New Zealanders, many of them, appreciate that how nice Seddon Park is.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they're judging Seddon Park or more so Hamilton in general. Gets a bad rap, Hamilton, but I've lived here for 39 years now, and there's some good things to do every now and again. A few good pubs and golf courses, and there's a river and a lake.
The river, exactly. Just the river makes my heart sing. I love it. The Waikato River. It's wide and has great cultural significance, as Harmy and I found out on our walking tour of the city. Here's Cast once again, played defensively by Will Young, out towards mid-off again, Potts Fields, 54 without loss.
Yeah, was it Leslie? Nice little walking tour. It would have been nice if it was like this, instead of just chucking it down the end. That didn't help, but no, we got a little bit of culture in manners. We've also, as Anton says, have had nice delights of golf courses, restaurants, bars. I mean, the food last night was fantastic. Can't remember what the restaurant was called, but it was. I mean, I had a chicken curry was just beautiful, and 3 or 4 starters to go with it. But it was I mean, we've had an unbelievable trip, haven't we? Everywhere we've gone, the people, the food, the scenery, everything about this New Zealand trip's been first class.
Hospitality as well. Stokes again outside the off stump. Again, quick delivery, nicely left by Tom Latham. Many years ago, Anton, when a very young Graham Smith brought his South African team here, he ill-advisedly described Hamilton as, quote, this is not me, people, this is what Graham Smith said, a bit of a hillbilly town. Do you remember that?
Well, it's been called worse things, so no, it's usually the Bogan town.
Outside the off stump again, left alone by Latham. You'll need to provide a translation for that from many of our listeners.
Well, I don't really know what it means either, but the Northern District's cricket side here, they tend to have the nickname the Northern Bogans, which is either, you could be a car bogan, I guess it's a car enthusiast or a music enthusiast, or tend to have mullets and moustaches and whatnot.
Tattoos, lots of them. Here's Stokes again. Latham plays defensively, but for a single up towards mid-on, and Bryden Cast comes trotting in to do the fielding, but he's beaten to it by Stokes off his own bowling. 54 without loss. But if it has an element of working class blue overalls about it. I think it has so in a very lovable way.
Nah, in all seriousness, it's a great spot. It's a great spot to grow up. You know, you're literally in the centre of the North Island, where you drive an hour east or west and you can find different styles of beaches, and an hour north and you're in a big city of Auckland. And you know, in all seriousness, it is a really good place to grow up, and facilities like this, if you're a cricketer, you get to use day in, day out, and you know, it's a pretty special place.
Stokes to the right-handed. Will Young down the leg side. That's flying away to the boundary. I don't know what it deflected off. Hassan Raza has to decide on that, and he's got his arm straight up with no other appendages being touched. So buys.
Yeah, that looked more buys than the Potts one earlier on. That swung. I think that's pitched swung and just kept going. Ollie Pogue diving full stretch. Couldn't quite get across to it, but Ben Stokes just can't seem to get a consistent front foot. His front foot seems to be wobbling from whether it's over the wicket, round the wicket. He's landed on the floor about 3 or 4 times so far. What's his 16 balls he's bowled?
Stokes again to Will Young, pushing again defensively up towards mid-on. No run. Extras are doing well, isn't it? It's only just behind Tom Latham. Latham 19, extras 15. Will Young 25.
What did we have? We had 9 extras before
first over.
9 extras in the first
8
over.
in the first over. Yeah.
9 before. I think 9 before the first run off the bat. So, I mean, how many? You know, you've commentated on a million cricket matches, Manners. How many times do you think the scoreboard got to 9 without a run off the bat?
I can't recall any. Not off the top of my head. 3 slips gully and a leg slip now as Stokes is in again. Will Young nudges that one again, the defensive bat up towards Gus Atkinson at mid-on. No run. 17 overs gone, 59 without loss. Has the pitch generally played as expected, or you've been mildly surprised by any aspect of it?
Only the colour, really. Generally speaking, Seddon Park, they leave a little bit of moisture in it because of the humidity that we do get here. It can dry out rather quickly. Day 2, day 3, it tends to get really flat and docile, and then day 4, day 5, hopefully it starts to break up slightly with some cracks. But the bounce is very consistent to what you usually see at Seddon Park. Sometimes it balloons through to the keeper, sometimes it stays slow. So definitely doesn't have too many demons in it, but it's one of those wickets where batsmen really struggle to feel in for long periods of time. They always got one ball that sort of doesn't react as they wish.
Bryden Cast now into the left-handed Latham, steers it into the gully. Jacob Bethel dives to his right to field, and there's no run. Strangely enough, Kane Williamson has a couple of very big scores on this ground, but the average is only 34. The top scorers in test matches at this ground, led by Ross Taylor. I mean, there's a certain element of common sense about the fact that the players who've played the most test matches have also scored the most runs and taken the most wickets. Tim Southee leading the wicket takers list. Here is Cast again, bowls to Latham, pushes defensively. Crawley runs in from point to field. Ross Taylor, 886 runs. In second place, Martin Guptill. In third place, Brendan McCullum with 779 and 525. All averaging over 50 on this ground. Kane Williamson, 413 runs at 34. That is an anomaly. I mean, he's in 4th place, but he only averages 34, which is unusual. Southee, Neil Wagner and Daniel Vettori leading wicket takers with 52, 41 and 39. Wagner has a particularly good record on this ground, only played 9 tests. Outside the off stump, Latham I think plays and misses at that one. Flies through to keep Ollie Pogue.
Yeah, well, Wagner in particular, I think we talked about the inconsistent bounce, and his main attribute was trying to bang the ball into the wicket and get guys to play up around that armpit region and get those awkward areas, you know, under that armpit, and maybe with the awkward nature of the bounce at times, especially later in the week, you know, that could have been a reason why he was so successful here.
Has there ever been a better bowler of medium pace bouncers than Neil Wagner? He was a master. I think he actually created a skill and became a master of it. Pushed away by Latham for a single behind square on the leg side. 59 for none.
Well, I think the difficult thing with facing Neil Wagner was his height. He wasn't a tall bloke. He was probably only 5'9", 5'10", and the bounces that he used to bowl just always seemed to come at you, and you didn't really get a chance to go under them, which you tend to be able to do with some of the taller bowlers. Facing someone like Steve Harmison, you know, he would bounce the ball and it would go over you, where Wagner didn't. It never went over your head. You had to really get out of the way of it.
And still going strong, Neil Wagner. I saw in the Plunket Shield, took another 5 just a couple of days ago. Here is Bryden Cast once more, thundering in, straight approach, outside the off stump, left alone by Will Young. And only once, I can recall, tell me if I've got this wrong, only once was Neil Wagner's short ball theory really collared. And you'll remember this, 18 months ago at Mount Maunganui by England. Do you remember his first 6 overs went for 60s, going for 10s?
England were flat batting him straight over the side screen. I mean, Harry Brook was standing there baseball style, waiting for the short ball, just a flat bat. So England had a plan. That's what this England side do. They came with a plan to nullify your best bowler. They were basically saying, yeah, we can't get out the way with it, so we're just going to hit it.
Here is Cast once again, right into the block hole here, but nicely played by Will Young, straight back to the bowler. In the first over of the second day, when England resumed, Joe Root, first over of the day, Wagner bowling, he stepped inside one and just basically helped it over fine leg for 6.
That was the thing. It seemed to be England's plan. If he's going to bowl short, and we're not going to, there's no way of ducking and bobbing and weaving. So how do we combat that? Well, the way we combat that, if you're a right-hander and it's on your your left side, England were looking to hit it for 6 over fine leg. If it was outside your eye line and outside off stump, they were trying to, as a right-hander, they were trying to flat bat it over the top of the side screen. So it was only 2 or 3 areas where England were trying to hit it, but they had a plan on how to combat what Neil Wagner's strengths were.
Stokes from the city end outside the off stump, left alone by Latham again. 60 for none.
The whole idea of the plan from Wagner is to create uncertainty with the batter, get them, you know, in 2 minds whether they're going to play or not. And again, having a couple of Kiwis in the coaching staff there, they just gave the English batsmen the freedom just to take it on and make their minds as clear as possible. You know, no indecision. If you want to hit it, you hit it. If you want to duck it, you duck it.
Here is Stokes once again, and Latham now push drives through the offside. Beautiful shot, deserves 4, and I think will get 4 across this magnificently manicured outfield. It is very lush, so it's not bowling green speed, but it's or putting green speed, but it's I tell you what, it's still registered pretty good on the stimp meter.
Yeah, again, just slightly over pitch there from Stokes from around the wicket, and Tom Latham, as soon as he gets the ball in the area that he likes, he's really trying his best to take advantage of it, and he just pushed and leant on that, timed it nicely through the covers for 4.
Latham 24 now, Will Young 25. New Zealand asked to bat first at the toss, 64 without loss. Stokes in again round the wicket to Latham, and he's left it alone. Ollie Pope takes behind. Joe Root now has the ball in his hands, and he's working animatedly on it. Is he the designated ball maintenance man?
Yes, he is. Ball maintenance man has always been Joe Root in this side. I think it was Sir Alistair Cook before him. When Cookie was around, Marcus Trescothick in our time, when you could put saliva on the ball.
Just you've reduced to sweat now, aren't you? Here's Stokes once again. Latham leaves alone once more outside the off stump. There's this bizarre theory, a totally bizarre theory, that back sweat is more effective than any other sorts of sweat.
Back sweat?
You're obviously not familiar with that, but you see some players like rubbing the ball on their back. There's this completely nonsensical belief that sweat from your back is more effective.
You just sweat more on your back.
Oh, is that what it is?
Got no idea. I've never seen that one.
Here's Stokes again, bowls to Latham, plays defensively, pushing up towards mid-off, no run.
We always had Trez because, I mean, we had a theory that, you know, the sweet, the Murray Mint sweet was the one that, you know, the saliva from having that, eating them, would make the ball swing that little bit more and utilise the shiny side that little bit heavier. So we give it to Trez because he was the one that ate the most sweets, and he was very, very good at both eating sweets and
polishing the ball.
Polishing the ball. He was brilliant.
It creates an artificial varnish, doesn't it? Stokes again, that was a quick delivery. It looked quick anyway. 134 kilometres an hour, 19 overs gone. 64 without loss. Very good start indeed from New Zealand. Another word from Steve Harmison or Anton Devcich, and then it'll be John Norman for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, we need to do something with the ball, and it's not about shining it or getting sweat on it. I think it's to get it in a consistent area, Anton. I think England have been a little bit hit and miss with the areas, not consistent, putting 2 and 3, 4 balls in the same area to really challenge Tom Latham and Will Young. Whenever the ball's been overpitched, they've cashed in.
Yeah, they have, and credit must go to the New Zealand batters. They've actually controlled the length in terms of their shot selection really well. Anything slightly overpitched, and they've tried at least to pounce on it and take advantage. Where the hardling stuff, they've tended just to let it go through to the keeper.
Here come England, and beaten this time is Will Young past the inside edge. 64 without loss. New Zealand off to their best start of the series, and this was Will Young beaten on the drive, a touch flat-footed. I'm not sure it was quite there to be driven. Either way, it's beating the bat by some distance. Good afternoon to you both. A rarity is coming up. I'm not going to dwell on it because it's not fair, but well, it might be fair. Either way, Manners has just made I would say, I'm going to correct Manners for the first time in 6 years. Oh, yeah. Flawed research from Neil Manthorp, who was up late into the night, didn't come out for dinner. He needed to do his prep. Will Young, a really upright stance, and this time waits for the ball to reach him rather than coming forward and trying to play through the covers. Kane Williamson's record at Hamilton.
34, he says.
No, add up.
So his current average over 106 test matches or whatever it is 54.
Up.
So has he got the 3 mixed up with an 8?
Up.
94.
94.
94.
It's his.
So he just didn't finish the top
the 3.
Part of the 3,
yeah,
did he?
Add plus 10, plus a bit of Goffey tax.
94. That's a good average.
Will Young facing up, pitched up by Bryden Cast, driven back to the bowler, who doesn't feel cleanly, shapes to throw the stumps down. He loves to get into the battle, doesn't he, Cast?
Yeah. Not so much switches at home. I don't think he has to sort of get him into that position to get his game in tune. But if there's a fight to be had, I think Bryden's quite happily, throwing his hat in the ring and throwing his 10 pence in the meter to really get his beans going. He enjoys the battle with Daryl Mitchell, because I think Daryl Mitchell takes him on, which is good. I think Tom Latham and Will Young will just let him fight by himself at this moment in time, because I think that's what he's doing. He's just fighting himself.
Yeah, he's just in his bubble, isn't he, Will Young? Down the leg side, taken by Ollie Pope behind the stumps. Didn't Ollie Pope kept here in 2019, I think. Either way, it's 64 without loss. Yeah, Will Young is a bubble player, isn't he? It's very difficult to get into his head. I've been impressed by the way he's gone about his innings, actually. Down the track against Matthew Potts after 3 or 4 overs. He's been very strong on the drive.
I think Bryden Cast would have played with Will Young at Durham. Sure, they would have been there at the same time. Whether they played a natural first-class match together, I'm not sure. But they would have been at the same time.
Cast it in again, and again it's pitched up, driven. This is going to race away to the boundary at long on, just in front of us. And it's fielded by Rayan Ahmed, one of the substitute fielders. That's exactly what I'm talking about. He's been very strong in the V, predominantly through extra cover, but he's driving straight there. And if Cast is having a little bit of a battle with himself and trying to have a battle with the player, that's just going to continue. Yeah, Kane Williamson's record here is extraordinarily good, 94, but he's actually scored more runs at Wellington. So, but no sight of Williamson yet, because it's all about Will Young, who's 29, took a while to get going, and Tom Latham is 24, neither going at a strike rate that Crawley and Duckett would go for. Short and on the pull, beaten past the outside edge this time. He's touched too soon onto the shot, is Will Young.
Yeah, Will Young's been exceptionally good at just playing within his little box, really, and when he's got opportunities, he's pounced. So, you know, he's just got to do it for another 2 sessions. That's the challenge in Test cricket, isn't it?
Well, it is, but it's knowing your game as well. He knows his scoring areas, he knows his shots, he knows a fair amount about England. I mean, it's as you say, it's not just about playing for the same team. He would have come up against a lot of these players in county cricket. I know they don't all play a huge amount of county cricket, but that familiarity that just comes with being, you know, 12, 13 years into your career. I suppose he's probably at a stage where he doesn't allow himself to get too high and he doesn't allow himself to get too low. It's not quite a free hit. Stokes is in, driven by Tom Latham. This is perhaps his shot of the day. Really compact movement there from Latham, who just comes forward. It's more of a push drive than anything. There's certainly no flourish. There's few flourishes about Tom Latham's batting style, and this shot is a case in point. Just presents the bat, allows the bat to come onto the ball, to come onto the bat, and then it's just timed sweetly past Stokes, and Latham just doesn't bother moving out of his crease. This is away for 4, 72 without loss. What's the follow-up? Well, it's over-pitched and on the pads of Latham from Stokes, clipped through mid-wicket. 2 fielders after the ball, and the ball's going to win. More runs for New Zealand. Moved to 76 now without loss at the start of the 21st over.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Carter's last over as well, the length looked to be a little bit fuller, and the first couple of balls that Stokes has bowled here have been slightly fuller. So I'm wondering whether they've recognised that they are a little bit short, and they need to attack those stumps a little bit more. I mean, the good thing is New Zealand are playing shots to those deliveries, so it opens opportunities to take wickets.
Yeah, it does, and this slip cordon is still heavily populated, left alone this time by Latham. Stokes continuing. He's bowled 5 overs this morning, or this is midway point of the 5th. Potts and Atkinson opening up the bowling. Garth's first change. Stokes went through quite a warm-up earlier. But as you say, pitch it up. They've got 3 slips, a couple of gullies and a point, backward point. So there are runs on offer to New Zealand, but also playing outside off stump with the peril. This is push to point this time from Latham. He's 32 and Young 29.
Well, it's just great to see Stokes with the ball in hand so early in the game.
Well, it's great to see him bowl.
Yeah.
He missed a lot of cricket in the last couple of years, and he's been able to bat. He missed a series entirely against Sri Lanka, but there's an England team with a fully fit Ben Stokes, and there's an England team without. So this one is left alone by Latham, and there's a huge difference in result and balance, as you'd imagine.
Well, it looks as though he's actually running in hard and hitting the crease hard, which is probably something that his body hasn't allowed him to do for a number of months or maybe even into the years. So, you know, just seeing him with ball in hand early in a Test match is a great sight for England, and you're right, it does help them with their balance.
You just want to see the best players play, and very often in Test cricket these days you don't see that. It's left alone again by Latham on a length, and just touch of movement away from the left-hander. If you're joining us here on talkSPORT 2, Neil Manthorp's going to be sitting down with the CEO of the ECB, Richard Gould, at lunch. So get your questions in via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel for chat facility, or via Twitter or X at cricket_TS. We've got some questions in already. They're not all about the 100, but quite a few of them are. New Zealand have gone a very different way with their not franchise cricket, with their T20 cricket, haven't they? They've kept the Super Smash pretty much as it has always been. Local players, all the teams affiliated to existing teams, played up and around the country. I don't think there's an eliminator, or I might be wrong. Is there an eliminator? Have they brought that in? So top 4 go through IPL style. Top 3, is it? So what, second and third play off to play the... I can deal with that.
Yeah, it has stayed the same. There was a period of time when the Champions League was being played and the winner of the competition went through the final.
Auckland Aces played in that, didn't they? Otago Volts. 3 slips and a gully in place as Matthew Potts is replacing Bryden Cast at the Tim Southee end, and the first ball is punched into the covers by Will Young, coming forward and playing with the full face of the bat. 76 without loss, New Zealand.
During that period, New Zealand cricket did allow overseas professionals to come over, and I remember the Otago team that went to the Champions League. It was a star-studded lineup. They had Brendan McCullum, Nathan McCullum, Hamish Rutherford. They had a couple of overseas pros as well.
Sam Curran was the overseas pro for Auckland, I think. Bounce this time from Matthew Potts, and this surprises Will Young, trying to come forward, hitting high on the bat. His hand actually comes off the bat handle. He wasn't expecting that, and that's just a sign of Matthew Potts' bowling style, banging it into the pitch and just trying to get whatever life is in there.
Yeah, Northern Districts here, we had Chris Jordan as well, alongside James Foster, the wicketkeeper. Great man he is.
James Foster's done coaching, isn't he, in New Zealand? Here's Potts again. Oh, I tell you what, this isn't far from an inside edge. Back onto the stumps from Will Young. He's coming forward and trying to defend on-off stump. And the ball has just deflected down onto the crease line and has bounced. Was that over the stumps?
Yeah, a change of ends here for Matthew Potts, and the line that he's bowled initially has been great. He's been asking the batter to make some very tough questions. He wanted to play that, and then late he decided to pull out of it, which it has gone over the stumps.
Haven't been too many moments, half chances, but that was certainly a nervy moment for Will Young, as pitched up again, this time resolutely forward comes Will Young. Anton's going to head off. Thank you so much for the last hour. Anton Devcich will be back in the afternoon session. He'll be hoping he'll still be commentating on Tom Latham, who's 32, Will Young, who's 29. 3 slips in the gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-wicket, mid-on. Fine leg, the only fielder out on the boundary. As forward on the drive comes Young, uppish, and driven square up through vacant gully and away to the boundary for another 4. Matthew Potts is asking some questions from the Tim Southee end. There's a rueful smile on the face of both Will Young and the bowler Matthew Potts. This was another false shot. Will Young, who has been very strong on the drive, but his 2 nervy moments, beaten past the inside edge, Bryden Cast on that occasion, and this time driving uppishly down to the 3rd boundary for 4. Potts again, outside edge from the bat, and Will Young's going to get another 4. Wasn't in control of this shot either. That's gone through vacant 1st slip, 4th slip. A dive from 3rd slip. And Katey Martin, who is new to the commentary box on day 1. Fortune going the way of New Zealand. But we're seeing some punches being thrown for perhaps on the first times in this test series so far, and it's paying off. 84 without loss.
Yeah, what an intriguing morning. England winning the toss and putting New Zealand in. I don't think it's got that same pace that we've seen in that Wellington wicket. Will Young's playing beautifully. Known to get nicked out a few times, but he looks like he's playing a lot tighter today. He's just allowing the ball to come. A couple of shuffles down to get at the bowlers, and probably more inconsistent the bowlers today than we've seen all series.
Here is Stokes, and he beats Latham with an absolute beauty. Touch wider on the crease, angling the ball into the left-handed Latham, who's coming forward, playing the line. He's beaten past the outside edge. And that's fine for the batter. you give that to the bowler, wouldn't you? It's when you start chasing or pushing, prodding, or trying to get the bat to meet the ball rather than waiting for it. It takes the edge, then you just have to say good ball and you walk off, but still there. Around the wicket, continuing, is Stokes. This is a touch too short, and Latham would just let that one go through. Are you well?
Yeah, good. What an incredible spot you guys have up here. You sort
amazing.
of feel like you're sitting in the crowd.
Well, Daniel McHardy came into the commentary box early. He said, I didn't realise you wielded so much power. I said to him, well, it's taken you a year and a half now, finally. But yeah, the windows are open. And it actually feels like we're commentating on one of these grassy banks that we go on about so much. Stokes again. Latham beaten again. Neither forward nor maintain his position. This is good stuff from England, but once again, Latham just playing the line.
Yeah, both players aren't necessarily as prodding or pushing out that we've seen from a lot of New Zealand's top orders this series. Tom Latham very much has allowed the ball to come. He's played it nice and late. This time he just brings his bat inside the line. Says not an edge on this occasion, thank you. We've seen so many caught behind throughout the whole series from these New Zealand top order players.
Here is Stokes again. He's continuing to operate quite wide of the crease, probing away around off stump, forcing Latham to play whenever possible. Gary Morgan's just messaged us. Will Young has hit 24 of his 37 runs have come from the cover drive, or the straight drive, or any drive. So that's what they always say, your greatest strength can also prove to be your downfall. Can't put away the drive, it's how he scores his runs, but every now and again, a little bit of lateral movement. This is down the leg side, and Stokes is annoyed with himself because he's got into a good little routine here. He's got a good spell, pressure on Latham, and fortunate actually that it was straight enough to be fielded. We've seen a few travelling down here to the fine leg boundary. Extras has been kept employed.
I think Will Young has a knack of is actually getting nicked down leg side.
I remember Dom Sibley, former England opener, used to suffer from that. On the pads, and Latham is forward, clipping this length delivery straight to Zach Crawley at square leg. That's the end of the over. I think Garth is about to come in. It's going to be joining Katey Martin, but yeah, I mean, it's 20 minutes away from being New Zealand's best session with the bat. They had a couple of good sessions with the ball, but for a word from Katey, it'll be Garth Galloway.
It's actually been New Zealand's best opening partnership in 28 innings. So it just shows the struggles that not just this New Zealand side have had, but also England as well. Highest opening partnership in this Test series before today was 18, which is unbelievable.
Hello, Katey.
You turn the microphone around, Garth.
Oh, yeah, that's good. At first, good start. Here's Potts bowling. I think I've got the right bowler and the right batsman. Young pushes into the offside. I'm very pleased. I lost my phone yesterday, Katey, and I've been reunited with it, and it's been a difficult 12 or so hours. It's got a few cracks on it, yeah.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to get into it, but if you actually look at it, you might be able to see it on the YouTube channel. There's so many cracks through it, and there's like bubble holes through it as well. So, come on, Dad, sort your phone out.
Here's Potts bowling to Young, the Barmy Army. The bugle is playing, and Young is playing as well, pushing it to Stokes to cover. Good morning for New Zealand. These two have batted together in 21 innings, and their average partnership 28.28. So they're well above that now at 84 without loss. Interesting decision by Ben Stokes to decide to bowl first. I think in the Sport Nation commentary box, the feeling was it's a bat first pitch, and talking to Carl Johnson, the groundsman, he was saying the same thing. England just haven't quite found their length, and I think the left-handed, right-handed combinations help New Zealand a bit. Here's a lovely delivery from Potts, who finds his length perfectly, and it seemed to just leap a little bit and move away. Young beaten outside the off stump.
Well, there's that sort of green live grass, but very thin in terms of the live grass. So there has been some that have taken off past the shoulder of the bat, whereas others have tended to stay a little bit lower through to Ollie Pope as a keeper. So sort of talk about his thatching. I know Jerry Coney, he is the pitch guru. Just where there's that live grass mixed in with the dead grass. I think looking at this, there probably will be a little bit of turn as well.
Potts bowls, and Young is removing his bottom hand off the bat as the ball perhaps surprising him perhaps a little bit with bounce again. 85 without loss with the single. Just awkward from Young on that occasion. The field now switching over for the left-hander. Yeah, I think it'll take... talking to Carl Johnson, again, the groundsman, just to remind our listeners, he's really keen to see if he... So it's a bit drier, this pitch, than the one where they played South Africa earlier this year. And he's really keen to see if he can get it to crack up and distort a little bit in that way, talking about the fact that in New Zealand, with the first-class pitches here, he said they've got close to it, and then they've had rain, and plays stopped the play. But he thinks it might. That's if it lasts long enough, of course. But it'll be nice to see Bashir bowling on here. I think he'll get bounce in any case, and hopefully a little bit of turn as Potts bowls outside the off stump, going around the wicket to Latham, no shot.
It definitely is a wicket that bounces. Seen Ish Sodhi bowl here, and he, as a leg spinner for New Zealand in white ball cricket, he's definitely got a bit of extra bounce. And Mitch Satner, he's quite a high release bowler as well as Bashir, so I've got no doubt that there's going to be some turn, especially with that thicker grass on top as well. It does tend to sit in that and bounce. I just feel this ground as a batter is one that typically hits you higher on the blade against the spin.
So Ben Stokes won the toss and put New Zealand in. Potts is in his 8th over. 1 ball remaining in the 8th over. None for 26. Atkinson 5 overs, none for 13. Cass 5 overs, 1 for 17. Around the wicket from Potts again, and it's through to Pope with no shot. And Stokes 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. 24 overs have been bowled. We've got 16 minutes until lunch on the first day of the 3rd test here at Seton Park in Hamilton, New Zealand. 85 without loss. Latham 32, Young 38, and I know that it's almost a truism in cricket when we talk about it, but with Conway having left the New Zealand setup, and we wish him all the very best, he and his wife expecting their first child, always a wonderful moment in life, but the right-hander Young has come in, and it's almost cliche, but I do think England have struggled a bit with the right-hand, left-hand combination.
You felt like they were able to settle in, although I guess saying that the opening stands haven't been too much. So you were seeing Kane Williamson in a number of occasions. But yeah, you also Potts coming in for Wokes, and I thought Wokes had been outstanding. This is his best ever away test series as well. So just that sort of change in personnel.
Here's Stokes. 3 slips in a gully. Bowling to Young. England searching for a wicket before lunch. Young lets the ball go outside the off stump.
Well, the good news actually is Devon Conway and his wife Kim did have a baby girl a couple of days ago, Olivia.
Fantastic.
So congratulations to Devon and Kim on their first baby.
Oh, that's wonderful news. I hadn't caught up with that. Excellent. Oh, well, they'll no doubt be enjoying all of the things that come with that, the sleepless nights and so on, Katey, but also the joy. They won't know tiredness like it. Here's...
you boys always talk about the sleepless nights. You sleep right through it.
Here's Stokes bowling, and this is played into the onside by Young. Well, we had 3 under 3.5, so that was quite good going by my wife. I don't think we've ever recovered from the sleep deprivation, or you never get your sleep back. I mean, it's a boring subject, but it doesn't matter.
I thought you were going to say it was more of a busy time for you than your wife.
Oh, well, I was
3 in 3 years.
I was, yeah, well, now we're on talkSPORT, so we don't go. We've got to be a little bit careful, Katey. Scott's looking at me nervously as to what might come out of my mouth. 85 without loss it is. It's cricket coming out. Here's Young turning the ball square of the wicket. I've got a couple of, the listeners practice law as well as have the joy of commentating cricket. One of our young solicitors has just had their first child, and he's coming in, and I'm so tired. And he just, you'll be all right. You'll get through it. And imagine what your poor wife's going through.
Look, a lot of the players in the Black Caps team have children, have young children as well, and so many families go on tour, which is such a special moment for those players. And I'm sure also sometimes you have a couple of extra rooms just to have some space.
Stokes bowls and Young defends. Well, it's lovely seeing young children with the players, isn't it? And the game's changed so much, obviously, in the time that you've been playing it. But I remember looking at very young Brendan McCullum playing club cricket for the university club against his father Stu, who was a good cricketer, played a number of games for Otago over a long period of time. And Brendan and Nathan, his brother, who played for Otago as well for years. Always at the game, little bruises they were. Here's good delivery from Stokes, drawing Young forward on the drive. Stokes fields on his follow through. 85 without loss. The over comes to an end. Stokes has bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16, one ball to come. But Brendan and Nathan, wandering around. You see where they got a lot of their character from, watching them with Stu, their father, who was a tough man. There was no nonsense. Brendan writing in his book about how he used to wake up on a Saturday morning and pull the curtains in Gustafton and South Dunedin and hope that in Dunedin there was sunshine. Not always the case, I can assure you. Here's Stokes bowling again. Young is getting hit in the pads. Pope tidies up behind the stumps. The end of the over this time, 85 without loss. Latham is 32. Young is 38. Stokes 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 16. And in the women's team, Katey, a few, obviously, Amy Satterthwaite and their Tahu having their child. Wonderful. Did their child travel with the team a bit?
Yeah, Grace was on the road pretty much when she was born. Obviously, Amy had some time out after that birth and then come back, and New Zealand cricket were quite hospitable around having a child around. Lauren Down as well has just recently had a child with her partner Carl, so he's been they call him a nanny, like a male nanny, but I'm like, you're actually called dad, but
yeah, you can't. I mean, it's like when your wife goes out and you say, I'm going to babysit the children. She says it's not possible to babysit your own children. As here's Latham coming forward, the ball balloons up in the air a little bit, and there's a dive at gully by Bethel, a desperate dive. Was certainly in the air and not far away from Bethel at all. A little bit of bounce for Latham, surprising him a little bit. I think Potts has been unlucky.
We've seen a couple of times actually bowling from this Tim Southee end. Just the ball being able to rear off and hit the shoulder of the bat. He's known for his extra bit of bounce. It looks like a wobble seam on that occasion. Just stands up and angled back in. Hit the top of the shoulder and then flew into that gully position. He's probably had limited opportunities. There was a player of 14 wickets when he debuted in 2022 against New Zealand and England. He's got a lot of successes. Kane Williamson got him out 3 times just for 3 runs, so I think he's desperate to say, I want to get 1 wicket to bring Kane in.
Here he is bowling, and Young is playing into the offside, back to the bowler. Yeah, well, this is just his 10th test. He's taken 31 wickets at a pretty healthy average, really. I mean, he looks like a good player. Seam bowler, but you've seen they've been looking to swing the ball every now and then as well. I think he looks, Stokes has obviously got an eye to the Indian series at home next year in the Ashes.
Quite interesting, actually. He talks about being so much in the moment as a captain, Ben Stokes, and felt he sort of let himself down when he talked about the Ashes.
3 slips in the gully, outside the off stump, no shot from Young.
Very much in the moment, and I think they've got 1 off test against Zimbabwe at home, and then they've got the 5 tests against India, and then the Ashes in Australia at the end of next year. So he sort of said this side, in a way, is the side that he's trying to build that depth and prepare them and understand who might be playing in those conditions, but sort of nipped himself in the bud and said there's still plenty of cricket before that.
He did. He said, I think I got ahead of myself a little bit. It was interesting, wasn't it? A check, a moment. But what I like about Ben, well, the many things I like about Ben Stokes is he says things as he sees it. He's not constrained, and he does speak openly and honestly, and I think it's a good thing. Here's a leave from Young, and of course the 3rd test between Australia and India in Brisbane starts in just half an hour's time. Everyone looking forward to that. Fantastic series so far, with Australia coming back and winning the 2nd test.
Who are you picking for that test? Looks quite green, Gabba wicket, actually.
Yeah, it does. I mean, a bit might depend on the top. Yeah, it's interesting. Talking to a few people, there's a real mixture of views. I mean, sentimentally, I'd love to see India. I think everyone in a way would, but I don't know. I think Australia at home, they're very hard to beat. A lot will depend, I think, on Smith and Labuschagne and whether they can get going. Here's a lovely drive from Young down the ground for 4. Just over pitched by Potts. Bashir gives chase, but it's all in vain, and a very fine shot indeed. He's driven well today, has Will Young. 90 without loss, and Young is now just sitting down on his haunches and rubbing his feet together, presumably possibly trying to remove a little bit of loose grass off the spikes. It's 1,000 runs in Test cricket for Will Young, so a nice milestone for him. Won't worry him. He's got 8 minutes to go, and he'll be very much focused on getting through to lunch. Last thing New Zealand want to do is lose a wicket, and this time is outside the off stump from Potts. No shot from Young. Again, his judgment and his knowledge of where his off stump is has been excellent. 90 without loss. Nothing wrong with the scoring rate either.
I think in the first 6 overs, New Zealand were 5.5 runs and over. I sort of thought England were batting there at the moment, but just every time England have over-pitched, New Zealand have really taken a toll. He's been so good down the ground, striking over 100 when the ball's over-pitched, as Will Young. He's that kind of guy where you go, he makes starts. He hasn't got 100 in his Test career yet, but he has made starts out in the 70s, 80s, 90s quite a few times.
Everyone desperate to see him included in this team. India have won the toss and will bowl. There's Latham playing a very poor shot outside the off stump, and Stokes just throws his head back as if to say, how did you not catch up with that? He followed. Latham looks, and they're going to, oh, hello, they're talking and wondering if Latham's got a little feather on it. They're going to review. So it's been taken cleanly by Pope. Latham really followed this one, Katey. He didn't have to play at it.
Yeah, just a wee fiddle away. Slightly shorter, maybe a couple of feet outside off stump.
Can we go to front on, please?
Latham's looked really good when he's let the ball come to him today. As soon as he's pushed his hands towards the ball, we see the technical problems.
I think that's been a difference for him today, just to lay the ball. Might have been a sound of sort of like the handle that goes past the ball.
Close to the bat, so we get an ultra edge when it's ready, please.
Looks like daylight between the bat and ball, doesn't it?
Edge coming up now, Hassan.
Yeah, I think it's daylight.
Just getting the bat there.
So Rod Tucker is the third umpire. The applause you hear are from the New Zealand fans who have just seen the image of Snicko up on the screen here at Seddon Park.
Your original decision of not out. Let you know when you're on screen.
And you're hearing now, Rod Tucker, now, third umpire, telling umpire Raza that he can stay with his original decision. The words that umpires love to hear.
This reminds me of Tim Southee's his last Test match, but his lack of ability in terms of referring DRS. He has a terrible record as a captain. I wonder if we'll see that memorable moment again in this Test series in his last one.
It's not. It makes for painful watching, doesn't it, seeing New Zealand going through there. They lost all 3 in the second innings of the last Test. Here's Latham caught on the pads, but he's going to pick up a leg by. It's drifting down the leg side, so there's no appeal. And we'll just see what the signal is from umpire Raza. He's got a wee edge on it. Yes, he has indeed. So he adds to his score 91 then without loss. Latham 34.
I feel like the umpiring has been really good in this series. The decisions generally have been correct. There's always that hum of the noise of the crowd around as well that does distract umpires, but I feel like they've been outstanding in terms of their decision making. Not too much pressure on the front pads, but a lot of edges.
Yeah, I agree. Umpire Raza standing in his 29th Test as Stokes bowls, and Young plays to mid-on. Umpire Holdstock in his 22nd Test, and Rod Tucker, enormously experienced with he stood in 91 and he's been the TV umpire. This is his 39th, so 130 Tests he's been involved in. It's an awful lot of cricket. And I think also, Katey, I know that we talk about umpires in a way being slightly protected by DRS, and so if there is a poor decision, it's corrected. But they're still judged on that first decision and whether they get it right or not. And I do think the standard of umpiring around the world has increased enormously. It's a difficult task and not for everyone. Here's Stokes bowling, and Young is just cramped up as that ball seams back and bounces a little bit. So just a few uncomfortable moments before lunch.
I almost feel like there's more pressure on the third umpire because you have the benefit of replays. Everybody's watching what's going on, and how often is it the 50-50 decisions about whether the ball has hit the grass when someone's caught it, or those close no ball decisions as well. So I think they're seeing a lot more in terms of the success of umpires by being able to have the benefit of the DRS, as we're looking at that Tom Latham one, which was given runs.
Stokes bowls and Young comes forward.
Yeah, on the replay, Garth, and it actually was, the impact was in line, and it was umpire's call in terms of hitting leg stump.
No edge?
No edge. So if they had have referred that, it would have stayed not out because it was given not out. But
And if they hadn't referred the ball before and got the decision against them, they may have referred. Interesting.
I think those with the bowlers coming around nowadays, actually umpires can give out a lot more because they feel more confident that it is going on to hit.
Stokes is over the wicket. Young is pushing onto the front foot. Stokes retrieves. And at the end of 27 overs, 91 without loss. Latham 34, Young 42. Stokes has bowled 8 overs, none for 17. And Matthew Potts replacing Chris Wokes in the England bowling lineup for this third test in Hamilton. Will bowl the last over before lunch.
Do you think more is given out nowadays because of the fact that they've got DRS on field?
Yeah, I do actually. I think probably. You know, I think some of the ones that you might consider to be marginal are given out where an umpire has confidence about it. And then on the replay, you'll see it's just nicking the top of leg. We have a lot of dismissals like that, Katey. And so I think the answer is yes. But I think it's probably given the umpires a lot more confidence in their decision-making as well, as this is outside the off-stump, no shot from Latham, if that makes sense. So, you know, having all the technology that they have now, I think their understanding of bounce and those sorts of things is much, much better.
I'm going to try and get a little technical on the stumps and DRS as much as I possibly can. If you think about, at home, if you think about the wickets, they're sort of rounded on the end, and then you've got the bail on top.
Yes, no, it's been like that since time immemorial.
I know, but when on DRS, it's actually a square.
Right.
That goes around the stump. So when you see the ball nicking the edge of the stumps.
Round the wicket is Potts, driven by Latham, driven well too, and just 2 runs he'll pick up as Cast rather clumsily falls over. Not particularly graceful from Bryden Cast, but an enthusiastic chase. 93 without loss, 4 balls remaining.
So when it does hit sort of that corner or the top of the outside of the stump and the bail, you see so many umpires calls there, but that's because there's the actual square on that corner. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
is that in English language?
That's why you're an expert and I'm a ball-by-ball commentator. I think it's a really good point, and I'm going to go away to the next one and have a good look at it. Here's Potts going around the wicket, no shot from Latham. Good leave.
Yes, I think that's why you probably see more that looks like it's actually hitting the stumps, whereas in reality, because you have that sort of gap at the end of the bail and then the top of the stumps, the technology suggests that there's more of that margin of error for umpires call.
I mean, I think DRS has been a great innovation for the game. I think accuracy is important. You know, nothing worse than being given out when you're not out, obviously. But the only concern I have about it, Katey, is the time it takes. And at times I feel like we're just rolling it back, particularly actually with catches in the outfield and slips. Here's Latham being tucked up a little bit, plays the ball to Bashir at mid-on. And I just feel sometimes umpires need to be a little bit more instinctive and trust their instincts and not watch something 5 times.
That's my biggest bugbear, is if you put your hand in grass, your hand side on an angle, your hand or your fingers would be in the grass, it would be down. So when you show a ball without being able to see the fingers, it would naturally look like the ball's hit the grass.
Yep.
But your hand is underneath the ball. And even if you think about that on some wickets they're risen up, so especially in Australia their wickets are a little bit higher, the wicket blocks higher.
Yeah.
So depending on the angle of the actual camera, it might actually look like it's touching the ground, but it's because of the wicket block has risen.
2 balls remaining before lunch. Potts around the wicket, close to the off stump, but Latham's judgment is good. Again, he doesn't play.
But I've got no doubt we're not going to resolve any of this.
Correct. It'll be
Common
carrying
sense
on.
in cricket doesn't often go hand in hand, does it?
But when you look, and we've been very critical of the England over rates and the New Zealand ones from time to time, but when they bring back and we say, well, we've had 13 or 12 overs bowled in this hour, and then they do the recalculation to into account time lost, it does make you realise just how much time is being taken up with DRS. And I think for the crowd, you know, it's a game that is for entertainment and so on, of course. I know the accuracy is important, but I do just think at times it takes too long. Here's the last ball before lunch, being bowled by Matthew Potts, the Durham fast bowler. Around the wicket he goes, full delivery. Latham drives and cast fields nicely in the covers. The end of the first session, day one in the third test. New Zealand trail 2-0, but they'll be very much happier with their morning's work here in a sultry Hamilton. Ben Stokes won the toss. New Zealand were asked to bat, and they go to stumps with Latham 36 not out. He's faced 86 balls and hit 4 boundaries. Young, coming into the side for Devon Conway, is on 42. He's faced 83 deliveries and hit 10 boundaries in that score. Potts, 10 overs, 1 maiden, none for 33. Atkinson, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Cass, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 17. Stokes, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. And Katey Martin, former New Zealand player. We haven't said this much in this series. New Zealand session.
Yeah, definitely New Zealand session after getting put into bat. I think that the right-hand, left-hand combination that you've touched on has played a part in terms of England just searching a little bit with the ball. They were short and then a little bit fuller earlier. Brought back nicely. Stokes has had to rotate his bowlers on a number of occasions and not those big long spells that we've seen because of the control they've had. So fantastic first session for New Zealand.
Those comments from former New Zealand cricketer Katey Martin. Coming up during the lunch break, we're joined by ECB CEO Richard Gould. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third test between New Zealand and England on talkSPORT 2 and talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Welcome back to Seddon Park in Hamilton. I'm delighted to say, as promised throughout the morning session, we're joined by ECB Chief Executive Richard Gould to talk all matters ECB and in fact world cricket and the 100, and some of your questions that you've been sending in to us as well. Richard, thank you very much indeed for your time. How long have you been in the country?
I've been in the country probably about 10 days now, 8 or 9 days. It's a great first time I've been out here for a test series. My mum and dad are here, and my dad used to do stuff on talkSPORT, so he's in the back of the box, which is fun. And my brother is also out here. He's a coach with a football coach with AFC Auckland, so he's headed off to Melbourne today for a game tomorrow in the A-League.
Bobby Gould is actually in the back of the commentary box. I'm not sure you can see him on the cricket YouTube channel. Richard, let's talk about some of the issues you were talking to the press about yesterday. There has been a lot of talking about the revised pay structure for the 100, and there's been criticism from the PCA, Professional Cricketers Association, interim chief executive Daryl Mitchell. So basically, to simplify, there are 6 bands, aren't there, in each franchise. The top band has seen an increase of the salary from £125,000 to £200,000. Band 2 has been increased from 100 to 120,000. But then, comparatively, minimal increases for bands 3, 4, 5 and 6. And I think it's fair to say that the PCA are saying that the English players will be the ones with the minimal increases, whereas the big overseas stars will get the big bucks, and they're not happy about that.
No, we work really closely with the PCA, and I can understand where some of the frustrations come from, because sometimes we have to make decisions which won't keep all of the members happy. We've got clearly both men and women that play in the 100 alongside each other. Last year we were able to put an increase into the women's side of about £800,000. There wasn't an increase in the men's side. This year we wanted to try and put additional revenue in. Now, you may be aware that we've got some investor discussions going on to bring additional investment into the 100, and when that happens, we think that the salaries will go up further notches. And so the approach this year is kind of an interim position to try and make sure that we can stay at the top of our game and continue to attract really good talent. In the women's game, we've been successful in the 100 in bringing many of the best players in the world, but that hasn't been replicated quite so much in the men's tournament. And therefore, when we're trying to get the best talent across the world, although I have to say a lot of the best talent is English talent at the moment. You know, there's 75 English qualified players that played in the franchise tournaments last year. Next best is Pakistan at 45. So, yeah, we're going to be paying more money to try and ensure that we retain and attract the best talent. We have to do that because we have to be fair to our broadcasters, our sponsors, our fans. If we don't have one of the best tournaments in the world, the whole game will suffer. So yeah, we've had to make some pretty tough decisions, but we're also very hopeful that when the investment lands, we're not counting our chickens yet, but when that lands, we'll have a whole host of new and exciting owners and initiatives that will allow further investment down the line.
I'm not holding Australia up as the example for everyone to follow, but it is a fascinating comparison that in Australia the Big Bash runs concurrently in the height of summer and it seems to be able to stand on its own 2 feet even when there are test series going on and the national team are playing. And in fact, many of the best Australian players, biggest name players, have played very little, and in some cases have never played in the Big Bash. So how do they manage it, and why are Cricket Australia still able, after all these years, to retain ownership of all their franchises, whereas the 100, it would appear, does need to be ring-fenced, and with no international cricket at the same time, and the franchises are going to be sold. So what is the difference?
I think it's fascinating when you look across the world. Each geography has its own unique way of doing things. The SAT-20 is a good example of that, what happens in the West Indies also. In England, Test cricket is by far and away the most valuable part of the game that we've got. and we want to have the availability of all of our best players playing in Test cricket. But there is crossover, significant crossover, and we don't want to deny our players the opportunity also to play in the 100, which can be very, very lucrative for them. And in addition to that is a really important part of our game going forward. The investment that's going to hopefully come in will effectively underwrite the county system, for example, I think for the next 20 to 25 years. It will allow a reduction in debt, it will allow investment in player pathways, investment in grounds, and all of that will feed back into to benefit the whole game.
So how do Australia do it? How does the Big Bash survive, and how does Cricket Australia manage to retain ownership of their franchises? And
I don't know if that's their strategy going forward. I understand that they might be looking at other options in terms of increasing geographical spread, but we recognise that we're in a global marketplace now. So if you look at other competitions that we are going up against in the English summer, whether they're in the United States or whether in the West Indies or in Sri Lanka, there are a whole plethora of other competitions, and we need to make sure that we defend our game, and frankly that we are the best tournament globally in our window, and to do that we want to bring in investors, and we've got some fascinating discussions. Clearly the excellence of the IPL, but also more globally, literally global leaders in sport from football to American sport, and for us it's very exciting if we can bring those sorts of partners into the game and take the game to other levels.
When you say protecting the English game, you're referring to the county championship?
Yeah, the county championship, but also the counties themselves. We've got a very strong recreational game in the country. 5,500 clubs. We see participation in English cricket growing largely through women and girls cricket, which is extremely important for us. So we've got a big pool of players out there, and then they generally come through the 18 counties, both men and women, that then take that talent to the next level. So we've got a really very, very strong pathway. We think in England that's a unique advantage for us, and frankly we want to invest more in it, and protecting our members and ensuring they're properly capitalised and have the right levels of investment so that they can take the game forward, we think is good.
So the non-issuing of non-objection certificates for players to go and play in tournaments around the world which clash with the English season is first of all, is it enforceable? We're talking about there's a number of tournaments, aren't there? I mean, there's the Pakistan Super League, although they've moved now to alongside the IPL, so that will clash with the early English season. There's Major League Cricket in the States. I don't suppose they'll be very happy about not having any access to English players. The CPL, Caribbean Premier League, I think also the Bangladesh Premier League. So you're saying that English county cricketers can't go and play in those tournaments apart from the IPL, and I know that the rest of the world sings or dances to the tune of the IPL. Obviously the players aren't particularly happy about that, are they?
No, there is a lot more nuance in the way that you've summarised it. We've issued over 80 non-objection certificates already this winter to allow players to go and play overseas, and we will continue doing that during the English summer, but we will protect our game. So a white ball player, for example, so generally you're either a white ball contract or you've got a multi-format contract. White ball contract players can go and play in other tournaments around the world in the English summer, provided they don't clash with our own tournaments, because our own tournaments are really important to us. And if we do, but however, if they choose not to have a contract with the county and they want to be a complete global freelance, that's fine. They can do that. They can do that too. But if they're contracted to play in our competitions, then we'd encourage them to play in our competitions. And so I think there will be more discussions that take place. You'll have a small handful of players who will be perhaps largely white ball specialists but have some red ball in their contract. Those are the discussions that will need to take place. You know, do they want to go and play in the PSL? If they do, then they just need to speak to their counties and work through. You know, have we got a white ball contract or is it a multi-format contract? Because, you know, unashamedly we are going to protect our championship as well. You know, we don't want to lose all of our. We don't want to lose a large swathe of players that are multi-format contracts. Perhaps players that have got the potential to go and play Test cricket later on down the line. We want to try and protect that.
I found myself going back to the Australian example, and I don't know how this happened, but it is intriguing. And as I say, I'm not holding them up to be the standard bearer. What has been really interesting there, though, is their identification of different markets, or trying to anyway, and establishing different media partners, rights issues, I suppose. So they've got free-to-air cricket. They've got 3 radio stations, and obviously there's a little bit of a vested interest here. talkSPORT would like to stay involved, but they've identified, or tried to, different sets of eyes and ears, and they've opened it up. Now I think there are 3 ball-by-ball services on radio and on television as well. As I said, they've got free-to-air. They have a mix between free-to-air and Fox TV. Is that a bid to stay financially healthy, or are they actually actively opening up the market, and is that something you would consider?
We want to get to the broadest and largest audience possible. Sometimes that will clash with the business models that you may see from broadcasters, whether that's, you know, with the ICC and their models or elsewhere. And I do find it interesting when you look around the world. You take India as a great example. Pay-per-view, paid broadcast is just not a thing in India. All of the money that's being generated for Indian cricket and indeed global cricket, by the time it trickles down, is all coming from the advertising market. Whereas in the UK and probably America, it's more subscription services that deliver that. But for us, it's important that we have a real mix. As I said earlier, I really enjoyed listening to the coverage on talkSPORT during the first test and previously, and I think talkSPORT does an amazing job and gets us out again to a perhaps sometimes a new and a different audience. And the more we can do that, the better. Clearly, though, that we have to raise money as well as a governing body. You know, there's no good being a governing body that's not able to financially support your members and your players. And so for us, it's just working through that balance.
I said that we talk global game as well, and of course, apart from the ECB, you do sit on the ICC Chief Executives Committee, and so what's happening with the Champions Trophy, and also your thoughts on the World Test Championship?
Yeah, the Champions Trophy due to take place in Pakistan early in the new year, and obviously there have been discussions as to whether India will travel. We're waiting for final announcement. There's been a little bit of media speculation in the last 6 or 7 hours or so, which seems to indicate that a hybrid model is about to be finally agreed and signed off, which would mean that some games are played in Pakistan and some games are played in Dubai, those concerning India. And that looks as if that's the most pragmatic solution. And look, we really need India and Pakistan playing in these tournaments because they generate so much worldwide and global interest. So we hope that hope we can find an adequate solution because they contribute so much.
And the World Test Championship, I mean, we've got this beautiful site in front of us at Seddon Park here with maybe it's my imagination, but there do seem to be a lot of families and children, young children, who come and watch Test cricket in New Zealand. Maybe it's because of the grass banks and just the setup of the stadiums, but it doesn't seem that, I mean, Test cricket's very well attended, best attended in England than anywhere else. But would you like to see more of a family environment at Test cricket in England?
I think when you look here, it's a really good family environment because you've got your grass banks and you've got place for the kids to roam, and some of them are jumping on the beanbags and then having a lovely day, and then going on the outfield, and it's wonderful to see. I think in England all of our Test match venues have got their own unique identity. There was a test match that finished earlier in the summer, finished in 2 days in England, and Lords were brave enough to let the crowd go out there. It's a slightly different issue when you've got north of 30,000 people in the ground. But I think the test attendances on this tour have been outstanding. I think the test game globally is in really good health. Everyone has been talking about the franchise tournaments pushing other things to the margins. That's not what we're seeing in Test cricket. India are playing Australia in a 5-test series in Australia for the first time in 28 years, something like that. We've got the World Test Championship to look forward to in the summer, which have been amazing occasions at the Keir Oval, and next year the final is going to be at Lords. That will be truly a great event.
The World Test Championship, it really intrigues me. You're listening to Richard Gould, by the way, the ECB Chief Executive. In my experience, and indeed it's not personal experience, it's what I've been told by, it's revitalised the game in countries like Sri Lanka, New Zealand, even the Caribbean, South Africa. And there is more of an interest in Test cricket than there's been for decades. Can you imagine if it was a league that people recognised and everyone played each other in the same number of games? Can you imagine what effect that might have?
Yes, but then pragmatism hits. What I find, again, fascinating is when we're talking about fitting all the various competitions in, the very first things that go in the long-term diary are the test matches between England, India and Australia. We have that forecast out beyond sort of 2031 now. That is the bedrock of global cricket. And all of the other tournaments, whether they're ICC or the various franchise tournaments, then have to fit in and around that. But the World Test Championship has its foibles, but I think it's a very good initiative. We'll always look to seek to refine it where we can to make it ever more competitive. But it results in an amazing final that every player would want to play in.
Final one, I think you probably need to go off, you've got other commitments. I think that even if there is still divided opinion about the men's 100, the women's 100 has been an unqualified success, I think, and probably is the leading women's tournament. The Independent Commission for Equity in Cricket, the ICEC, made a recommendation, I think it was a recommendation, that there should be equal pay by 2025. Is that, obviously that's not going to happen. I think the women's 100 teams are going to be paid in the region of 3 times, or earn 3 times less than the men. And the women's game is growing, I think, massively and quicker than ever before. Is equal pay on the radar?
We'd like to get there. That's where we want to get to. We want to demonstrate that the value in women's cricket and men's cricket can be and should be the same. And a lot of that will depend on our broadcast relationships and other elements going into the future. It is a long-term play. Back in 2019, we only had 18 professional women's players in England. Next year, we will have nearly 200 professional women's players. We're investing north of £35 million a year into the women's game. We're really excited about it. As I said, much of our participation is being driven forward by the women and girls game. And our next challenge, which we will succeed on, is to ensure that the commercial growth of the game also accelerates, and so we can catch up. But the women's 100 salaries when the competition started 4 years ago were top band of 15,000. It's now at 65,000. So £15,000 a week. We're proud that we're able to sort of lead not just cricket, but global women's team sport in that way. That's our ambition.
We've been asking our listeners and viewers for questions as well, and there are a couple. There are a couple which I'll leave till off air before.
Go on, be brave.
Okay. No, scheduling. Please ask Richard why he talks about protecting the county championship when half of it's played in the winter.
It's not obviously clearly played in the winter. I know what they're saying, in that it's pushed to the edges or perceived to be the edges. There is a 3.5 week window, 27-day period where the 100 is played, and that is played in August because that is focused at trying to bring in family environments. And the counties have decided that during that window they will prefer to play one-day cricket rather than championship cricket. What the counties play and when they play it is a reserved matter for the counties. So that's within their gift. I don't think, and those discussions will no doubt resume in the coming years.
Another one on the county championship and the streaming services. Is that a way that the county game can monetize it and stay healthy and perhaps even begin to thrive again?
Yeah, I think monetization of the streams is a little bit further down the line, but I'd recommend anybody, if you're sitting at home, or dare I say at work, and you want to follow your county team, then just stick on the streams. They're really good quality now. They've got multiple cameras, county championship. It's a great way of following your local county team.
Test cricket in the smaller nations, can it survive? I mean, I just said that in the smaller Test nations, the World Test Championship has given them something to play for. But long term, are you seeing a reduction in the number of Test playing countries? Can it survive in the Caribbean and other countries that lose Test cricket, that lose money playing Test cricket?
I think it comes back to their own model, and you see some member countries, and we've got over 100 member countries in the ICC now. And you see some, for most, T20 is the format of choice out of those 100. But Test cricket has a huge appeal, both for the players and spectators, because it is and is perceived rightly as being the ultimate form of the game, and so you can see why people want to play it. But I think, in truth, countries that want to be successful at Test cricket need to have sufficient resource to have a really good first-class red ball competition domestically. That's really important. You've got to build from the bottom up. I think Test cricket, you can't take shortcuts.
Some of our colleagues have been very cruel and have brought their lunch from the dining room into the commentary box. And it smells absolutely incredible. So I shall accompany you to the dining room, Richard. But before I go, I have to ask you whether you can still enjoy the game. And when you see a cover drive of classic purity from Zach Crawley, whether you still love the, with all that you have to deal with, being questioned by me and, you know, the racism inquiry and all of the supposedly negative or problematic issues that you have to deal with on a daily basis. Can you still just sit back and enjoy it?
Yes, at times, and you know, this is a good example. You know, it's such a great sport to watch. It's such a great sport to be at with friends and family. It's a real unifying element for communities. You look around us today, and you know the community of Hamilton has come out, and they've been ably supported by a very large travelling contingent from England, which itself, you know, the Barmy Army are amazing ambassadors for our sport. So yeah, I always make sure I can enjoy things. And the challenges are they're there, but they're really important for us to deal with. And you know, people love the sport. I love the sport, and we just want to make sure that it can be in the healthiest position going forward.
Thank you so much for your time. Let's go and feed ourselves. Thank you very much indeed. That's Richard Gould, the ECB Chief Executive, answering some of your questions, some of my questions, and some of the hard questions as well that won't go away in a hurry. It's lunchtime here at the wonderful Seddon Park in Hamilton. It's the third Test match, obviously. It's day one. It's lunchtime. New Zealand were asked to bat first, and they've reached a very impressive 93 without loss after 28 overs, with captain Tom Latham on 36 and fellow opener Will Young on 42. We'll take a short break and be back with you for the start of the second session in around about 5 or 6 minutes' time.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL. on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. Exclusive commentary of two colossal games, up to the nanosecond match reports and an action-packed post-match phone-in.
Sheer quality.
Big ticket Premier League football. You can't afford to miss.
An absolute corker.
Game day.
Today on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Back once again to Latham, full and straight, and clipped away through mid-wicket for the first boundary off the bat in this New Zealand innings. It's a lovely shot. Here is Potts again, driven through extra cover, and a half-diving stop from Bryden Cast at mid-arm. Dives and got fingertips to it, but is unable to take sufficient pace off it, and it reaches the boundary. It's a very good shot from Will Young.
Down the track again is Will Young. England will regret taking out fourth slip. We'll have to have a look to see if it's carried, but that's a genuine outside edge. Races to the boundary.
Driven on the up through the cover region. Long chase. Potts, good athlete. Oh, unfortunately for him, he gets there, tries to flick it back, but only touched it, and the ball then trickled painfully and hits the rope.
Cast again, short, wide, and cut for four by Will Young. Bryden Cast thundering away from us from the Tim Southee end, and that's driven beautifully by Will Young through extra cover for four. Pitched up just outside the off stump and handsomely put away to bring up the New Zealand 50. Stokes once again, and Latham now push drives through the offside. Beautiful shot, deserves four, and I think will get four.
Stokes is in, driven by Tom Latham. This is perhaps his shot of the day.
Here's a lovely drive from Young down the ground for four. Just over pitched by Potts. Bashir gives chase, but it's all in vain, and a very fine shot indeed. He's driven well today, has Will Young. 90 without loss. The end of the first session. They won in the third test. New Zealand trail 2-0, but they'll be very much happier with their morning's work here in a sultry Hamilton.
And that's how it sounded on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Greetings if you are just tuning in. Welcome back. If you listen to the first session, and don't go anywhere. I mean, what an interview between the CEO of the ECB, Richard Gould, with our very own Neil Manthorp in the lunch break. That will be available as a podcast on the following on feed, and also posted up on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We can talk about that in a minute. Steve Harmison alongside me for the next 20 minutes or so. We're a few minutes before the resumption. With Shoaib Bashir just practicing down in front of us. Expect him to bowl in this afternoon session. A wicketless one for New Zealand and England. 93 without loss at the lunch break. 28 overs bowled, Steve Harmison. 14 overs an hour. The first time England have managed that in the series so far. Tom Latham, 36 not out. He was dropped on 12. It was a real tough chance. Duckett diving to his right low. The ball would have bounced in front of second slip. Duckett had to go for it. Apart from that, Latham's been pretty much faultless, beaten out past the outside edge on a couple of occasions, but no more than you'd expect on the first morning of a test match when the opposition captain has asked you to bat. At the other end, Will Young, 42 not out. Took a while to get going, but never looked hurried and eased into his work as the session progressed. And what impressed me with him was the way he came down the track on a couple of occasions to Matthew Potts, who took the new ball alongside Gus Atkinson just to disrupt the line and the length of a touch, and took a couple of boundaries as well. He scored 10 boundaries in that morning session, by the way, Will Young. So he's 42 not out. Just a couple of heart-in-mouth moments for him. Bryden Cast bowling. There was an inside edge that bounced down and back over leg stump, and there was an airy half drive which saw the ball ballooning through vacant fourth slip and away to the boundary. But apart from that, certainly Will Young has impressed on his return to the side. England have utilised 4 bowlers. Matthew Potts has gone for 33 from his 10. Ben Stokes has bowled 8 overs for just 17. Gus Atkinson and Bryden Cast have both bowled 5 apiece. So here we are with Will Young and Tom Latham just resting on his bat in that Tom Latham style. That's how you think of Tom Latham, don't you? You don't think of him hitting a cricket shot. You think of him just kind of leaning on his cricket bat. But a good session for New Zealand, Steve Harmison, and England with a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, a little bit of work to do, but I mean, I thought the first hour of that session, England just slightly below, but I thought in that second hour, I thought maybe the footholds again, they got themselves in a better position, more consistent lines, more consistent lengths, asked a lot of questions. The one thing I think England have had in the first 2 test matches, they've carried the rub of the green that little bit more. Think of chop-ons and balls going to hand where just looped up in the air. I think New Zealand have carried that little bit of luck in the second session, which I think they deserved, because I think they batted very, very well. They left well on length, decision making. I thought Will Young's decision making and shot execution on the front foot was very, very good. So, and not for the want of trying for England, because I think they threw everything at New Zealand. I think New Zealand had the answers. One thing I will say though, John, on this surface, I mean, we're sitting here at 93 for none off 28 overs. After 35 overs, New Zealand could comfortably be 110 for 3, because I think there's something in this wicket. So that's what sure Ben Stokes has been saying in the interval, talking to the bowlers and making sure that they're still right on it. That last hour is the hour we want to continue into the next hour and make sure them areas that we've been hitting well, and if the chance comes, we take it, put pressure on the new batter, make it very, very difficult for the new batter to come in. So I don't think this is an easy wicket to start your innings on.
Well, the players just making their way out onto the field. It was interesting just how enthusiastic Ben Stokes' applause of his bowlers was at the end of that session. And now the England players actually in front of us. We are in a glorious position here at Seddon Park. The players just getting into a team huddle. We don't actually see England do that much, do we? It's not. I can't normally. No. I don't think of too many huddles. And you always think to yourself, what is it that they're saying out there in the huddle that they couldn't have just said in the dressing room? But still, interesting. The batters are out there. And Will Young just exchanging a little word. Is that with Stokes? Number 37. No, it's. Well, if who's number 37? Is that Atkinson? That's unusual for anyone to exchange a word with Atkinson. He doesn't usually say a great deal. I'm not saying it wasn't pleasant.
Could have been about your lunch. Your nice lunch there. Lamb was really good.
I wish I knew whether the.
Oh, you're not had any yet?
No, well, I was listening to the Richard Gould interview.
Yeah, it was a very, very good interview. That's why I brought me lunch up, so I listened to it.
Didn't stop your lunch, it just delayed it.
Well,
no, it didn't even delay it.
It just made us eat it in a different way, because I was trying my hardest not to slop gravy all over this white shirt, man.
Well, you're on TV here.
I think I succeeded.
Let's have a look. Yeah. Just about managed it.
But the lamb is lovely. I'm not going to tease you anymore, but lamb is lovely.
Yeah, my stomach's rumbling. 93 without loss here at Seddon Park then, Hamilton. The much derided Hamilton. It does get a bit of a kicking in this part of the world.
It does, but we've
got Anton.
I'm used to it, so I think it's all right. I think it's quite a nice place. River's good, golf course is fine, restaurants were good, as we had last night.
We did eat well last night. Atkinson to open up proceedings then. And first ball wraps Will Young on the pad. Was there an inside edge? The batter is just behind us. No, it didn't hit him via an inside edge, because the ball did loop up and mid-wicket came rushing in, but no connection there. Ball hitting Will Young high on the thigh pad. It's a beautiful scene here. We haven't seen the sun that we expected. It just came out during the lunch break. England will be quite happy for those clouds to just stay where they are, but there's not been lush movement. Atkinson again on the pads of Young and down the leg side, fielded by Ollie Pope behind the wicket. No run. So 93 without loss. That was New Zealand's session. Just a couple of minor bumps in the opening 2 hours of play. But, I mean, Ben Stokes at the toss suggesting that it was the overheads that kind of pushed him back towards the idea of bowling first. You were very confident at the start of play that England would bowl. You were very confident that whatever happened at the toss, New Zealand would be batting, and not for the first time. You've been proved completely accurate. As over the wicket, Atkinson is in again, and nice sound of the ball thwacking against the middle of Will Young's at bat as he plays. Coming forward, half forward really, getting on top of the bounce and playing it late. and back down the grounds.
I think that decision from Ben at the toss, what he said and why and the overhead conditions, probably would have suited Chris Wokes. I think that would have been an environment this morning when it was a bit more humid. Ball might have swung for Wokes.
It is humid here. It's hot as beaten past the inside edge. Will Young playing almost a half drive there, and not with a straight bat either. Jabbing the bat down as the ball passed the bat. Came close to getting an inside edge on a ball that just didn't get up as much as the batter expected.
Nipped back massively. See this again, it nips back massively through the git.
You're right, it's not the lack of bounce, it's actually, it ducks in. But that was lacking in foot movement there from Will Young. This time, straighter from Atkinson, and beats Will Young with pace, as well as another little bit of nip back into the right-handed batter. So good start from Gus Atkinson after the lunch break. Inside edge onto the pads, actually.
I think this is what I mean, John. I think it's very difficult to start your innings. Somebody coming in new, and that's been a 40-minute lunch break, but you have to start your innings again and get the movements going, consistent bounce of the pitch, and England got to get the ball in the right area and ask questions after the break.
Here is Atkinson again, dropped into the offside by Will Young, who rides the bounce on this occasion, gets firmly behind the ball, but a good over from England. Inroads need to be made. No Chris Wokes, it's Matthew Potts, who actually bowled very well from the Tim Southee end.
This is the end, I think, I would have said at the start he should have bowled at. I know Gus Atkinson he's got seniority with no Wokes in the team, and this is an end with a little bit of wind. There just seems to be a little bit more there's a little bit of an incline, a little slope here at Seddon Park, and the way Wokes, the way Potts bowls and that good length area he bowls, and the velocity he hits the pitch hard with, energy he puts on into the surface, just make the ball just stand up that little bit more and bounce up the hill. I think that was for the end, especially the way he runs in as well, all action from Potts. So I would have said this was the end I would have wanted him to bowl from.
It's going to be Bryden Cast opening up from the Tim Southee end just after the lunch break, and this is left alone from Tom Latham. Just shoulders, arms, lets the ball sail through. Bowling round the wicket with 3 slips, gully, backward point. Stokes is at extra cover, or just dropping back to mid-off. And we've got a leg gully with Shoaib Bashir at mid-wicket and a fielder out at deep backward square point. A deep backward square leg. As Cast turns and he's in round the wicket. Driving is Tom Latham. And you know when he's hit it sweetly is when he doesn't rush to get out from behind the crease. Just walks down the middle of the track, then takes a little hop to the right, completes a run that isn't needed, taps his bat at the non-striker's end, turns, punches the gloves with Will Young, and walks back to his mark. Latham moves to 40, and the score here at Seddon Park, 97 without loss.
Yeah, another good shot from Tom Latham. Latham and Young have been really good at hitting the ball down the ground, keeping their shape and hitting the ball back from where they've come from.
Mid-on and mid-off are up, as you'd expect. No change in the field. Beaten this time is Latham. Touch more bounce, effort delivery, bowling round the wicket. Forcing Latham to play, but not for the first time. Just happy to play inside the line, and he doesn't go prodding at a ball as it rushes past him. I mean, plenty of chatter about Devon Conway and Tom Blundell and Tim Southee. Tom Latham's form with the bat, the captain, of course, hasn't been terrific of late. As Casters bounds in again, strays onto the pads. And Latham will take 4 runs through mid-wicket. It wasn't a great delivery from Bryden Cast. Overpitched, and meat and drink for Tom Latham, moves to 44, and the score here at Seddon Park, New Zealand 100 runs on the board, 101 without loss, and runs coming from this Bryden Cast over.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're good form, poor form, or what. Yeah, you get a ball there. I mean, you'd be disappointed if you didn't put that away for 4.
Yeah, half volley from Cast. This time does find the outside edge of the bat, but Galloway can't dive to the right to stop it racing away to the boundary. 4 more to Latham. He's 48. New Zealand 105 without loss. 12 runs coming from Bryden Cast's first over after the lunch break. Now, we've seen Bryden Cast win games for England. We've seen Bryden Cast be on the losing side for England in Pakistan. It's been 2 back-to-back terrific test matches for the Durham man. Let's see how he responds here. England yet to pick up a wicket on day 1. Last ball of the over. Cast is in, short and left alone by Latham. End of the over. New Zealand 105 without loss.
Yeah, it's been an excellent partnership. 100 runs come up in that over, and this is what obviously Cast brings you. You can bowl the flat wickets where make something happen and get a wicket out of nothing. But the big thing from Cast's career, his first-class career, his runs per over is always expensive. So you have the strike bowler, you sometimes have to take that on the that hit on the chin. That your strike bowler can be expensive, and you know, it's only been that last over. He's only 6 overs into his spell, and looking at him there, the problems he had in Wellington, they haven't gone away. There hasn't been an extra 2 days and it's off. You know, his follow through there was cut short, so whatever problem he did have with his foot, it's still there.
Atkinson continuing, and again, Will Young is beaten on the pull. We'll have to have a little look. Did that move as much as the last time Will Young was beaten on the pull? It didn't. It was just a fraction straighter.
Pearce beats him. I think it's just done him for Pearce. Yeah, I think it's just done him for Pearce. I think what you're seeing as well is these back-to-back 3 back-to-back test matches. You're asking a lot out of, you know, Cast and Atkinson, but that there was just complete lack of pace on William.
Lack of pace rather than too much of it. Atkinson again, and this time gets a little bit more bounce. Drags the length back a touch. It climbs on Young, and I wonder whether we might see a bit of short stuff to Will Young, because kind of reacts as though he's surprised by that lift. And actually, it's him on the handle and the glove. So we shall see. Either way, Atkinson ready now. Continuing to bowl over the wicket. And there's an edge, and Young has been caught at second slip. And that's a good tumbling take from Harry Brook. The ball was dying on the fielder, and he's had to come forward and taken a good opportunity, low to the ground, two-handed, and Young's return to the New Zealand side has come to an end. England have struck. Third over after the lunch break. New Zealand 105 for 1.
Yeah, an excellent catch from Harry Brook, having to dive forward to about Duckett's half chance earlier, wouldn't have carried to second slip. A good innings from Young comes to an end. An excellent bit of bowling from Gus Atkinson. The ball before bounced and wrapped Will Young smack on the bottom hand glove. Takes his hand off the bat, took his hand out of the glove, shook his fingers for a little bit, and you have to do as a bowler is make the batter use his bat the very next ball. When you get a batter and you hit him on the inside thigh, or you might get one into the rib cage, or you get a good bouncer around the sort of earlobe, you make sure the batter plays with his bat the very, very next ball, because he's going to be tentative, because his weight's going to be back. And Gus Atkinson put the ball in a beautiful area and said to Will Young, you can't leave it, you have to play it. And he managed to nick it straight to Harry Brook at second slip.
So the first 100 opening stand in 31 innings for New Zealand has just come to an end, and that brings Kane Williamson to the crease. An incredible record here at Seddon Park, 1,414 runs at an average of 94. Was that a cheer?
Not 34.
Not 34. We're not going to mention it again. I wasn't going to mention it, Manners. I wasn't going to mention it. It's so rare for Manners to say something that isn't 100% accurate, but I wasn't going to mention it again. Here comes Atkinson, left alone from Williamson, touch too wide. And the former Black Cap skipper just lets that through. Did I hear a cheer as he walked out to... Was that a cheer for Williamson? Seemed to be a cheer as he... It was for Williamson. Anton Devcich, who'll be back on comms very shortly. Seemed to be a cheer, very un-New Zealand-like. As Williamson made his way out onto the field. We will be keeping you abreast of the action in the Border Gavaskar Trophy, where rain has intervened. Left alone again by Kane Williamson. Again, a touch too wide. And Atkinson will be maybe a little disappointed by this. Wants to make Kane Williamson play. Matthew Potts has got a terrific record against Kane Williamson. He made his debut against New Zealand, didn't he?
Yeah, he
in the home summer of 2022, was it the Bazball series?
Lords, I presented him with his cap.
Oh, there you go. I'm sure Gary Morgan will be able to give us a little bit more information about how often Matthew Potts has dismissed Kane Williamson. Too wide again from Atkinson, and Williamson, like the previous two balls, just leaves them alone. So Williamson's last 6 innings at Hamilton, wow, that is eye-watering. 200 not out, 4, 104 not out, 251, 43 and 133 not out. That's almost Steve Harmison at the Oval-esque.
He's due another 4 then.
I live my life by law of averages, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
I absolutely live my life by law of averages.
I mean, I struggle to live my life, but yeah.
You do
law
pretty
of
well.
Averages.
Round the wicket, Bryden Cars. Bowling to Tom Latham. There's been a wicket here, if you're just joining us on talkSPORT 2, as Latham steers this. Back of a length delivery by Cast to the left of Jacob Bethel, who's in the gully region. It's a good diving stop. And Williamson was halfway down the track. Just for a minute, I thought maybe Bethel had the chance to throw the stumps down at the striker's end, or indeed at the non-striker's end, but comfortable single taken. 106 for 1. Atkinson with the breakthrough. Sun also breaking through here at Seddon Park, where we can see as much blue sky now as we've seen all day. So important that England have got that breakthrough. The ball 31 overs old, and Stokes has brought another slip in. No leg slip for Williamson. They employed that throughout the series to Williamson, didn't they? But 4 slips in a gully point as Bryden Cars is going to bowl over the wicket to New Zealand's best bat, and he's in now. This is left alone, too short, too wide.
I think this is what Cast needs. He's a little bit hit and miss at this minute in time at length. Just keep an eye on him. When we looked at him in Wellington, carrying a little bit of an injury, he's trying to force himself to the crease, but he might just need this because he's had a good time against Kane Williamson. Not so much the dismissal point of view, but he's bowled really good areas, and he's troubled, New Zealand's all-time great.
Gary Morgan's just provided me with the stat. Matthew Potts versus Kane Williamson, 32 balls bowled. I just have to wait for a second as down the leg side, and Williamson tries to play at this, but just getting his line wrong. Here is Bryden Cast, seems to be battling with himself a touch. Matthew Potts versus Kane Williamson, 32 balls delivered for 3 runs scored by the batter, and Matthew Potts has dismissed Kane Williamson 3 times. So not quite Matt Henry to Zach Crawley, but still pretty good, and I'm sure the England team will know about that.
Kane Williamson, though, it's a special player.
Kane Williamson will definitely know. Still yet to get off the mark, hasn't actually laid the bat on the ball yet. Way too wide from Cars, and Williamson couldn't have played at this if he'd wanted to. That would have been a 1 day wide.
I think Cars is struggling here. I think
he is.
From a
What's
body,
his pace? Sorry,
body position.
He's bowling fast.
Yeah. He keeps going back to his mark, and he keeps holding his right arm keeps sort of just pushing at his right sort of right thigh, right hip flexor. I'm just wondering if there is a little bit of stiffness of what he's gone through in this series so far.
I'll bring it back to Wokes in a second. I think Manners is coming in shortly, but I do want to say one thing. Short wide and cracked through. Cover point by Kane Williamson. Gets off the mark with the boundary. New Zealand moved to 110 for 1. And Carter's troubles continue. That was an old school half tracker. And it's been dealt. He's got his 4 then, Williamson.
Yeah, he's got his 4. Hopefully Bryden can get the one in the right area. He's struggling a little bit from just from a little technical issue. His head's fallen away. His left side's gone. Left side's gone altogether. He's not holding his left side up at all. His left arm is not coming all the way through the sort of rotation panel. His left arm's getting stuck on the inside.
Last ball of the over, pitched up and placed to show Bashir at mid-wicket. So how can you go from one test match when you're bowling and everything's in sync to another test match where that's happening?
Because bowling isn't done by a machine or robots. I mean, the human element of bowling, John, is crazy. Really is. Your run-up can feel different. Your action can feel different. Arms and legs in the right and wrong place. How many times have you gone for a run, John, and you go, I feel $1 million today, I can run a bit faster. The next day you're stiff as anything.
This morning I went for a run and I was tiptoeing down the hills by the Waikato, that's
absolutely.
for sure.
So it's exactly like that. Speaking of running, here comes Manners. Well done, by the way. That was a very, very good, fascinating interview with the ECB chief exec. There were some good talking points in there. Very honest.
Wasn't he? Yeah. It's not completely on guard as Atkinson is in again outside the off stump to Latham. Lets that one go, and there's no run. And I appreciated his appreciation for talkSPORT, and he said he listened to us in Christchurch and enjoyed what we did, which was which of course he's going to say. He's been talking to me at lunchtime.
It's good to see his dad as well, Bobby, in the back of the box. Somebody very, very. I mean, talkSPORT listeners are used to hearing the voice of Bobby Gould. What a man! What a great, great man. He looked well as well.
Yes, he did. Here's Atkinson again to Latham. Pushes it away defensively, just blocks it. There's no run. When Latham 49, Williamson 4, 110 for 1. talkSPORT man, Bobby, as well.
Yeah,
Isn't
worked for talkSPORT. He's a big talkSPORT man. I mean, crazy gang. You sit next to him and you look at him, and many a sort of time in his company, and you look at how calm and collective and cool he is and comfortable he is, and that crazy gang of Wimbledon were just off the scale, weren't they? Bouncing around. Vinnie Jones, John Fashanu.
Oh, playing a miss outside the off stump. Bounce from Gus Atkinson, and that one's gone past about splice height of the bat there, but a genuine play and a miss. 32 and a half overs gone. Still some life in this ball and in the pitch. Grass banks on the far side of the ground, the city end of the ground now full. They're conspicuously fuller than they were in the morning session. Maybe one or two late arrivals. 110 for 1. England remain on the attack, looking for wickets. Searching, hunting. 3 slips in a gully. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket now. Atkinson again around the wicket. Latham is forward, pushing it defensively back to Gus Atkinson. I don't suppose Ed Atkinson's on the grass bank. Atkinson Senior, Gus's dad.
No, I think Richard Gould and Ed Atkinson probably had a similar lunch. It's a bit different to the one that me and you had.
I was very happy with that.
I was very happy with mine. Yeah, I was just making sure I didn't get it on me my shirt.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think they have less gravy in the executive suite? It was. That's a nightmare. That pristine white shirt and lamb and gravy. I'd have had it all over the place. Outside the off stump again, and there's no run. In fact, when I am doing television, Harmy, I'd have been tucking a napkin into the mid-top.
A bib, yeah. I mean, I'm sure my family are not listening. They'll be all very much asleep at this minute in time, but my wife does have a go at me whenever we have dinner and the plate's taken away and the majority of the food that was on the plate is now on the table. Most of it from ear to ear. But
I'm sure you're not in the Alan Brazil.
No, I tend to order a lot more food because I do spill it.
Here's Atkinson again down the leg side. It's glanced off the thigh pad, I'm guessing, off the off the hip, and there is premature applause, I think, for Tom Latham's 50, confirmed by umpire Hassan Raza, who stands on his left leg and raises his right, taps the knee, leg buys, confirmed. So Latham remains on 49, and all of the local supporters who are applauding the New Zealand captain's 50 have realised that it is premature. He remains 49 from 100 balls. Williamson on 4 from 8. 112 for 1 New Zealand. Kane Williamson at the crease, and one change in the team, if you haven't been made aware of that. Sorry, 2 changes actually, weren't there? One made several days ago when Devon Conway applied for and was given paternity leave. He's replaced by Will Young, and Mitchell Santner, the left arm spinner, all-rounder, coming into the team in place of Nathan Smith, a fast bowling all-rounder who played in the first 2 tests. Here's Bryden Cast once again, and that's left alone by Williamson. No, okay, he played at it. I think he's pretty sure he played at that one. I have a certain amount, it's as close as I'll get, Harmy, to having to knowing what a fast bowler feels like, because being a runner, I know what it's like when you've got a big blister on a toe and you just got to run through it. I mean, it's like 3 or 4 times his body weight going through that foot when he lands. So it's worse than running.
Yeah, it is worse than running. I think it's 8 times your body weight. That's what they say.
Is it 8 times?
8 times your body weight. So I'm pleased I'm not bowling anymore.
That's a lot of impact, isn't it? His cast again. Williamson drives beautifully, but can't pierce the field. It's Captain Ben Stokes who fields at mid-off.
The running bit's not the problem. It's the actual impact of land. And that's when you've got something which is bothering you in back-to-back-to-back test matches. It's always difficult to get the recover of that position, that wound or cut, whatever it is, just to settle down. It's like you graze your knee, or when your white ball tournament comes along, you graze your knee or graze your hip out in the deep. I mean, it sticks to your bed sheets for the next 4 weeks because you keep taking it off.
4 slips in a gully, cover mid-off, mid-on, long leg as Cast is in again, bowls to Williamson, plays defensively, pushing it out on the offside. There's no run once again. And the physio, there's a whole number of things they can do, but they can't take the pain away. I mean, you'd have that toe, it'd be strapped, and then that'll come off after about 3 overs. The strapping will come off and the bandage will come off. And
no anti-inflammatories can take the pain away either. You get any inflammation that normally is, that's what you get some pain. You take some painkillers, some anti-inflammatories, the pain goes away for a little bit, but when you've got an open wound, especially on a foot that you're going to land on, it is painful.
Here is Cast once again. Oh, hello, he's into his delivery stride, doesn't let go. Not sure what went wrong there, whether it was the toe, he just didn't let go. He went right through the delivery stride and the delivery action, actually. It was about 3/4 of the way through that he abandoned that. Something didn't feel right. Well, I don't think it, as we've been describing, virtually every delivery doesn't feel right in terms of the pain and discomfort that he's got. What is a contusion? I hear that word a lot. He's got a contusion on. Well, apparently Bryden Cast had a contusion. Is that just a big open burst blister, is it, or just a...
Yeah, you really, I mean, you've lost me there.
Here is Cast again, full and straight and driven by Williamson. That's a beautiful shot. Ben Stokes is chasing, but only to get back into his work after the lunch break. There we go. There, that's it's basically like a blood blister. Yeah. That's what it is. So it's bleeding under the skin.
I've understood that bit. You are talking to somebody who's got no GCSEs.
Well, when your physiotherapist said to you for the first time, Harmy, you've got a contusion on your toe, it would have gone straight over your head. Like
yeah.
I don't need to know what it's called. I know what it feels like.
I just know what it feels like.
4 slips in for England and a gully. Here's Cast again. Bowls. Williamson leaves alone outside the off stump.
You get them when you jam, don't you? A couple of times before my cricket career, I worked as a bricklayer for qualified in apprenticeship as a bricklayer, and you get them when you hammering away, and you miss the chisel. And you're trying to sort of cut the bricks to a certain height. And there's a couple of times I did do that, especially one on the left hand. I remember it missed the chisel, hit the finger. I mean, it hit the thumb, and a great big blood blister on the side of it. I mean, if you pop that, oh, Niagara Falls.
Little toe volcano. Here's Garth again, bowls to Williamson, and that's pushed firmly by Williamson straight back to the bowler, who tosses it to Ben Stokes alongside him, and the over comes to an end. It's 116 for 1 at Seddon Park, and it's an absolutely beautiful day. Not quite the clear blue skies that we had yesterday, but it's a beautiful day nonetheless. It is muggy. It's hot and humid, and the bowlers certainly will be feeling it. It's not the sun so much that is. It's more the humidity that I think is providing the discomfort. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's the lamb that's making me sweat. Anton Devcich is alongside me, the local man. Is it unusually humid today?
Nah, Hamilton, it is renowned for being humid. Quite a few of the teams from down south that come up here really do struggle with it when it gets like this, but it's just that little bit of cloud cover which is, I guess, contributing to that as well.
Gus Atkinson continues from the city end, and Tom Latham is forward and pushing defensively out towards mid-wicket. I don't know whether you were listening at the back there, but Harmy was talking about being a bricklayer, building, when he was 16, I think he was. I carried a hod once. I lasted an hour, and the foreman said, "Listen, son, you're better off making tea." He said, "Just get out of it, get out of the way." That was hard work. But the reason I mention it is because you went into the building trade when you stopped playing cricket.
Yeah, I did. It was either that or carry on playing, so I didn't know which was worse for me. To be fair.
Driven by Latham, no doubt about his 50 now, as Atkinson pitches up, and Latham delightfully places it wide of Stokes at mid-off for the 4 that does give him his half-century. Latham moves on to 53. That was his 8th boundary, 120 for 1. I always think Latham is at his absolute best when he's caressing the ball rather than hitting it.
Yeah, he's looked so still this whole innings, and he's really taken advantage of slightly over-pitch bowling, which I think's been a plan of them. They've left the hard length stuff alone, and they've really tried to capitalise on that fuller length bowling.
Here is Atkinson outside the off stump, left alone by Latham, and there's no run. So you stopped playing, what, 2-3 years ago? Are you 40 now?
Not quite, nearly.
And so you're now a qualified builder?
Yep, I managed to get myself through it. It was one of those situations where I just needed a little bit of direction after cricket, and one of my mates owned a building company. He said, "Come along," and then all of a sudden I'd done 2 years, and I thought I've gone too far to not get it done now, so I carried it on.
Here's Atkinson again. Latham back and across, tucks it out to square leg, fielded by Crawley, and there's no run. I've always been fascinated, but I've got to ask you this question, and I still don't know the answer to it. But could a man build a house, not a mansion? Let's call it a one-bedroom. Call it a 2-bedroom bungalow. Could a builder build that by himself if he had all the tools and equipment? So in other words, do the electrics, the plumbing, the sewage, fit the kitchen, bathroom. Could you do that? Could you build a 2-bedroom house by yourself? Here's Atkinson again to Latham. Edge! Don't know if it carried to 4th slip. Not sure. Duckett dived, got a hand to it. Looked like half volley to me. We'll know more from the replay. We'll get to the house in a minute. It was Ben Duckett diving to it. What do you think? It carried?
I think it's carried. It sort of died on Ben Duckett again. A little bit like the first edge Latham had when he was on 12. Just dying late on him, and he's had to go low into his left, which, yeah, it has carried. Again, his hand just hit the ground as the ball was trying to enter it.
Gee, it was difficult, wasn't it? But it did. You're quite right. Absolutely right. Matter of fact, that may have been an inch or two higher than the first one that he put down when Latham was on 12. Very difficult chance. But chance it was. Latham on 53 when that one went down. 4 slips remain in place as Atkinson is in again to Williamson. Plays defensively, and there's no run. 35 overs gone now. New Zealand 121 for 1 with Latham on 54. So Anton, Devcich, having played cricket around the world, I may have missed a few here, but I think Pakistan Super League, Caribbean. Did you play in the Blast?
No.
Which one am I
I
missing?
had a contract once there with John Wright, but I either got injured or New Zealand duty, so it was disappointing.
Which one did I miss? Bangladesh Premier League?
Didn't do Bangladesh, did the Afghan League, T10, Canada, Big Bash. Did most of them apart from probably the biggest one, the IPL.
Afghan Premier League, when it was in Kabul?
No, I went the
the
year
UAE,
after. Yeah.
okay. Shpegazi, was it? Was that what it was called? Here's Bryden Cast. Once again, he's into his delivery stride and goes through with the delivery, but doesn't let the ball go. He's clearly in significant discomfort, and he's just being bothered. So yeah, the Afghan Premier League was moved out of Kabul, wasn't it? There was a bomb.
It was, yeah. And
so you said, okay, it's in the UAE, I'll go.
Well, yeah, and I had a beard, and it was all good. I was happy to go anywhere, to be fair. So, no, it was a great tournament. The Afghan players are great people, and they're really good to learn from.
His Cast does let it go. Latham punches it up towards Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. So you played a lot of cricket then, and a lot of great experiences. The question is, could you build a 2-bedroom house by yourself?
Yeah, well, long answer short, I think you can. Not sure what the quality would be like, but yeah, long answer short, I think you could probably do it.
Including the roof, you'd need a helper.
You might need a helper, but I think you can get most of it done, especially if it's only a small house, and it'd obviously take you a longer period of time. But I think if you wanted to, you could probably get it done.
Fascinated by that. I don't know why. Here's Cast again to Latham. Tucks it nicely off his hip out towards square leg. Matty Potts does the fielding. Can't prevent the single. Latham 55. Kane Williamson 8. 122 for 1. Did you always open the batting for all of those teams? Dashing left-handed opener?
Not all of them. I could bet anywhere in the top 5, 6, let's say, but my best position was opening, pace on ball, especially in the slower environments. It was a little bit challenging at times coming through the middle because I didn't hit the ball, really far. But some of the West Indies guys that did that job so much better than me, it probably suited them better.
Cast again, short, pulled by Williamson, out towards square legs, hit it very nicely. Momentarily in the air, doesn't matter, nobody at square leg apart from the umpire Hassan Raza, and 4 runs to Williamson.
It's a beautiful shot from Williamson there. Cast just dropping slightly short. Williamson pivoting on that nicely. Probably not quite as high as what Cast would have liked to have got it. Sort of finished about throat height. Kane pounced on that, and he's got his innings underway really well here.
I'd say your beard is of very fine proportions now, but there was a time when it was absolutely luxuriant. It could have housed a family of birds, and you wouldn't have been able to see them. That's pushed away defensively by Williamson into the slip cordon along the ground. Is that when you were playing Afghan? Is that when you let it go?
It was around that time, yeah. Yeah, or the PSL, one of the two. I don't know, it was just more effective. Probably been a little bit lazy rather than wanting to keep it, but it's been a good place to store a few things over the years, that's for sure.
Are you a fan of Mark's beard? The killer?
He's added the hair to it as well, though, which makes it even more impressive. It's double dedication right there.
That is a lot of maintenance, isn't it?
Or lack of.
Here's Cast again. Williamson up onto his toes, pushes it up towards mid-off. Fielded again by Ben Stokes. It's the first time that we've seen England really have to work. I mean, it's only 35 overs. When they played in Multan, they had to bowl 130. But they know they've got a game on their hands.
Yeah, they do. It's and I guess when you go to Pakistan, you kind of expect that you're going to be out there for a period of time. The wickets are generally flat. Here in New Zealand, they've made pretty light work of the New Zealand batting lineup to date. So the fact that they're actually having to dig in is a good sign, and we'll see how they get through that.
Cast again to Williamson. It's amusing sometimes when the slip cordon appeal and the bowler doesn't. It's usually the bowler and the slip cordon who ignore him. But 36 overs gone, 126 for 1, Latham 55, Williamson 12. More on the dream house that Anton Devcich might be able to build by himself. And then Garth Galloway will take over from me.
Thank you. Score here, 126 for 1. New Zealand have really started well here in the second session, apart from losing that one wicket to Will Young, 38. They've started nicely again and making these English bowlers bowl. Good hard line and length, and if they miss, they're getting punished to the boundary.
Here is Atkinson around the wicket, bowling to Latham, who pushes forward into the offside. Stokes fields at mid-off. He's just doing some warming up. I think we might see Anton that Cast is taken out of the attack. I just feel that unusually, the first 2 overs after lunch, I felt he struggled for the first time in the series, and I thought Stokes might take him off. Then they've got to make Williamson play. I think Williamson's had a comfortable ride.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, he's definitely carrying something. I'm not sure whether it's his landing foot with his back foot when he's bowling, but something's not quite right there. But you're right, with Kane, you want to be testing him on length more so than line.
Early. The longer he's there, the harder it gets for the bowlers as Atkinson bowls outside the off stump. No shot from Latham. And Stokes is such a proactive captain. I thought that we would see that.
Yeah, with Kane in particular, you want to draw shots out of him early. If you bowl back of a length, hard length, he gets into his rhythm where he can hit the ball under his eyes, and then he just expands from there. But if you can get him coming forward, having to play forward with either a defensive shot or an attacking shot, there's not too many errors in Kane's game, but sometimes that can happen when early in his innings. He can be drawn out.
All batsmen, that moment at the start, you can hear our British listeners will be able to hear the singing, if you can call it that, through the sound effects microphone. Here's a delivery from Atkinson, which is good, and Latham goes back and then comes forward. They can just hear people, all they're singing is Tommy, Tommy Latham. There are no other lyrics. We're not great singers, not nearly as good as the Barmy Army, but we're trying hard.
Yeah, well, Barmy Army have been a little bit quiet. Maybe the heat's getting to them this early, or the last couple of games they've been, doused with sun. But you're correct. Yeah, the lyrics aren't overly hard, are they?
Nor the tune. Round the wicket is Atkinson in sunlight as Latham drives. It's a better shot from him as he waits, and it's an awkward one, bouncing a couple of times, and Stokes does well, fielding the ball at mid-off.
That's the impressive thing that Tom Latham's done today. He's really played within his areas. He's hit the ball late. The 2 edges that he has got have gone to ground or been low hard catches because he is playing the ball so late. If he's slightly out in front of his body, those catches again will go sort of knee height, waist height.
As soon as he tries to force it, he looks a different player. When he's waiting for the ball and playing late, he looks very compact, very comfortable. And that was a nice example there, just waiting and driving the ball to Stokes. Around the wicket comes Atkinson, and this is driven back to the bowler.
Yeah, and when we say waiting for the ball, it sounds so simple, but when you've got Atkinson running in bowling 130 to 140 kilometres an hour, as soon as he releases that ball, you sort of have a flinch reaction and you want to start moving because it's coming at you quickly. The real art in batting, and when these two are going well, they show it as being able to delay their bodies from moving for a fraction of a second before they execute this shot.
Years and years of experience in the case of Tom Latham. Around the wicket, Atkinson comes, and Latham will pick up a run, playing the ball off his hip to Crawley on the square leg boundary. 127 for 1, the end of the over. Latham 56, Williamson 12. You a golfer?
Try to be.
We had a hit yesterday at the St Andrews course here in Hamilton yesterday with Scott, the producer here, and Steve Harmison. That's a really lovely course.
Yeah, it's nice. It's 2 minutes away from the city centre as well, which is good. We've got some great courses around the Hamilton region, around the outskirts. You know, where Brendan McCullum lives in Matamata, about 35 minutes away. There's a sprinkling of golf courses around there as well, which we try to frequent as much as possible.
He was sending messages to me. Narawahia, he says, is good. Is it Tiki? Teiki?
Yeah.
That looks lovely. I was keen to play there, but they've just poured the greens.
Yeah, that's the new course. It's difficult, that one there. It's got the rough is rather long, so it's almost sort of got that linksy feel, but it's not. It's along the river, which is nice.
Well, we played with Steve Harmison. Now, if you've seen a ball cut as violently as Steve Harmison does, I must say he must go through a few packs. He never loses them, but they suffer such treatment as here's a ball down the leg side and taken by Pope. He starts up. You know, when I mean, normally the golf stance is side on, and Harmy is at about 45 degrees pointing left. And if there are trees, there are balls, he'll just set the ball away left, and it'll end up usually in the middle of the fairway.
That's music to my ears. Me and my son, St Andrews Golf Course is the hunting ground for golf balls. I take my son down there every Sunday, so hopefully he's left a few for my 6-year-old boy.
Doesn't lose many, but you'll never see a ball fly. I mean, here's the next ball is outside the off stump, no shot from Latham. I mean, people would say he hits it a long way, a very long way, but a lot of it is, it's going from left to right, so the distance is in there. Great fun though. How old's your son?
He's just a young fella, 6 years old, but he's getting into the. I'm trying to get him into golf, so I've got an excuse to get out there. To be fair,
there you go.
It's quite a selfish reason.
Well, we had three, not at all. It's a great reason. We had 3 under 3.5 children, and I. 20 years off, so just coming back into it a couple of years ago. It's a wonderful game and a great way to spend time with Steve and Scott, and we're going to go and have a hit at 6 o'clock in the morning on Monday, I think, try and get another 18 in. Here's Latham playing away from his body, another boundary. Good shot, I think he got over the top of it. We'll be able to tell on the replay. 131 for 1.
Again, yeah, a little bit of width there from Stokes. Short of a length and about 6th or 7th stump in width, and Latham's just thrown his hands through it. It has gone in the air, but it's gone quickly past Gully.
Yeah, Bethel in that position. He's an enthusiast, an athletic player, diving from side to side today. So Latham not in complete control of it, but picking his gap. You always often see batsmen now going hard at those balls, don't you? And particularly the ones that they like to get underneath and hit over the slips cordon and point. Here's Stokes going around the wicket to Latham. He's cramped up a little bit, playing the ball to Cast at mid-off.
It's an important part of the game now, and if you get a bad ball, you've got to trust yourself to hit it. And England do that so well. They turn good balls into singles, and when they get their opportunity, they hit it to the boundary. And when the bowler's walking back to his mark, you just don't get a freebie. You've got to be on your money every ball, otherwise you're going to get hurt.
And sensing that New Zealand at 131 for 1 still need an awful lot of runs against a very good batting side. And here's Latham taking off for a single. Crawley comes in from point. It was Williamson sending Latham back. The score remains 131 for 1. England, of course, they give you so much time because they score runs so quickly. And I think that this England batting lineup will thoroughly enjoy the conditions here in Hamilton. There's a little bit of bounce, the ball's coming on, and I think from the start of their innings they will be aggressive. Really, Ben Stokes saying in the media, I know they've won the series, but they really want to make sure it's 3-0. They don't want to let New Zealand off. And Latham and Williamson are rebuilding after the fall of Young's wicket for 42. Atkinson picking up the wicket. This is wide outside the off stump from Stokes. No shot.
Well, one thing we know is Seddon Park's not going to be big enough for any of the English batsmen. So they can have confidence if they want to take the game on. They can clear that rope, only getting 50% of it. So I imagine they'll be relatively aggressive.
Have you had a look during the series at Shoaib Bashir and enjoyed what you see?
Yeah, he's definitely a talented bowler, and he's got really nice variations. Being a tall bowler as well, it can be sometimes very hard as a batsman to pick up the trajectory of the ball. Mitchell Sitton is a little bit the same. You think he's flying the ball, but it's actually coming on at a different trajectory because they are a little bit taller. He's got a good arm ball. He's just got variations, and he's consistent enough to put batsmen under pressure for a long period of time.
Yeah, well, it's been lovely watching him, getting a chance, unusual as you'll know, Anton, having played so much cricket, and some of it in Christchurch, that to see Bashir picking up 4 wickets at the Hagley Oval in the first innings of a test match, when previously the most number of wickets by a New Zealand spinner there. Do you know the answer to that? Only 2. Kane Williamson.
Okay, interesting.
There you are, that well-known off-spinner. Is Potts coming back into the attack, and this is a short delivery outside the off-stump. No shot from the right-handed Williamson.
Did Ross Taylor get a wicket there in his
yes,
last
he did.
test?
He did.
Who was the other one?
He did. The Mark Craig.
Mark Craig
picked up a wicket. He was an off-spinner for our listeners in the UK, who played a few tests for New Zealand. The other one was Glenn Phillips. So you might say with Phillips, Williamson part-timers really, and Taylor a non-bowler. Good delivery from Potts this time. Sees Williamson squaring up a little bit, playing to Stokes rather, at short cover. 3 slips in the gully.
It's an interesting point, the spinner conversation here in New Zealand, isn't it? Like, first-class domestic cricket, you always play a spinner, maybe 2. And that might be because the batsmen haven't quite been accustomed to decent spin over the years. But in Test cricket, we tend to, I guess, go seamer heavy. Just think of Ajaz Patel. For the last 7 or 8 years, he's consistently taken 40, 45 plus wickets and Plunkett Shield. So who's to say that he can't do that at international level as well?
Bethel's been moved into a short cover now. Stokes is at a short mid-off as we see Williamson going back and across. Well, you know, I remember commentating the 2021 series, India-New Zealand from India, and that's the series where Ajaz Patel picked up 10 wickets in an innings, and then 4 in the second, 14 for the match. Incredible performance, really. And I said to Jeremy Coney at the time, you know, they're coming home, New Zealand, they'll play Bangladesh and South Africa at home, and he won't play in a home test. And sure enough, he didn't. And I just don't think we have enough courage to, I don't think we treat spin bowlers well. I don't think New Zealand play them particularly well. Here's Latham, Williamson onto the back foot. A shot of real authority as he gets a short delivery from Potts. And he pulls it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It's 135 for 1. Williamson into his stride. He's 16.
Again, Williamson just preying on length here, just short of a length, about belly button height, and he pulls it with perfection. Straight to the mid-wicket boundary. The New Zealand batters are really preying on this length here.
And Anton, one of the things you see with England, of course, is that when McCullum took over, Leach has played in every match, and now, of course, they've found Bashir. They have Ahmed out here as well on the tour. 3 spinners, no shot outside the off stump. So, you know, McCullum and Stokes seem to have a tendency to play a specialist spinner in every match. I always feel we also look to play spinners who can score runs as well, as opposed to specialists.
I think McCullum and Stokes have a good idea of how to, even on flat wickets, how to draw shots out of batters with spin. And you can do that with your field placements. You can encourage batsmen to play certain shots by giving them opportunities to score. And that's generally the way I think they go about it on flatter wickets.
3 slips and a couple of people in catching positions in front of the wicket for Potts. Outside the off stump, Williamson leaves. And another lovely period in this game as the over comes to an end. 135 for 1. Potts 11 overs, none for 37. Latham 60, Williamson 16. And the things we love about Test cricket, another little stanza developing as Williamson and Latham looking to put together a partnership, and England bowling to plans.
Well, the partnerships, it's going along nicely, isn't it? England have dropped short on the odd occasion. That's given Williamson the opportunity to get to 16. Latham's just ticking along nicely. The left-hand, right-hand combination, I think even at the top of the innings, was a good one for New Zealand. It just created a little bit of change for the England bowlers. They had to chop between left and right-hander, which could have contributed to a little bit of inconsistency. And again, we find that through the middle here in the second partnership, they're ticking the scoring rate over, not facing too many balls from one end.
I think especially with Potts this morning struggled with the left hand, right hand. Here's Latham turning the ball. The left hand off his pads. Bashir picks it up square of the wicket on the onside and chies at the stumps. Another good run taken by Latham. He's 62, 137 for 1, and the running between the wickets by New Zealand has been purposeful today.
Well, Potts' first over was swinging around corners, and I guess when you haven't played a test match in the series so far, in the first over you feel like you don't really know which way it's going to swing. It can potentially make life hard for the rest of that spell, but he changed ends and he worked it out, and he bowled really well on that second spell from the Tim Southee end.
It's a bit like the first innings in Christchurch, where England really struggled to find their length on that Hagley pitch, and they put it right in the second innings. Wokes was impressive. Changes, Gully has moved out into the cover. That's Bethel. 3 slips as this ball's outside the off stump, and no shot from Williamson. I just feel Williamson's being allowed to let too many balls go.
Yeah, I think on length, you want to be bringing him forward. Anything sort of where he can stand at the crease, he's comfortable. But going back to the Wokes thing, Wokes he's a quality performer, and he's probably the most experienced bowler out there for the English side. Him not being out there today, he would have assessed the conditions really well and got his lengths right.
Yeah, I agree. As Stokes bowls, and here's Williamson playing forward, and this one almost scrapes underneath the bat. Good delivery from Stokes. One of those ones that bounces hard into the ground and away from the stumps, but could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, that's the only danger for Kane Williamson, playing the ball so late. That can happen from time to time, but he's got away with one there. It was a really good length ball from Ben Stokes. It drew Kane forward, and he defended it well, but didn't have full control over where the ball went after it hit the bat.
Stokes again from the Tim Southee end. It's been called for the purposes of this match. Tim Southee playing in his last test match for New Zealand after a wonderful career. Here's a good shot by Williamson, a ball just short of a length, and they're only going to pick up one, a back foot drive into the offside. 137 for 1. Did I see a no ball signalled there by the umpire? Maybe not. No, 137 for 1.
Again, it was just that little bit of length that Kane could just lean on. It wasn't too threatening. It wasn't bringing him forward. He just stayed in his crease and just punched it into cover. The cover fielder got a nasty little bounce.
Stokes is going around the wicket now to Latham. Bowls, and this good delivery, but Latham is sure of his line as he puts his front foot down the pitch and shoulders arms.
It's been good, isn't it? It's what New Zealand needed. It's a good solid start, and they'll feel better already. Considering the last 2 test matches, they've been under pressure right from the get-go. They'll feel settled now, and the batsmen in the hut will be feeling a little bit more relaxed.
Yeah, they've just got to make sure, haven't they, that they capitalise on it and really build a decent first innings total, because England formidable in their batting and scoring so quickly. As down the leg side this time. Poor ball from Stokes, turned nicely by Latham. Just 1 run. An Ahmed on the field, I think.
That is Ahmed.
End of the over, 138 for 1.
New Zealand need to recognise as well, if Garth is battling a wee injury, taking it deep and trying to make him come back for 3-4 spells in a day, that's going to put pressure on Ben Stokes to bowl more and hopefully empty the tank, and then the second innings you might be able to take advantage.
Beautiful day here in Hamilton, quite sultry conditions, although the cloud cover now dispersing and a lot more blue sky. Forecast is good. I would think the temperature's around 26 degrees, perfect conditions for cricket in the Waikato. And the ground here at Seddon Park is a picture, largely full, except for a few seats over to our left from the commentary position. A lot of English fans here, an awful lot wandering into the ground each day as Potts is bowling around the wicket to Latham, who can't catch up with a leg side delivery. And almost like no other side, really, the England fans, they come, we were in Wellington at a cafe there, Jerry Coney and I, before the start of play, walked in, and just 5 or 6 of them, none of them knew each other, all having bacon, fried eggs and baked beans, white bread,
decent coffee.
Yeah, they like a coffee, but you know and I said, do you guys know each other? No, we're just sitting here chatting. We don't know each other. We're just here for the cricket. A common interest as Potts again is around the wicket to Latham. Good delivery and well played by Latham back to the bowler.
Well, that's the beauty of cricket, isn't it? The English come in here. It doesn't. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to point out who's a cricket supporter, and you know, they're so friendly, and with the New Zealand people as well.
They're so knowledgeable, so many of them. You know, we chatted to a chap today from Warwickshire. Just, you know, a really serious understanding of the game, the history of the game, what's happening in the county scene, and so on. As Potts bowls and Latham is playing defensively.
Well, that's the difference between England and here, I'd say, is although New Zealanders love their cricket, it's more of a summer pastime for them. They're not in the trenches looking at first-class scores and who the next budding cricketer is coming up. They tend to just tune in on the telly or come to the ground when it comes into town, and they love to support it. But as you say, the English, they live and breathe it, don't they?
Such a great atmosphere they bring to it with the Barmy Army. We love them. It's 3 slips in the gully. Latham is playing back down the pitch. This is good from Potts. He's forced 3 defensive shots in a row from Latham.
Yeah, Potts will just keep chipping away. It's probably been 1 or 2 balls every over that probably hasn't quite been on the mark, but as he keeps bowling, gets into his rhythm a little bit more, he has had a lack of game time bowling, so you forgive him for sort of missing every now and again, but as the game goes on, he will get into his work.
2 balls remaining in the over. Latham faces Potts down the leg side, a flick which he can't catch up with, and it's through to Potts. We've seen a lot of balls going down the leg side. Players playing and missing. 138 for 1 it is. Latham is 61. Williamson is 17. Potts none for 37. Atkinson 1 for 19. Cast none for 43. And Stokes none for 23. No sign of Bashir yet. I'm sure we'll see him at some stage in this session unless England pick up more wickets. Stokes has an inclination to use him early to rotate the strike. Here's Potts with the last ball of his over, and Latham turns the ball to Crawley just at mid-wicket. No change to the score. It's 138 for 1. Latham is 61. Williamson is 17. And after some more comments from Anton Devcich, it'll be John Norman and Steve Harmison. Cutter Harmison.
Well, we've got our drinks break here. New Zealand are ticking along nicely, starting to build that partnership back up after the loss of Will Young. Harmy, what are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I still think Potts is bowling at the wrong end. I think Potts should bowl at this end. You'll know more about, you know, the wicket and the surface, but I still think Potts just running up that little bit of a. Is there a hill here? Is there a little bit of a slight incline?
Yeah.
And I sometimes think the skiddier bowler just makes the ball just bounce a touch more going up the hill. You know, Headingley's got a lot flatter now, as in the playing area. But Headingley used to be on a real big slope, and Goffey, I mean, I used to love bowling down the hill. Goffey used to love bowling up the hill. Loved bowling up the hill. In his eyes, he could run up the hill, charge in as fast as he could, and get the ball in a good area, stand up, and just clip the outside edge. And I think what we've seen in that little period before the lunch break, Anton, is that Potts just got the ball to bounce a little bit from that good area. And I'm not convinced that at the other end where we're sat at is the end for Potts. Cast looks a little bit out of sync, but the way he's bowled so far in this series whenever he looks out of sync, he goes for runs. It's expensive. Captains look good. I think Atkinson has bowled okay. I think England have bowled okay, but I mean, fair play. I mean, Tom Latham has left the ball brilliantly. Will Young left the ball brilliantly, and when they went on the attack, they waited for that ball that was right underneath their nose, their eye line, and they punished anything that was over pitched or that was slightly short.
Yeah, speaking about those ends, having a bit of experience bowling from that far end, it's one of those situations where you feel like you're standing below the wicket. Like you feel like you're the same height as the wickets when you're running up. And yeah, I didn't get the opportunity to bowl from this end too much because the fast bowlers generally bowl from this end, down the hill. So definitely understand what you're saying there in terms of what the right ends for the seamers. It'd be interesting to see where Bashir bowls, whether it's from the far end or from this top end.
I would have said he'd bowl from the far end. More the fact that looking at the way the wind's going and the way the wind's blowing, I think Stokes likes him to bowl into the wind to get that little bit of drift that Bashir gets, and especially with tall release point when he gets over the top of it, just to try and make it to bounce. So it wouldn't surprise me if Shoaib does come on at that, the opposite end to where we are now, and then there will see the rotation of the seamers, because they've had a decent number. Potts 12, Atkinson 10, Garth 9, and Stokes 10 so far. It could be John Norman. It could be a long afternoon for the seamers if Shoaib Bashir is not brought into the attack. So I would imagine this will be the first time for a while that England potentially could be in the field for more than just one new ball.
Yeah, we shall see. 138 for 1 then here at Seddon Park. 41 overs bowled. Slight surprise that we haven't seen Bashir up until now. I thought once we got to 30 overs, I thought might be time to bring him on. Agree. Matthew Potts, Will Young and Tom Latham looked troubled by Matthew Potts in his second spell, which was bowled from this end, the Tim Southee end, the end that Stokes has brought himself on to bowl. But there we go. Stokes in, pitched up and beats at Williamson. There's an aeroplane just flies overhead. Blue skies here in Hamilton, and the conditions that we expected earlier today. We saw the forecast for days 1 and 2. 26, 27 degrees. It was cloudier than we expected when we woke up this morning, but that cloud is starting to disappear. The sun is baking the pitch and the fans who are here again. I'm sure there's you'll be on the same plane as a few of these heading back the day after this test finishes.
Sure we will. Another meal in the sky.
As Stokes is in again, left alone by Williamson. Touch too wide for Kane. Yes, we did eat a lot of meals on the way. We had 3 flights, Anton. So we essentially were served we were served 6 meals on the way here.
I did 7 hours and did the Newcastle one, so I was like...
Oh yeah, you had 4 flights.
So I had 4 flights, and anybody wants to know how far New Zealand is, I got fed 8 times in the air. Without having anything on the ground.
He didn't want to leave the airport.
Well, I've never flown first class, so when I get the opportunity, I'll look forward to it.
Stokes again, pitched up, left alone by Williamson, who's 17 from 31.
Unfortunately, Goffey's not with us, so we did turn right on an aeroplane.
Yeah, or Nico. Yeah. Ben's on an aeroplane. We were in the upper deck, though, weren't we?
We were. You know, Darren Goff getting on an aeroplane, it's like, right? No, the bags go on the right-hand side of the aeroplane. I go left.
Producers to the right, Goffey to the left, Harmy somewhere in between. It is worth it, though, once you get here, that's for sure. And here we are with Stokes continuing to bowl. Start of his midway point of his 11th over, and forces a shot from Williamson. But Williamson is asking Stokes to bowl to him. And this is a touch too straight on a length and tucked away to the leg side for another run.
Yeah, we've been asking where Bashir is, but for me, Stokes is just asking a little bit more out of the seam bowlers. The ball is still swinging, it's still moving around. He's saying to his fellow seamers, we just got to get it right here. We've got to build up some consistency. We're not just going to throw the ball to Bashir because we've bowled not as well as what we would have liked.
Yeah, I love that about Stokes' captaincy. He's round the wicket this time to the left-handed Tom Latham, who's 61, and the captain just withdraws the bat, skipper to skipper. I love that about Ben Stokes' captaincy. He confounds expectation at every turn, and it's not for effect. It's just Stokes, and he backs it up. The team back it up. I mean, I'm not saying that they've gone around the world winning it every opportunity, and they'll certainly look back at a tour of India earlier this year and feel possibly a little bit what if. Forward this time is Latham, forced to play at delivery again on a length, and it just diverts it down in front of Gully. And at the end of the over, 139 for 1. But yeah, at day 2 at Wellington, and it was a surprise that Stokes didn't call them in earlier, even though there was 3 days to go. You just felt, this is Ben Stokes. No way is he going to set 533. He's going to go at New Zealand at the end of day 2, surely, and he didn't.
There might have been, in the previous series, there might have been a slightly generous declaration at one point, which might have scared them off slightly, but
I don't think he would ever admit to that, though, would he? That's never going to be part of the decision making. This is not a man who admits to errors.
No, he doesn't. He makes decisions on trying to affect the positive outcome in the game. He's always believed, and he's always said, he'd rather risk losing a game, going to try and win it. And I think that's a refreshing outlook to have in life. I just think there was milestones at Wellington where made him not declare that night.
Still 3 slips in place for Williamson as Potts continues and draws Williamson forward, playing defensively into the covers. You almost feel like there's a kind of perverse enjoyment from Stokes when England are in this kind of position. The ball 40-odd overs old, the sun out, 2 set batters at the crease. It's almost like you said, Anton, it's almost like, no, we're not going to bring on the spinner. We got ourselves into this situation. We're going to get ourselves out of the situation, and if we don't, well, we're just going to keep going until we do.
Well, the thing I like about it is Stokes has put his hand up himself. It's not like
Always
he's looking at
does,
other
right?
people
Yeah.
to do it. He's saying, get on my back, follow me.
Here is
I'll get us
Potts bowling over the wicket to Williamson. Steady pace from the pitch. Potts continuing to really try and bang the ball in. Actually, this is a touch pitched up. Williamson is forward and just pushing this to cover. No run. He must average about 100 now. 139 for 1. Williamson's 18 not out. And Tom Latham, he needed some runs, but he did score a little cameo, 47 in the first innings at Christchurch after being put in by Ben Stokes. First innings runs, that's what New Zealand need. As Williamson playing defensively in and around off stump. And again, pushing the ball to point this time, no run.
Yeah, he did. He got 2 starts, what you would say is double-figure starts for a batter's point of view. 17 and 24 in that second Test match. So, 47, 17, and obviously there was a 1 in there as well. And 24 from a batter's point of view. It's not criminal getting out in them numbers, but it frustrates.
Defended again on off stump by Kane Williamson. So come then, Anton. You looked slightly surprised, despite your allegiance to this ground, that Neil Manthorp said it's in his top 3 cricket grounds in the world. What about you, as a player? Top 3. You are allowed to mention grounds where the lunch was good. You are allowed to mention grounds where you prospered.
Okay, my number 1 in New Zealand would be Cobham Oval up in Whangarei.
Ah, okay, yeah, I've been up there. I saw a warm-up game involving England in 2019. Left alone by Williamson.
You mentioned lunch. There's fresh crayfish, fresh fish. Fishing.
Don't go with fish to me, because what did they give me? They give me whitebait.
You cannot compare whitebait with crayfish.
I know, but they give me white. But I mean, they give me They give me whitebait last week. Never had a formula. I mean, they brought it up, put it in front of me.
Okay, I've got a little question for you. How would you describe whitebait to someone who's never encountered it before? If someone would say, well, what's whitebait? How would you describe it? I'll let you have a think, just as Potts at the top of his mark. And he's in again, over the wicket, defended by Williamson, no run. How would you describe whitebait to someone who doesn't even know what it is?
There's an obvious answer, but I probably can't describe that on air. But I would
What's that?
I would describe it as a really tiny, long fish, which is see-through. You can sort of see through it.
So, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Our producer, Mark Kelly, described it as a small fish with eyes.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the one they gave me was winking at me. It's like a bush tucker trial. I was like, what on earth's this?
Did you have it in the fritter?
Or? Yeah, in the fritter, yeah. I didn't have much of it, I must admit.
Jacob Bethel at Galloway for Latham as Stokes continues from the Tim Southee end. And it's been for pace on this occasion. Touch too straight from Stokes, no run. So crayfish at the Cobham Oval in Whangarei, which is of course where Tim Southee grew up, isn't it? He's a Northland boy.
Yep, that's his home ground. He probably hasn't played there for a long time. It's more of a first-class ground now. I remember many moons ago now, England came up and we sent a New Zealand 11 up and we played a couple of T20s against England up there.
Wow, that's a small ground as well, isn't it? Stokes continues. This is pushed into the offside by Latham. He'll take a single. I did see something in Whangarei which has lived long in the memory banks. Harmy, you'd like this. I went to the local Macca's and there was a guy in there without a shirt on eating a McFlurry, and he wasn't using a spoon, he was using chips. He was using chips to scoop the McFlurry. And do you know what? I couldn't stop watching him, and ever since I've actually thought to myself, I can kind of see that.
It was like Nando's the other night. Manners was using chips to eat the hummus.
Whose chips?
Katey's chips.
Whose hummus?
Mine.
Here is Stokes. 140 for one, and Williamson pushes this to mid-wicket. Comes through for a single. Latham slightly slow to get going there, and Stokes ran across the batter, but Garth too far away from the ball to affect or even create a half chance. 141 for one.
Well, I was going to say, was that the first time you ever met Tim Southee? I've seen him do that on a few occasions up north.
Well, I tell you what, I'm sure Harmy, I wouldn't mind trying it. I can kind of understand it.
Chips and ice cream.
Chips and ice cream. Have you ever done that?
No. I know. I've had ice cream after chips, and so in his stomach's exactly the same.
Stokes in, and back of a length delivery, which is pushed back to the bowler. So Cobham Oval in Whangarei, that's up there.
Yep.
In New Zealand. So these are New Zealand grounds.
Oh,
or you can do worldwide.
Well,
you played all over the world.
I'll go New Zealand first. I like Cobham Oval because of what you can do around Cobham Oval. You can go fishing. You can do whatever you want.
Do you know? In fact, I'm going up there after Christmas. Do you know Bland Bay?
Yes.
About half an hour away from Whangarei towards the coast. We're going camping there for a couple of days.
It'll be lovely.
Beautiful spot. Absolutely ridiculous, actually. Old school New Zealand. Latham at tip and run, playing with bat away from body, comes through for a single. Good running from Latham. He moves to 64. The score 142 for one.
Well, number 2 ground would be Pukakura Park in New Plymouth.
Ah, yeah. Now Manners was mentioning that. Is that the one that's kind of carved out of the side of the hill?
Correct. I think the movie The Last Samurai, I think was parts of it was filmed in the ground. So maybe check that out. It's unbelievable ground. Very, very nice ground.
Okay, so that's 2. Williamson facing Stokes, and Stokes is in again, forcing Williamson to play. He plays with a straight bat, but the ball deflects back onto his right foot and away from the wicket. So end of the over, 44 bowled. And New Zealand going really well here after being asked to bat first. Sunny skies now. 142 for one with Tom Latham 63 not out and Kane Williamson 19. Okay, so there's 2. I'm guessing Eden Park isn't in there.
No, it's not in there.
I'm guessing McLean Park isn't in there.
No.
I guess Bay Oval isn't. Maybe a bit too newer ground. I mean, you've got to have the basin in there, don't you?
It'd be the basin for me.
A cry from the back about the Bay Oval. Oh, it's our producer, one of our producers. Down the leg side, and has Tom Latham been caught by Ollie Pope? He has. Matthew Potts with the success. Caught down the leg side, and Latham's got to go for 63. Latham walking almost immediately. He knew he'd hit the ball. And Potts tastes success for the first time today. New Zealand lose their second. 142 for 2.
Yeah, he deserved that as Matt Potts. He really has running down the hill. It's a strangle down the leg side. It's a death for a batter. It's not the greatest dismissal from a batter. As a bowler, you comfortably take it. The gift that's been given, a good innings from Tom Latham. 63 from the New Zealand captain. But Matt Potts, he really has. He's thrown everything into these 13.1 overs so far. His first game on tour. And I think, for me, he's deserved that wicket. England have been a little bit better in the last 20 minutes. And getting their just rewards.
Rashin Ravindra walks to the crease. And good applause from the Kiwis here, no doubt from the English as well. He's an exciting young batter and one that likes to get on with things, loves to get onto the front foot. But he could do with a score in this series. He's kind of got himself out more often than not. Maybe not quite getting the tempo right, but the stage is set for him. Full house, sun out, and 142 for 2 the score. So 45 over old ball, and Williamson's there as well. But England with their second success of the afternoon, wicketless in the morning session, 93 without loss, but now both openers are gone. And Matthew Potts, who was a touch unfortunate in that first session, and has bowled 13 overs as well.
He's bowled for me, he's bowled nicely. I think the Ravindra one in the series, I actually think his tempo hasn't been the problem. He's just found a way of getting himself out. I think he's kept a good tempo. Then all of a sudden he plays a shot out of nowhere and then doesn't execute the shot properly. Run down the wicket, gets in a good position, slaps it straight to mid-wicket. Gets a short ball, not really sort of trying to get on top of it or going over the top, a little bit of in between. Slapped it straight down deep square's throat, so you can see why Potts now has got a fine leg and a deep square leg out on the boundary.
And it's going to be Potts bowling round the wicket to Ravindra. Pitched up and left alone by the new bat. 142 for 2 then. You know this ground well, Anton. What would you say at this stage would be a pass score for New Zealand?
Yeah, it's a tricky one, considering I feel the wicket is probably preparation of the wicket's a day early, but I'm just getting the sense that the ball's starting to maybe do a little bit less, which is making it a little bit easier for the English bowlers just to nestle into a certain line and length. It's a big stage of the game here for Rachin, because
here is Potts, and this is cut up and over gully and away to the boundary. Was that hit into the turf and then bounced up, or it was indeed? This was a flash of the bat from Ravindra, and a backward point. Jumping in the air, but a touch too high and away to the boundary. New Zealand moved to 146 for 2.
It's a big part of the game for Ravindra. We've had a couple of good partnerships here to start the day. The last thing New Zealand need right now, after getting off to a good start, is 2 wickets in quick succession.
Yeah, I'm not sure that ball was there to be hit. It wasn't that short. Touch of width, I suppose. But that's how Ravindra kind of gets on with things. There's more runs this time. And along the ground as well. There's a dive at mid-wicket. Ravindra will go back-to-back boundaries. That was a better shot from Ravindra, coming forward and clipping the ball to the right of mid-wicket and away for 4. 150 up for New Zealand.
A bit more control there from Ravindra, just using the pace on the ball, waiting for him to come, so just to ease it. Very straight down the ground. Garth had a dive for it, but once it passed the big fast bowler, it raced away for 4. That was more in control than the one before.
Potts again pitched up again, this time defensively played by Ravindra. Comes forward and pushed up to mid-off. I mean, you can't take your eyes off the guy, can you, when he walks to the crease? He's got a touch of flamboyance about him. Certainly likes to get him on the front foot. I mean, from what I hear, he's a lovely bloke. But there is also, I don't know, a bit of ego watching him, how he went about things in India. You know, Ravichandran Ashwin bowling, and he didn't care. He just wanted to take him on. He had his plans in place, and it kind of worked. 130
self-confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. You need that. Here is Potts, and defended back to the bowler this time by New Zealand's at number 4. 150 up then, and change in the commentary box. It'll be Neil Manthorp coming in for myself. Harmy, I believe, is still here. Anton maybe as well. I'm not exactly sure. But Harmy can talk, and I finally am going to eat my lunch.
Oh, you go and have your lunch, John Norman. I mean, it's not exactly lamb, chicken and gravy, but for a man who likes sushi, I'm sure he'll enjoy it. That was a good over for Rachin. The first one over the top, that was the ball before, ball after, down the ground. Potts just getting a little bit frustrated. Maybe because he's got the wicket and the adrenaline of the wicket, not being in the series, trying to get himself going, just trying to pick a fight there with Rachin Ravindra, and Rachin was not having any of it. Potts was just getting himself a little bit agitated. Be just to see what happens when they start the next over, if they're both still going.
Ben Stokes in with a bouncer to Kane Williamson, leaves it alone, watches it pass harmlessly above his about forehead height. 150 on the board for New Zealand, very impressive. Rachin Ravindra has he's a couple of half centuries in his last 7 innings. Oh, sorry, in his last 10 innings, 3 half centuries. Played beautifully in India, as you said, but hasn't reached double figures in 5 of his last 7. So his very recent form isn't great. Stokes in again to Williamson, pushes it past wide of Bryden Cass at mid-on, sets off for the single and makes it comfortably. Williamson on to 20. Rachin Ravindra has 8, and Williamson's average on this ground is inching towards 100. 251 and 200 not out in a total in excess of 1,400 runs. Rachin Ravindra, confidence and form can be fickle allies, can't they? Sometimes batsmen with plentiful supplies of self-belief aren't affected by a run of low scores, but not reaching double figures in 5 out of the last 7. Who knows whether Rachin Ravindra would be affected by that? Well, you might, Anton Devcich. You might know whether he's susceptible to doubt. I suppose every cricketer is, certainly batsman. Here is Stokes again, bowls to Ravindra, turns it away to long leg for a single.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting question. Obviously, you want to be scoring runs more times than not. But one thing I'll say about Ravindra is he's quite a natural flowing batsman. He really does remind me a lot of the English in the way they play. He's probably the closest thing to the English style that they're currently playing is what we've got. So he'll play his shots. He won't just sit there and he'll block and things like that. He'll play his shots. He'll try and put pressure back on the bowler.
Here's Stokes again down the leg side. Another appeal for a catch. Is it a second caught one? Caught down the leg side, not out, says umpire Adrian Holdstock. Stokes was very animated, very confident. He's now liaising with his keeper and vice captain and the slip cordon, and it looks to me from his body language like they've talked him out of it.
Yeah, to me it looked like it was very close to the bat and the thigh pad. Ollie Pope would have had the best view of that. He would have heard the sound. Quite a distinct noise difference between thigh pad and bat. So Ollie Pope, it looks like he's overcalled the captain there.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, it looks like he got it right. It looks like it's off the thigh pad, doesn't it? But we'll see. We haven't seen. Yeah, it was off the thigh pad. So well done, Ollie Pope. Ben Stokes walked away, shaking his head and muttering, didn't he? didn't like being overturned or not getting the support, but he will now because England have retained or not burnt a review. 152 for 2.
Brave man, overcalling the skipper while he's bowling.
Quite a bowl as well from Ben Stokes. About to complete his 13th over of the day, not including the 3 that he bowled in the middle on a pitch at the edge of the square, the edge of the block, before the start of play in his whites. Bowled about 3 overs, I reckon, about 15-minute workout just to get himself ready. 3 slips now, no gully, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and it's turned out towards Shoaib Bashir, who hasn't bowled so far today at mid-wicket, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 152 for 2 with Kane Williamson on 20, Rachin Ravindra on 9. The opener's gone. Tom Latham, the skipper, for 63, caught down the leg side by Pope off Potts, and Will Young, his opening partner, the first to go, caught very well low down by Harry Brook off Gus Atkinson for 42. Quite the day in Hamilton. Really, really beautiful, and grass banks packed. I must say the food, the takeaway concession stalls have been doing very, very good business today. I just wonder whether there might have been a few more of them. I think think they could have done with another dozen, and I think they would have done very good business. The queues seemed very long, and Rachin Ravindra comes forward and guides this out to it wide mid-off. Then again, how often do they get crowds of 9,000?
Oh, not very often, to be honest. But the other thing that looks to be very popular in this ground is the 6 or 7 trees that they've got up the top of the grandstand. There's a lot of people huddled around there, and the sun is in full force now. The clouds burnt off beautifully and shaping up to be a very hot afternoon.
It is, yeah. And Gary Morgan, our statistician, tells me that the humidity in Hamilton today is 57%. Off the back foot, Ravindra. Sort of a half guide, half late cut, and he's got 4 runs past gully down towards the unguarded third man boundary, chased by Jacob Bethel. I think that's a lovely, lovely shot. I could have got it horrendously wrong. It might have been a thick outside edge, but it didn't look like it to me.
No, he's played it on length. The line was still tight. The sort of 4th stump line just outside off stump. Because the length was slightly shorter, he was able to get his hands through the ball. He's definitely intended to hit the ball back with a point. Whether he got exactly how he wanted, I don't know, but the length was there for him to play that shot, and he's executed it well.
Well, it's just an awareness of where the gaps are, and hit it late, take advantage. Potts in again, driven by Ravindra down the ground for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. Little tinker in the field there. Ben Stokes has moved a man into the gap between conventional gully and second slip, so he's a sort of floating 4th slip, and Potts has pitched it up, saying, come on, drive it then, and he did, Rachin Ravindra, and he drove it beautifully for 4.
He started exceptionally well here, Ravindra. He looks confident, his feet are working well, playing forward and back. The most important thing is he's building a partnership with Williamson.
Here is Potts again outside the off stump. Rachin Ravindra leaves that one alone. Mid-on is quite straight, but mid-off is quite wide, which would suggest that Potts would be bowling more back of a length than drive length, but every now and then the surprise ball.
Yeah, it can be a couple of things. You could try putting your mid-off slightly wider to try and entice a drive down the ground with the bowler coming around the wicket. If the batter's coming out in front of the pad, it does create an opening between bat and pad. So just depends on what tactics they're thinking of with that.
Here's Potts again around the wicket. Rachin Ravindra pushes out towards cover point. And no run, straight to the field. 160 for 2. Williamson 20. Rachin Ravindra 17 off 11. So it is a flying start.
He started really well. I haven't seen his feet move this well since he's been back from India, to be fair. The Indian series that they've just played. It takes a little bit of time to readjust back to slightly more bouncy cricket pitches, and he is still young and he's still learning that part of his game.
Here's Potts once again, and Ravindra pushes defensively to mid-off. Again, straight to the field of Ben Stokes, and there's no run. Talking of India, Anton Devcich, I cannot help wondering whether there was a significant emotional hangover. I mean, it was truly one of the most unlikely and exceptional upsets in the history of Test cricket. So many firsts. India had never lost 3 in a row at home before. New Zealand had never won there, hadn't won 3 in a row away from home, and they barely had 48 hours to celebrate. You know, I mean, apart from the long flight back, it was straight into the England series, and in fact, some players had to go to Sri Lanka to play in some T20s.
Yeah, it would have taken its toll for sure, because it's such an absorbing place, India, at the best of times.
Here is Stokes again, and beaten past the outside edge is Kane Williamson. That doesn't happen very often.
The other thing that I feel plays a factor is, and this is from personal experience, I always found going from India back to, or subcontinent, back to New Zealand, where the wickets are so different, I found that a really hard transition. I found it harder than going from New Zealand to India. So I'm not sure whether the planning or the prep for the players was as good as what they probably could have, and I think it's just taken them a little bit of time to potentially adjust back to New Zealand conditions.
Here is Stokes again, and Williamson up onto his toes. How many times have we talked about the fact that this man is about 5'9", 5'10", but makes himself look like he's 6'3". Gets on top of the bounce, opens the face of the bat, and steers it down to the third boundary for 4.
As easy as you like that was. Not a bad delivery from Stokes. Actually quite steep bounce there, and Williamson he just raises his hands, doesn't he, and makes sure he gets contact well under his eyes. And 9 times out of 10 he finds a gap between the 3 or 4 slips that they've got there. Fantastic cricket shot.
In the years gone by, decades gone by, preparation was seen as the absolute key. It was a crucial ingredient to success in Test cricket. Outside the off stump here from Stokes, out and left alone by Williamson. But such is the modern schedule that its preparation has now been so condensed, and it's been completely redefined. Warm-up games are a thing of the past. This year, guess how many warm-up games in all tours, Test tours, that were actually played?
Well, I know England played 1, so there has to be a minimum of 1.
So it's a 2-day game, yeah.
2-day game.
Here is Stokes once again, and Williamson is forward, and that's pushed out towards backward point. No run. Ben Duckett fields. Well, warm-up games with first-class status, so 3 days. I believe the number is 7.
That's amazing, isn't it?
And you know, barely 10 years ago, less actually, people would have said, well, you can't go straight from T20 cricket into a Test match. You just can't do it. And you know, you need to get back into the rhythm of the red ball game. Here is Stokes again. Williamson leaves once more, and there's no run. But it's now, I mean, so many. South Africa went to Bangladesh, arrived in Dakar 4 days before the first Test match, and won. You know, and they'd barely won there before. And I suppose, really, I mean, the preparation, it's muscle memory more than practical. That's the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And there's minor adjustments you can make, especially in the batting department. There's minor adjustments that you can make, like lowering your head height and things like that. But
Stokes in again, outside the off stump, left alone by Williamson. No run, 164 for 2.
But the adjustment period, there has to be an adjustment period. Like it's very hard just to chop and change unless you're extremely experienced, like a Kane Williamson or, you know, Tom Latham. If you're a young fella and you haven't quite worked out how that looks for you, it can be a challenge, really big challenge, and that's part of getting experience, I guess, is learning how to adjust on the fly and being successful as soon as you get off a plane and go into different environments and pitch conditions.
We use other sports as an example. Tennis, for example, you know, the best players before Wimbledon will play 3 or 4 warm-up tournaments, or at least 2 or 3 warm-up tournaments on grass, and Roland Garros, and there's a clay court season. There's 6 clay court events before Roland Garros, the French Open, and that's the way that tennis players still do it, but cricketers are being deprived, if that's the word, of that privilege more and more and more as the game goes on, and they have to make those adjustments from memory, as Anton Devcich was explaining. Right, it's change of bowling now. It's Bryden Carse into the attack, and the first delivery goes past the outside edge of the left-handed Rachin Ravindra's bat, flies into the gloves of Ollie Pope. Williamson 24, Rachin Ravindra 17. It's a very, very good start from New Zealand, and England know they've got a contest on their hands now. This game, we haven't reached tea on the first day, so I'm not going to make any silly statements, but the feeling one gets, certainly, is that this game won't be over in nearly as much of a hurry as the first 2 Test matches were. Here is Carse again, good bouncer. That's not even a bouncer, actually. Maybe it just didn't get up as much as Rachin Ravindra thought, and he had to sway out of the way and drop the hands. Katey Martin's alongside me until tea, former New Zealand wicketkeeper. Well, what a start.
Was this you hoping that you'd get another couple of days off? I know the dream was real in Wellington, but I don't think we'll get that here. I think 2 out of the last 8 tests have actually gone into day 5, so that's one positive thing for your day 5 if you've got some golf or activities booked.
Down the leg side, and it's taken by Ollie Pope. Actually, I thought there was a reason that Garth Galloway was talking about playing golf at 6 o'clock in the morning on the next couple of days, because he's obviously sensed that there may not be a 4th afternoon or a 5th day opportunity.
Are you a golfer?
I was very, very much before COVID, and my life had changed dramatically, and I wasn't allowed to play golf living in Cape Town. We weren't allowed onto the golf course, which made absolutely no sense whatsoever. I mean, that's the place where you needed to be. Here is Cast again, bowls to Rachin Ravindra, pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And just strangely, just haven't been able to get back into it. And I look back now and I wonder how I used to find the time. How did I used to find 5 hours?
5 hours? Good.
Well, to get there.
Yeah, okay.
To get there and back and have a couple of thirst quenchers at the 19th.
Yeah, I knew there was more to this story that you weren't telling.
Anyway, so hopefully I'll get back into it. Here is Bryden Cast once again. Rachin Ravindra pushes that one up towards mid-on. Rian Ahmed is the substitute fielder under the sun hat at mid-off. He's on for Matthew Potts, who's gone off for a, who knows, for treatment, rub down, fresh shirt, cold shower. Don't suppose they'll be jumping in an ice bath with the tea break looming.
I will admit that's the biggest challenge as a wicket-keeper is when you consume too many liquids and you know it's still a good hour away before you get to run off quickly to go to the toilet. Whereas fast bowlers, they just run on and off whenever they like.
Here is Bryden Cast once again, pushed up towards Rian Ahmed at mid-off again, and there's no run. The 12th and 13th men are making their way onto the field now to provide the England players with a drink. It's not an official drinks break, but Chris Wokes and I think that's Ollie Robinson are running on with a couple of drinks for the bowlers. 49 overs gone, 164 for 2. Are you a golfer?
I did take up golf maybe 18 months ago when I retired. I always thought that golf would ruin my cricket because of the fact that if I improved at golf, I'd probably be not as good at cricket because there's certain movements. I also didn't really have the time, but I thought it was a cricketer's thing to do. It's a good networking, be able to chat on the golf course. And then I soon realised that as you start as a cricketer, you usually slice it, and the other players, the good players, hit it down the middle. So you didn't often have too many conversations because I was usually in the other fairway. It's a good sport.
Stokes in once more to Williamson. Flicks it out to Shoaib Bashir at square leg. He still hasn't had a ball, but maybe Stokes will break with his convention and do the conventional thing and give Bashir an over or two before the tea break. Maybe.
Quite like the move though. Bashir was actually at deep square and Kane Williamson was able just to get inside the line and manipulate there in singles, so they brought him up and he's caught him there a couple of occasions, just hitting straight into that field and not being able to rotate the strike.
2 slits in a gully, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket to Stokes, comes thundering in, edge, no, I thought that he edged that one, and Kane Williamson spun round to follow the path of the ball. That was my sign. He fooled me. No edge and no appeal. 164 for 2. Williamson averages, well, it's creeping up towards 100 on this ground, 251 and unbeaten 200 over 1,400 runs. Average is 97. I think he looks forward to a trip to Hamilton.
I think you'd ask what it is about a ground that someone loves so much, and it is very much like a home comfort. You just know the intricacies of the ground and the wicket.
Here's Stokes once again, back of a length. Williamson up onto his toes, guides it into the gully, and there's no run.
And you've got the same seat that you always sit at. It's always a dogfight. If someone takes your seat, you're like, hang on, this is my seat. This is one of my home grounds. I think there's about 4 in the Northern Districts region, which is what we're in at the moment. And so you have that nice comfort. The ground you understand, you know the intimacy of the crowd as well. So sometimes when you're not in good form, you love just to pick up a wicket and take it around the world just to help you out. Although he's not been in bad form for a while, Kane Williamson.
Stokes into Williamson once again. When he is at his best, again, like I think all great players, it's the time that he has to play. Ben Stokes bowling mid-130s, that was almost 137, and Williamson just eases forward like someone's throwing him a tennis ball underarm. He just guides it, pushes it ever so gently into the offside.
He actually took up table tennis for a period, and he had a table tennis set up at his own home, and he used to do that to try and work on his bottom hand.
Here's Stokes again. Williamson leaves alone in animated style, swivelling around with the bat up above. I've heard that that players have done that before they go to the subcontinent. It helps apparently facing spinners on turning wickets. Just gets the wrists moving, is that right?
Yeah, and a bit of hand-eye coordination as well. So he's tried many different things over the years. He's such a unique character in terms of the way that he prepares for the game. He quite often just has underarms at training, just likes to have underarms, very simplistic in terms of the way that he loves just feeling the ball, hours and hours of throwdowns.
Here's Stokes once more turned away by Williamson off his hips, down, or off his left hip down to Bashir, who's gone back to deep square leg. So constant tinkering with the field as always from Ben Stokes. 50 overs gone now, and it continues to be New Zealand's day at 165 for 2. We've a little over 15 minutes to go till the tea break. More from Katey Martin, and then it'll be the one and only Dan McHardy to take you through to the break.
They absorb pressure really well, these New Zealand batters. 2 down in the 50th over is not a bad position they've been compared to the rest of the series. Wicket starting to just not do as much, less deviation than we've seen throughout the series so far. Continuing rotation of his bowlers from Ben Stokes. Sun's coming out more. It's getting hotter, isn't it?
Hello, Katey.
Hello, mate. You good?
Fantastic. How could you not be to see this site? Full house. They're in so early. Pretty compelling watching at the moment. 165 for 2. Stern examination in the second session. Runs have been harder to come by from my vantage point anyway. As Garth's operating from the city end, he's predominantly worked from the broadcast end. With the breeze pushing from the offside to the on. As he bowls to the right-hander Williamson. 2 wickets to fall in this session. That of Young for 42 with the score at 105. I think the first 100-run partnership for New Zealand in the series. And then it was Tom Latham, strangled down the leg side, frustrating for him. Potts getting his reward. Carson again, short, pulled away, down at the fence. 4 to square for 4. In fairness to, who's that in the deep? And it's Potts. He lost it, I lost it too. I thought it was going backward of square, closer towards Bashir at long leg. It's gone forward of square, and he's copping a little bit of ribbing by the New Zealand fans who probably imbibed a little on a Saturday in the sun, 26 degrees the high. Lovely stroke by Williamson, he's 29. I know you and Manners are talking about Kane Williamson and the work he puts in. Whilst there's a lot of differences between these two New Zealand batsmen out there in the middle, as Garth's in again. Williamson plays the ball late. That's a feature. He plays late. Ravindra has that forward press. He wants to come at the batsman. One's right-hander, one's left-hander. One plays at his pace. I was described Kane Williamson as serenity at the crease when Ravindra likes to be more assertive, but the commonality they have, other than being fabulous players, they both work so incredibly hard. And there is a message there for anyone listening on talkSPORT 2 or watching via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. You've got to work at this game. And these two, balls after ball, short, pulling, missing, hitting the body. Didn't arrive. They wondered if it's a fraction too pace, and that's a bit of an illustration perhaps. And hits his right side around the rib cage. He's fine, Williamson.
You sort of feel like it's the apprentice and the master out there so much conversation about whether Rutchin will be one of New Zealand's greatest batters by the way that he's just taken a duck to water to Test cricket. Just the maturity that he has already in his play, and the amount of times he's actually batted with Kane Williamson, and how much he has been able to learn off him through those partnerships. Well, it's different. They just have a thirst for runs.
Cast goes fuller this time, push straight back to the bowler in this fields, but there won't be a run as Stokes is around to field.
You'll know Rutchin Ravindra in the Wellington way is your hometown, but he spent a lot of time with his dad in the mornings before school, having him throw at him, and then again after school as well. And
yeah, I heard from those who worked with his dad, you were never supposed to book a meeting after 3 o'clock because you'd be in a meeting by yourself. His dad was out helping.
Down at the nets.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. World knows all about him now. Williamson leaving alone, tempted there for a second to play a cut stroke, but New Zealand have left well in this innings. They have played their type of cricket. Gary Stead laboured that point between Test 2 and 3, didn't he? At the end of the over, it's 169 for the loss of 2. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of New Zealand v England on talkSPORT 2. About playing their game, which is, I guess, more of an old-fashioned when you compare it to how England go about, especially the batting. And respect the element of time. Maybe an indication they felt like they tried to keep up with the Joneses.
It's an interesting point. I read an article the other day actually where someone said, okay, if you put Brendan and Ben and Gary and Tom's shoes, what would it be like in terms of where New Zealand's Test cricket is at the moment? And I think in a way it's unfair to be able to say that because everyone has their own style. Coaching styles are quite different as well, and it's the resources that you've got within your team.
The England captain doing a heavy lifting day into his 16th over. He starts full wide of off stump, attempted drive, skews off the bat into the covers, no run. Bashir's there to field. Or maybe Tim Southee would have had a hard conversation like they did with Jimmy Anderson.
Yeah. Well, you look at New Zealand's success and you look at the 2021 World Test Championship, that was very much built around Ross Taylor, Kane Williamson in their batting, and then you had the 4 bowlers with Wagner, Bolt, Southee and Jamieson.
But you'd fresh faces who arrived and performed.
Yep.
Devon Conway, Cole Jamieson. To just add to that really strong trio. Pushing Henry back down the pecking order for a time being as Stokes brings Ravindra onto the front foot, he defends.
And you look at this side, the New Zealand side, for a long period of time, it's very much built around Kane holding control of that middle order, batting for time, others accelerating around him. You think Ravindra, you think Mitchell, Phillips, how they've been able to move the innings forward. So
when
they
Mitchell gets going,
yeah,
he can. Well, England know all about that, what he did in England.
So New Zealand pushed the game forward more with their middle to lower order, based upon the traditional way of wearing down a side, and then as you get into 70, 80 overs, you're able to make the most of the older ball.
Stokes in again from around the wicket, back of a length. Defending his Ravindra, sort of curbed his enthusiasm. He came out a shot of minutes, wasn't he? Especially wide of off stump, going at the ball. Stokes had 2 gullies in. Wanted Potts to hang in that channel. Ravindra got 4 fours away quite quickly, not all. Assuredly, there were a couple of beautiful shots. That little flick, straight flick down the ground through mid-on. Sign of what he's capable of. He's 17. His head starts of the series, hasn't gone on. Theatrical flick of the wrist to a 4-ball on leg stump. Takes it to forward square as Potts does the feeling in the crowd. Give him just a little bit more after that misfield in the previous over. 170 for 2.
Honestly, because of this crowd, the intimacy of this crowd and the banks, because the boundaries are quite small and the banks go up, when you're fielding on the boundary, even as behind the stumps here, you sort of feel like the crowd's on top of you and the noise just sort of comes from high to low, and it's a lot louder than what you expect. And when Hamilton people have a couple of extra lemonades, it gets a lot louder as the day goes on, and there's usually one person that just goes all day in the stand, and you think, come on, mate. Yeah. Just 5 minutes.
Yeah. Stokes back over the wicket to Williamson. 2 full, 2 straight. Worked around the corner for 1. They're in quickly from the deep. Williamson Won't come back for a second. 171 for the loss of 2, and we can hear now with every single being taken. I think there's that gentleman you were talking about. Let me guess. Probably didn't have breakfast. Probably skipped lunch. Hasn't got a lick of sun cream on. And the tank's reading full.
Definitely wearing a singlet of some some fashion.
Sunglasses and some form of sports cap of an American sporting team. That's what I'm going to go with.
Yeah, you probably also got those short rugby shorts
Yeah,
that a lot of Hamilton
yeah,
people wear.
yeah.
Toon toe colour.
You've summed it up beautifully. Stokes in again. On middle leg, pushed to mid-on, no run as Bethel is there to field. So Stokes, how many overs can he bowl today? Because he's bowled very well. He's gone past the outside edge. And he's controlled the scoring rate. He's conceding just 2.25 runs off the 16 overs he's bowled. None for 36 with 3 maidens. Cass looks a little, well, by his very lofty standards from what we saw in Test 1, Test 2. He's been expensive, not as threatening. He's got 11 fours in his 11 overs. He's going to continue from the city end. Blue sky above now. That cloud has really dissipated. Lovely conditions.
Almost wonder because at that good length they hadn't been getting the same deviation as what we saw in Wellington, that they then just started to push it up a little bit more to try and create maybe a little bit of swing as well. And that's allowed or fed into New Zealand's ability to hit down the ground.
Carr starts a new over. Hard length into the hip of Williamson. Turn through square leg for another run. Williamson to 31, 172 for the loss of 2. And they deserved a lot of credit for the line and length they bowled in Wellington, challenging those stumps a lot more than New Zealand did. To New Zealand's credit today, though, Katey, don't you think they've left a lot better outside of off stump? That they've made the bowlers come to them. And I just think England's length has been probably on the shorter side. John Bracewell, of course, former New Zealand player and New Zealand coach, been working with on New Zealand radio at Sport Nation. Adamant that if you're going to miss, you've got to miss full. He'd prefer, especially early, if you miss half volleys. Just keep bowling half volleys rather than back of a length. It's good from Cast this time, challenging that off stump as Ravindra has to defend as he continues around the wicket to the left-hander.
I think in the first 10 overs, looked at a stat, they were around 34% in that fuller area, whereas you're spot on, I think they've brought that length back a little bit shorter. It's a plan they do like to Rachin Ravindra. You talked about that wider plan. There's 2 gullies that are in place. Bethel maybe a couple of metres deeper than Ben Duckett, now moving slightly wider to, what, a short third, I would say.
And that makes sense because Ravindra, compared to the other 3, he won't leave as much. He likes bat on ball. He waits, bat raised, and punches. No, he's caught in the gully, just like that, Katey Martin, as we've discussed, tried to force the ball, back of a length, healthy edge, and Duckett has a catch. He dropped 2 earlier, tough ones at third slip. This was around waist height, and he's taken it 2 hands, and a huge breakthrough. Is it? Is it, Katey Martin? They're looking, don't tell me it's another no ball. They're just waiting. Oh, the tension is unbearable. 172 for 3 it could be. We wait, we look. There's something behind the line there, isn't there?
So that'll be, it's a fair delivery.
It's a fair delivery. That was the voice of umpire Rod Tucker. This will be out. Ravindra's just been told, and he goes. His frustrating series continues. Starts, are not going to cut it, Rachin, and he's gone. Caught, Duckett, bowled, Cass for 18, 172 for 3, and that tee, they'll sip it. They'll sip it and it'll taste sweet now, Katey.
That wider plan again, as I was just talking about, he likes to press forward, which he touched on, and then he gets high, his hands get high, plays away from his body, his feet never go too far outside that stump line. That's the 6th time this year that he's been caught in that wider line plan. So it's something teams are clearly targeting, his enthusiasm to get after the ball and his limited control in terms of that. It's not up and under, it's that straight bat, high edge. Finally, one's gone to Duckett in a proper catching area.
172 for the loss of 3. So Williamson still there on 31, and Daryl Mitchell. And what they'd pay to get another one. Katey, I sense tomorrow it's going to be as flat as a pancake as far as the the pitch out there. New Zealand have to convert this start into something substantial. 348 in the first innings in Christchurch. Ain't going to cut it here at Hamilton. And they were 199 for 3 when Mitchell departed. Someone from a New Zealand perspective, and likely one of these two you would sense, has to take the game by the scruff of the neck and bat for a very long time. Mitchell will see a heavily packed cordon behind him. 3 slips, 2 gullies, a leg slip. 2 men back also on the onside, one just behind square. One a fine leg. Well, Rachin Ravindra will not like looking at the tape and the replay. Not as if we didn't see it coming. Cast, tail up now. Bowling to Mitchell, leaving a foolish ball outside of off stump. No stroke.
Well, there's no fielder in front of Daryl Mitchell's eye line in front of the stump. So he's got a deep square leg, he's got a deep fine leg and a leg gully. There's no mid-on whatsoever. And then you've got that packed offside. He loves to get at the ball, he loves to get forward of the ball. That leg gully's in place because he gets his hands out. It creates an opportunity with the extra bounce that we know Cast has got. He got glove down leg side and Wellington as well. As I say, that wide mid-on comes back and up off that square leg boundary.
I prefer that. Mitchell departed with a pull stroke in Christchurch, but from memory I think he's put that shot completely away.
Well, you imagine looking up and you know that no one's in front of you, so you just get your bat on it. Maybe it was his encouragement just to put his hands at the ball and try and get that one that just bobbles into the leg side where there's no fielder there. Made that adjustment now.
Mitchell not happy with plenty of movement just to the right of the sight screen. Sight screen has also gone black, Katey. That doesn't help. The sight screens here, a portion of it is advertised between overs.
Could you imagine if Steve Smith was here? We'd be here for the next hour
Steve
just trying
Smith?
to get the cover.
Joe Root.
Oh, Joe Root,
well,
yeah,
we're in the
bad.
New Zealand radio box. We're right above the sight screen. When he was last here at this venue, we got in all sorts of trouble for doing our job.
My question is...
we weren't allowed to move.
Yeah, well, that's fair. I mean, you boys just roam around. But I wonder if...
What, above the sight screen where there's no sight screen?
Yeah.
Right,
People...
okay.
I've had someone, a bowler, that couldn't deal with someone walking... So they were bowling, and behind the wicketkeeper was someone, and they had told them to move because it distracted them. That was a new one for me. I thought... You need to get...
Distracting the bowler?
Distracting the bowler.
Wow.
I thought, okay.
Okay.
You might need a little bit of help.
Your head might not be in the game.
Yeah.
It might not be appropriate.
But do you think this was like this when Rachin Ravindra was batting? I didn't notice it. Change colour.
No, any opportunity to get an ad out after a wicket probably failed. So what they do is they have temporary white sort of panels that they can put over the electronic part of the sight screen. Problem is they're reasonably see-through, aren't they?
I was going to say to you, how do you describe what that looks like? There's sort of a line in between both. I reckon if that was Joe Root or Steve Smith, they'd be saying there's too much, there's bright white within it that would be distracting for them.
What do you, when you put white on black, it turns grey. Looks grey to me. So they've covered the electronic sight screen with 5 white panels. Right. Let's see if Daryl Mitchell's happy enough with that. Carster's at the top of his mark. Seems a long time ago. Rachin Ravindra was caught in the gully by Duckett. Here we go. From over the wicket, Carson again. Coming forward, Mitchell, long way forward, turning the ball in front of his front pad to the onside, no run. Cast now on the wickets.
Just the extra bounce he's been able to extract all series long, I think, has been the success for him. He's got very subtle in terms of his deviations. That extra bit of bounce is very uncomfortable.
Plenty of catches around the bat. And Mitchell wanted to leave. Problem is, the ball didn't want to leave him. It kept coming and strikes him in the midriff. Was that just a misread on line? It's an uncomfortable, awkward way to end the session if you're Daryl Mitchell. Better one if you're England, because in sight of tee, they've got rid of a very dangerous player. Rachin Ravindra runs are dried up after he got off to a sparkling start. He was 17 off 9. And then the next 15 balls, they saw him just add 1 run to that total, and he just could not resist. Another back of a length ball outside of off stump and tried to force it off the half press. He went high off the bat into the gully, and Duckett took a regulation catch and gave Cass his first wicket. Ravindra gone for 18 and 172 for the loss of 3 at tee. You would say that session belongs to the visitors, Katey?
3 for 79 off 25 overs. Just that wicket at the end to break a partnership that was building quite nicely. They've toured away all the England bowlers. They've adjusted their lengths. They're not getting the huge amount of assistance that we've seen in other wickets throughout this series, but just eking away the New Zealand wickets, and the big one of Ravindra, who can control an innings so well.
It's of former White Fern, Katey Martin. Let's give you the full scorecard before we take a break from our commentary position. New Zealand sent in, let's not forget that. England chose to field. They made 1 change, Potts in for Wokes. New Zealand made 2 changes, Young in for Conway. That was well telegraphed. Conway back with family with the arrival of his first child imminent. Mitchell Santner into the lineup as Nathan Smith had to make way. New Zealand, job well done. They got through to lunch at 93 without loss, with Latham on 36 and Young on 42. Young, though, struggled after resumption of playing that middle session. He was caught at second slip off the bowling of Atkinson for 42. The score at 105 for the loss of 1 in the 31st over. Atkinson was very good in that opening spell after lunch, while they then got a slice of luck as Tom Latham at villainous edge as he was strangled down the leg side, trying to fly off the front foot. Then Edge Pope comfortably across to his right to take the catch. Potts had his first wicket. The New Zealand captain departed for 63. The score 142 for the loss of 2. New Zealand 3 and 4. Williamson and Ravindra carry so much responsibility in the side. Unfortunately, Rachin Ravindra might want to have another crack at his dismissal because it's softish. As England peppered away at a plan, short outside off stump, or back of a length outside of off stump, tempting him to play uppishly through the point gully region, and he did. He played it into the path of Duckett. He took the catch off the bowling of Cass, gone for 18. The score 172 for the loss of 3. As it is at tee. Potts 15 overs, 1 for 53. Atkinson 10 overs, 1 for 19. Surely we'll see him first up after tee, as we did in this session. He's bowled 5 in each session. Or Cass into the wickets. Can't keep him out of the wicket column in this series. 12 overs, 1 for 48, while Stokes has bowled 16 very tidy overs with 3 maidens, none for 36. New Zealand will resume with Mitchell yet to get off the mark and Williamson on 31 at 172 for the loss of 3. Coming up during the tea break, you will hear an exclusive chat between Steve Harmison and England captain Ben Stokes. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of New Zealand v England on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
So far, another to go. Now it's time for the amateurs to have a go at bowling. The two teams going head to head, 3 balls each. They just have to bowl out that chicken. It seems hopefully easy enough. And the winning team is going to walk away with a Teagle chicken voucher. So let's meet our teams. Who's going first? You go first, my friend. Any technique? What are you going for here? Speed, spin?
Well, I've just got to rush from the chipping, but I think I might go spin.
Yeah, good, love it. All right, 3 balls. Let's get into it. Here we go, ball number 1. A rank full toss. Deserve to go into the stands. Unlucky. Hey, we go again though. 2 more efforts. 2 more efforts. Oh, that's topped up. Yeah, that's at the top of the leg. That's 1 wicket. That's 1 wicket. Right up. Here we go. 3rd and final. He's done it. Well done. 2 from 3. Right, the pressure's on. Who's going from your team? Yep. Right, no pressure, man. Then 3 from 3. A single price back on the line.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch. He's got him.
On talkSPORT 2.
So once again to Latham, full and straight and clipped away through mid-wicket for the first boundary off the bat in this New Zealand innings. It's a lovely shot.
Driven on the up through the cover region. Long chase, hot, good athlete. Oh, unfortunately for him, he gets there, tries to flick it back, but only touched it, and the ball then trickled painfully and hits the rope.
Pass again, short, wide, and cut for 4 by Will Young. Broadcast thundering away from us from the Tim Southee end, and that's driven beautifully by Will Young through extra cover for 4. Pitched up just outside the off stump and handsomely put away to bring up the New Zealand 50. Stokes once again. And Latham now push drives through the offside. Beautiful shot, deserves 4, and I think will get 4.
Stokes is in, driven by Tom Latham. This is perhaps his shot of the day.
Here's a lovely drive from Young down the ground for 4. Just over pitched by Potts. Bashir gives chase, but it's all in vain, and a very fine shot indeed. He's driven well today, has Will Young. 90 without loss.
Does find the outside edge of the bat, but Galloway can't dive to the right to stop it racing away to the boundary. 4 more to Latham. He's 48. New Zealand 105 without loss. And there's an edge, and Young has been caught at second slip. And that's a good tumbling take from Harry Brook. Short wide and cracked through cover point by Kane Williamson. Gets off the mark with the boundary.
Driven by Latham, no doubt about his 50 now as Atkinson pitches up, and Latham delightfully places it wide of Stokes at mid-off for the 4 that does give him his half century.
Williamson onto the back foot. A shot of real authority as he gets a short delivery from Potts, and he pulls it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It's 135 for 1.
Down the leg side, and has Tom Latham been caught by Ollie Pope? He has. Matthew Potts with the success. Ravindra will go back-to-back boundaries. That was a better shot from Ravindra, coming forward and clipping the ball to the right of mid-wicket and away for 4. 150 up for New Zealand.
Driven by Ravindra down the ground for 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries.
Pulled away, down at defence. 4 to square for 4. Fair delivery. That was the voice of umpire Rod Tucker. This will be out. Ravindra's just been told, and he goes. His frustrating series continues. Starts are not going to cut it, Rutchin, and he's gone. Caught, Duckett, bowled, cast for 18, 172 for 3 in that tee. Or they'll sip it. They'll sip it and it'll taste sweet now, Katey.
Yep, the tea will be tasting sweet if you're an England cricketer. Less so if you're a Kiwi, although they're in a decent position at the tea break. 172 for 3. Williamson and Mitchell at the crease when we resume after the tea break. Time for an odds update now, though, with William Hill.
In the zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
So a look at the odds with William Hill. New Zealand 17 to 20 for the win. England 75. That will of course enable them to win the series 3-0. The draw 7 to 1. Williamson, who averages 96 at this ground, he's 7 to 4 to score his 33rd Test century. And when England's batters take to the field, Brook 13 to 5 to top score. Root 12-5, Jacob Bethel 7-1. That was today's odds update with William Hill. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Well, the hoo-ha behind me is the crowd appreciating a dress-up day. It's Saturday at the Test. And so some of the best dressed are out there on the field, trying to impress those on the banks that they should be awarded best in parade. And I think I'm right in saying that one of the flower girls from my wedding back in 2011 is one of them. I will confirm that in about 8 minutes' time. There is more important pressing matters to bring you here on talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. A brilliant interview between the England captain Ben Stokes and our very own Steve Harmison. Yesterday, Harmy caught up with his former Durham man to discuss a whole range of issues, including his leadership, the breakthrough of some younger players, and an exciting 2025 to come.
Ben, thanks for joining us on talkSPORT. 2-0 up, how important is it to really ram home the advantage, go 3-0 up, 2024 end in a strong manner in a red ball format with what is going to be a tough 2025, an exciting 2025 to come?
Yeah, look, we've obviously come into this last game with the series wrapped up. Still want to go, we'd love to be able to leave here 3-0. But we'll be going out there with the same intent, same mindset as we have done in the first two games, which has served us pretty well whilst we've been out here in New Zealand. So yeah, look, we'll be going out there full of confidence and full of excitement, and yeah, hopefully leave here with a 3-0 win.
And you made one change. Is that a sign of the sort of ruthlessness you want to, come out here and say, right, we're coming to win 3-0?
Look, I think Matty Potts coming in for Chris Wokes. I think Wokes has done an amazing job this winter. He's someone who's came under a bit of scrutiny for his record outside of England, but I think what he's done in Pakistan and then in these first two games over here, he's proved a lot of people wrong. And being 2-0 up, it's a great opportunity for us to get some more experience into one of the other bowlers that we see carrying the side for a long time forward.
Talk about you. It's important for the team, and you as captain, that you're fully fit to bowl. But how important is it you for the person that you feel as though I'm fully fit and fully ready, and when the bowling needs me, I'm ready to bowl?
Yeah, obviously it's knowing that you can come on whenever you feel the time's right without having anything going on in the back of your mind, whether that be with a little niggle here and there is obviously massive. But obviously I have a huge understanding of how important my role in particular with the ballers to the team, obviously with the makeup of the side and the balance that it provides. So yeah, it's been good to get some overs under my belt here in New Zealand, and I'll say hopefully get some more out this week, but it'd be nice not to.
There's a lot been talk about the sort of roles inside and selection. One of the big roles was the sort of wicketkeeper and the wicketkeeper batter, and the batting element, especially in that role. Have you found it in yourself on this trip? Because it was about batting with the top order, batting with a tail, and you've gone at 7, and the role that I envisaged in that role, you played it perfectly in Christchurch. Is it something that you think long term going forward, number 7 might be the spot for me?
No, you never say never to anything.
Have you enjoyed that role?
Yeah, I have. I think it's like, for me, I've been in the middle order my whole career, whether that be playing test match cricket or white ball cricket. So having all that experience of going in so many different situations for a long period of time now makes it a bit easier. When you bat at the top of the order, you're always going in the same state of play, if that makes sense. As an opening batter, generally got 3 slips of gully, the ball swinging, nipping around, bowlers fresh. Whereas in the middle, you find yourself in so many different situations, whether that be, you could be 300 for 4, you could be 60 for 4, you could be, 300 ahead, so you're going into, really put the foot down, or you've got to try and rebuild. So, yeah, look, being in that middle order for me is, something that I'm just used to, and how I played my cricket since, I first started at Durham. So, yeah, 6 or 7, I don't really think the role changes that much. But yeah, look, never say never to anything.
And you the one in Christchurch, when I'm saying the way you played that role, you've seen Harry Brook close hand. I mean, he's gone to number 1 in the world. I mean, is there any more people can say nice things about Harry at the minute?
Well, Ruti congratulated him last night at dinner for becoming the world #1, and then Brookie looked straight at me and said, "You were trying to run me out this week, won't he?" But look, no, Brookie's, he's been exceptional. We've always known the talent that he's got, and who knows where things could have been. You look back to the unfortunate injury that happened to Johnny at the back end of 22. Things could have been a lot different, but it's one of those where sort of you say like things can happen for a reason, and that's given Harry Brook an opportunity to get into the team and stamp his authority. He's been absolutely incredible for this Test team, also when he's been playing in the white ball team as well. And I think for batters, all across the world, I think an all-3 format player, it's very hard to look past Harry Brook at the moment.
And I mean, your journey as captain, is it better than you expected? What you thought was expected, or is there anything? What have you learned as captain? Up to this point, especially with a big year to come.
Look, I enjoy every single day since the first day that I officially was named England captain. Obviously, I knew a bit before it was named, and I was obviously very excited about that journey from that day. And you do learn a lot as you get into a job for a longer period of time. And I'm still learning, learning lots of different things. But one thing that I've done for, I'll say 95 to 97% of the time is stay very, very true to myself, and I've got a huge understanding that my attitude, my how I am around the group has a massive influence on sort of how everyone goes about their day. So but look, I absolutely love leading this team out. I love the responsibility. I love being in the position where you make big decisions, but they're always based upon what we feel or what I feel is right for the team, and I'll always do that.
Massive 2025, no IPL?
No, big 2025, like India, and then obviously after that we've got the Ashes, so I'm 33 now, Stephen.
Yes. I can remember when you were 16, cheeky, shouting at me across the other side of the dressing room because I was an old man, getting a bit bigger.
So look, it is, there's just so much cricket these days, and I remember when I first started playing, you just sort of rock up and crack on and play the next one, but you've got to be realistic as everything gets older, everything comes a little bit harder, you've got to train a lot harder, and I want to be giving myself the best chance to be walking out there leading the Test team forward for as long as I possibly can.
In that 2025, is this the year that's going to excite you and Brendan as the sort of leadership? Is this the one you've been looking at for months, weeks, years, whatever, that India at home, Australia away, this is what I play international cricket for?
Oh look, I think you look at series, and obviously there's always going to be ones in the calendar that you notice and sort of stand out a bit more, and India, Australia are obviously always those ones. But those series, a lot of people say, oh, that's what you play for, but I think when you strip all that away, there's a lot more than playing in big series as to why you play. It's a massive responsibility and a massive honour that we get walking out there every single time we've got the shirt on, so that's why I play the game.
Ben Stokes speaking with Steve Harmison. Sounded relaxed, didn't he? And why not? He's been through a lot over the last few years, and I suppose one of the things you realise as you get older is it's very important to enjoy the good times, as one of my former colleagues once said to me about this business. And he is enjoying the good times. You don't have to go too far back. Pakistan was tough for him. The breaking back at home, horrendous. You can only feel and imagine what that must have been like to go through so far from home. And that's why it is. With 2-0 up, we want to play. Back in the country of your birth, with the sun on your back, you have to enjoy these moments, because the tough times, you just don't know when they're coming next.
Absolutely, 100%. And you listen to what he says there. The best bit I enjoyed there was quite a lot that I enjoyed there, just sort of talking to somebody I've known for so long, seeing the development, like you said, about the good times, the bad times, seen all that, obviously with a really close hand on it, because I think Ben was 14 when I first come across him. He said, Johnny said, as captain, I stay true to myself. 95, 97% of the time, I stay true to myself. For me, that's what's making him a brilliant leader, because the compassion, the empathy that he has, the understanding of what life's about, understanding what the game is thrown at him. Any young player walking into this dressing room can look across to the room knowing their captain has been through everything in life, and when it comes to that point of view personally in cricket, and to come out the other side of it with such a strong character, And I think that's why, for me, he's a great leader.
And yet, for all the fun and games and enjoyment along the way that we've had under the Bazball era, 2025 will define his captaincy. Will Bazball be a footnote, or will it be the standard bearer? Oh, there's our standard bearer, Neil Manthorp, about to come in. The huddle's back, so's Manners. Day one, Christchurch, New Zealand invited to bat first. They were 193 for 3, and they went on to lose 5 wickets. And New Zealand haven't been back in the match since. Well, I suppose they did have England 70 on for 4 the next day. They'll probably point out 172 for 3 here at Tea on day one of this, the 3rd Test match. To talk you through the next couple of hours, it'll be Harmy and Neil Manthorp for the next 20.
Chris Atkinson's going to get the proceedings after Tea started. They've gone back to they're staying with their usual plan. I thought it might have gone aggressive. They might go to aggressive after a while, but 2 slips, gully, point, a cover point, mid on, mid off, square leg and fine leg for Gus Atkinson.
And it is Atkinson running away from us up to the crease, down the leg side here, and a leg glance played by Coney Williamson, but no contact made with the ball. Harmy, who is the member of the England management group who looks like he may have possibly a size 54 chest and a beard?
Security.
Oh, right. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, the clues in the clue is in the question there, man. He's massive. He's a big lad. He's a great lad. Yes, he's a great lad. Here is Atkinson again, full outside the stump. You wouldn't get into an argument with him.
No. But the thing I like about him, I only sort of been in his company or met him, spoke to him a couple of times. He's so gentle, so softly spoken. And that's always a good sign of a hard man and a good security guard, because you wouldn't want to mess with him. He doesn't walk around as very, very imposing because of his size and his stature. He stays a little bit in the background, but he is their security, and he does it very, very well. And all the lads seem to love him.
And Atkinson is in again, back of an length outside the off stump and pushed out towards cover. I don't know whether they still hold these tournaments, but they used to competitions. But they used to have World's Strongest Man events, didn't they? When they'd have to pick up boulders. And
yeah, Jeff Capes just died not long ago in England. You know, Jeff Capes. There was. I mean, they pick up the boulders. The run with a big.
And they got a keg
and the keg on the back. Yeah, I can drink one of them. I just can't carry one
unless it's inside you.
Yeah.
Here's Atkinson again, and that's pulled away by Williamson very nicely indeed, down towards long leg. It's fielded way down in the distance by Zach Crawley. Finds himself at long leg at the moment, and Williamson moves on to 32. But he has that build. There was a man from Norway, Igor Stiggerson, I'm tempted to say, something like that. He was the reigning champion for years and years.
It's always on at Christmas time, wasn't it?
That's right. Anyway, Yaz has the same build, and I just mentioned it because I've seen him around the hotel. I've seen him around the whole tour, actually. I've been too scared to introduce myself, too intimidated, but I'm glad we've sorted it out now, just before we leave. Is Atkinson again outside the off stump, left alone by Williamson once more. He's on 32. Daryl Mitchell's yet to score. New Zealand are 173 for 3. And if these two batsmen have not remembered or don't have it in their minds that they were in control of the first Test match before suffering a collapse in the final session, I'm sure there will be some members of the England team who may remind them as we go into the final 2.5 hours. Atkinson in again, down the leg side. Williamson sensibly leaves it alone and allows it into the gloves of Ollie Pope. Over comes to an end, 173 for 3. And, well, still no Shoaib Bashir, which I'm just slightly surprised about. I thought we might have had a look at him by now, Harmy. The other thing is, I just mentioned this to John Norman, there's nobody who can offer 3 or 4 overs of gentle medium pace, see if it'll swing, you know, because of the humidity, and just thinking like a
Daryl Mitchell type.
Yeah.
Paul Collingwood from
my era.
Yeah, I think England's bowlers are very similar, just similar in what they're trying to achieve from off the surface point of view, just slightly different release points, but in a degree of probably 5 to 10 kilometres an hour between each one of the bowlers.
It's Bryden Cast continuing to cane Williamson, and that's pushed defensively out on the onside. Marcus Trescothick, Mark Butcher.
Marcus Trescothick, yes. They were very reluctant bowlers. I mean, Coley was desperate to get a bowl. He was like Jack in the box. Coley would be standing there telling the captain the bowlers weren't bowling very good just so he could get on, where Trez and Butch were probably thinking, come on bowlers, get your finger out because I don't really want to bowl. I mean, two different mindsets on 70-mile-an-hour bowlers. Being generous to Coley there, 70 mile an hour.
I enjoyed Trescothick, particularly in ODI cricket as a bowler. Full and wide outside the off stump here from Cast, and Williamson offers a no shot.
Ian Bell was another one who had little phantom swingers, run up and bowl sort of stump to stump. But yeah, you're right. None of the England bowlers are England batters.
Harry Brook has a Test wicket.
Yep, he's got one, hasn't he?
He got it in New
was
Zealand.
It not
was it Kane Williamson?
It was Kane Williamson. Yeah, it was Kane Williamson at the basin, wasn't it? So
people scoffed and mocked, but I think Ben brought him on in the first session, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
controlled 2 overs. Outside the off stump again, Williamson leaves it alone in dramatic fashion and walks away after it. Was that just a comic relief moment?
Yeah,
then?
I think so. I think he had been bowling the nets, hadn't he, and tried to convince everybody that he was an all-rounder. I mean, at this moment in time, I would chuck the ball to anybody in the tier. I would actually ask Ollie Pope to take his pads off rather than ask Harry Brook to do something that might cause him an injury the way he's batting at this moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't bowled since, and so I like I said, it strikes me as a bit of a comic relief moment. But I mean, if he could offer 3 or 4 overs once every 3 or 4 Test matches, in a situation like this, that's driven by Williamson up to mid-off. Ben Stokes does the fielding. There's nothing wrong with having another bow in your quiver, even if it stays in the quiver mostly.
Yeah, if you're bringing somebody to bowl little seamers on. I think you as a captain, you look around and think, I picked the wrong team here. You've got 3 spinners as well. England have got 7 bowling options. Bashir to bowl, then you've got Root, you've got Bethel. So there's only really Brook, Duckett, Crawley, and obviously Pope, that aren't recognised bowlers.
Here is Cast once again, and banged in short, doesn't bounce much. Williamson makes it look so easy. Again, Cast is not bowling at his quickest. I mean, it's clear that it's not the pain necessarily that is preventing him from bowling at closer to 140 than 130. It's just maybe it's more of an inconvenience, isn't it? I mean, it's not the pain, because if he was in significant pain and he thought it would be affecting his bowling, he presumably wouldn't be playing. Ollie Stone is in the squad. It's short and wide and cut by Williamson for 4. That not best delivery that Bryden Cast has bowled today, and in fact it was in the high 120s, 129 kilometres an hour. So he's definitely not on top of his game, but he does have 18 wickets in the series. So why wouldn't you play him?
Yeah, I think that was always going to be the hard thing for Ben and for Brendan, and a decision to make to continue with Cast. I think you had to play him if he was fit. You had to play him because what he's done in the series so far, and trying to keep that momentum going. And he's been a revelation in this series, a real find for England. But he looks tired now. He's 13 overs in, and he looks as though he's tired. And that's possibly a danger with the body he's got with injuries.
Gus Atkinson continues now. Kane Williamson. Daryl Mitchell up onto his toes and pushes that out to Matty Potts, who is fielding at cover. Just thought I'd make a point of reminding people that Matty Potts, like Bryden Cast, is a genuine athlete. He's not a fast bowler that needs to be tucked away somewhere quiet down at long leg. Matthew Potts at cover 2 slips in a gully, 3 in a row on the offside, 2 on the leg side and a long leg as Atkinson is in again, bangs it in short. Mitchell plays it very, very easily. Gosh, it looks like it's flattened out under this hot sun today, this pitch.
Yeah, it looks as though the ball's got soft now. It really does. It looks as though it's got soft. I think England they've gone what, 55.2 overs so far, trying to sort of bowl good length, trying to sort of catch behind the wicket. I just wonder, one, when they go to the short ball tactic, who have they got to go with? Because Garth looks as though he's a little bit out of puff. Stokes has had a couple of long spells.
Mitchell now pushes one to cover. He's looking very skittish. He wants to get off the mark. Daryl Mitchell, it's 9th ball that he's faced, and again it's gone straight to Potts.
So it's either go down the short ball route, which England have done earlier than now in previous test matches, or they try and bring Shoaib Bashir in to see if there is an element of spin. They might do both. They might go, right, we'll go short ball from one end and spin from the other end and see if the batters, either Kane Williamson or Daryl Mitchell, take on the spinner while the short ball's in tow.
Atkinson in, beauty. And that one beats Daryl Mitchell. That came out of the blue. I think it did. I mean, Daryl Mitchell is not normally one of those batsmen that plays deliberately inside the line of the ball rather than leaving it alone. And I suspect that one did absolutely beat him. And it got him just fending for it as well. So a little bit of movement unexpectedly off the seam. So it's not completely flat. The ball, that is. The seam on the ball. Through slips gully, backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg, nothing changed. Here's Atkinson again, bowls to Mitchell, who pushes it to cover again. Matty Potts does the fielding. Atkinson about to complete his 12th over, figures of 1 for 20, so comfortably the most economical of the England seamers today, conceding a fraction over 1.5 and over. There's a buzz around the ground, and the grass banks have noticeably thinned out. I think it happens when there's a little lull in a quiet spell during the test match. People sense it, and Atkinson is in again. It's left alone outside the off stump by Mitchell, and they're also thinking, well, it's 4:15. This might be a good opportunity to go and see if the queue has died down for whatever snack or late afternoon concession stall they want to visit, and maybe a visit to the bathroom, get another drink. But I enjoy moments like this because they're actually very rare. They're few and far between in Test cricket, and it normally means that it's a signal that we're about to have an explosion of action.
Yeah, we're going to have an explosion of action, hopefully. And to carry on what you're saying, Manners, we're not far from town, so you're a little bit out of the groundsman's gear. You get a chance to walk into, I mean, the shop. There's a little shopping precinct, a food court and everything like that. Literally a 2-minute walk away, so town is close.
Bryden Garth in, edged along the ground and all the way along the ground virtually, but it did look like an edge from Williamson, fielded by Harry Brook. That's the reason, one of the reasons that I had Seddon Park and still do. It brings a smile to Kiwi faces, but I have it in my top 5 favourite grounds, and one of the reasons is because of its proximity to the city centre. I mean, it is literally. How long did it take us to walk to the ground this morning? 6 or 7 minutes?
Yeah, 5-6 minutes.
And that's on the Waikato River, and so yeah, I just find it really super convenient if you are staying in the city centre. That is. Here's Garth again, short and pulled by Williamson, and that looked odd. It was a sort of short arm bunt. It didn't hit it hard at all in the end. It's almost like he checked the shot. Hitting it to Atkinson at mid-on.
Pace again, the pace of the ball just coming off the surface. Just not quite there, not quite as consistent. Probably Kane Williamson's thinking that's going to bounce a little bit higher. Was it 133? So not one of Garth's quickest deliveries. I think there is an inconsistency in this surface from a pace point of view.
Here's Garth again, Williamson at his absolute best with all the time in the world to play this defensively. I'm not going to hold you to this because it's not your area of expertise, and I know that neither of us has covered ourselves in glory with our research. Okay, it's me. I'm sorry. I haven't covered myself in glory with it. But did you read somewhere that New Zealand has a higher percentage of golf courses per capita than anywhere else? Was that? Did you tell me that?
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. Obviously, it's not as big, not a massive island. Scotland might be up there.
Driven down the ground for 4 by Williamson. It's a shot that leaves Garth on his knees, and he's just clearly struggling a lot with that left foot, and you can see him just flexing it now, and he's landed on it. It's pain every single time, and Williamson has taken advantage of what turns out to be a half volley and drives it through long off for 4.
Yeah, I was right. Scotland is up there. Scotland's then Australia.
No,
Then
New Zealand.
New Zealand, then Australia. Then
Ireland, of
Ireland
course.
and Ireland, yeah.
Ireland in 4th place. Air, that is. Northern Ireland is in 5th place. It's short and pulled by Williamson. He's got a bottom edge on that and hasn't timed it at all. So flapped it to Gus Atkinson at wideish mid-on. Let's complete the top 10. This is most golf courses per capita. Scotland, New Zealand, Australia, Republic of Ireland, Northern Ireland, Canada, Wales, United States, Sweden and England. That's interesting. Top 10.
Sweden bit's interesting.
Yeah, and you can only play 6 months of the year.
That's it, yeah. Well, to be fair, you can only play 6 months of the year in certain places in England.
2 slips in a gully. Carson bangs it in short, up onto his toes goes Williamson, pushes it out to extra cover, and Jacob Bethel does the fielding. 181 for 3. Kane Williamson now 40. Daryl Mitchell 11 balls and yet to get off the mark. But you went to the effort of bringing your golf clubs with you, which is impressive. But you've only had 3 hits, haven't you?
No, 5. I played 5 times so
five
far.
times.
Scott's played 4.
Tell us a little bit more about them, because I think John Norman's coming to take over.
I mean, New Zealand's beautiful. Garth Galloway took us to St Andrews, Hamilton last night. We teed off at 4 o'clock. Garth flew in from Christchurch, got himself in his golf kit, flew in, and we had a game last night, which was very, very nice.
It's Daryl Mitchell facing it to get off the mark with Gus Atkinson pitching a delivery up to the right hand, who's faced 11 deliveries. Does start his innings slowly, doesn't he, Daryl Mitchell? He made his debut against England here. It's his home ground. But you don't feel like it's not like when you used to play with Kevin Peterson and he was so itchy to get off the mark. The Red Bull run was coined. Don't feel like that with Daryl Mitchell. Comes forward again and pushes this delivery on a length from Gus Atkinson up to Ben Stokes at mid-off. How you doing, Harmy?
Very well, very well. I'm waiting for the game to really ignite.
Well, 181 for 3. New Zealand tootling along, just over 3 and over.
Yeah, it's 3 and over, but I feel as though the day's gone quite sort of slowly and mundane. It hasn't really been anything sort of really, really exciting. England have bowled a few bad balls which have been put away.
2 slips in a gully in places. Mitchell's takes a little step down the track to Gus Atkinson. He bowls back of a length and it's defended again. 93 runs in the first session. The afternoon session, 3 wickets falling, with New Zealand adding just 79 runs, and that in itself on a track like this, there's no chance that England only score 79 runs in an afternoon session, and this is following a pattern that we saw in Christchurch. In terms of the run rate, just seems to be slowing Mitchell again. Trying to get forward, does so successfully, pushes up to Bryden Cast at straight mid-on, no run. 181 for 3, but the problem with this is, from a New Zealand perspective, we're 23 overs away from the second new ball. England's seamers have been bowling all day. They've got to avoid falling into the trap that they found themselves in on day 1 in Christchurch. Well, Pitched up a touch, angling in on the pads. Mitchell's forward, pushing up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, going into the trap of game's going nowhere, and then all of a sudden, bang, bang, and you're 200 for 5, staring down the barrel. You've made a change of Santner for Smith, and Smith's, I think, a more competent batter than Santner. So you lengthen your tail. Your tail's been blown away in most of the Test matches so far. So there's so much. I think there's so much onus on this partnership. I really do. If New Zealand want a chance of winning the Test match and getting a big score, it's on these two.
Forward is Mitchell. Can't beat mid-on again. Pitched up a touch. A little bit of movement from. It's actually a Yorker. Really dipped. Looked like it was going to be a full toss on the pads, and then suddenly it dipped right at the last minute. And instead of being smashed to the right of mid-wicket, it was pushed to mid-on. And Darryl Mitchell has faced 17 deliveries and is still yet to get off the mark.
England look as though, especially Carson Atkinson. It's only natural, but they do look as though they've had two back-to-back Test matches, even though they haven't spent massive amounts in the field. You still, the adrenaline and the energy and the things you have to use, places you take your body to, they look as though they've had back-to-back games. Potts has been a little bit more energetic. I think Stokes has been really good. I think Stokes has bowled really nicely. But again, the game's just in this slow holding pattern where you go, somebody just get a hold of it by the scruff of the neck, and whether that is Darryl Mitchell coming in and the minute he's not off 17, but he is a fast scorer, or England go bang bang and all of a sudden New Zealand are 200 for 5.
Is he that fast a scorer, Mitchell? Short wide, cutaway 4. That was in the slot for Williamson, despite 4 fielders on the offside. Was there to be hit, and hit it was.
He did. He hit it very, very well, and it was there in the slot. That ball did deserve to go to the boundary very, very quickly. I think Mitchell likes to fast scoring. You say he takes his time getting in. I think Mitchell likes hitting boundaries.
He does like hitting boundaries, likes hitting boundaries down the ground. That was a bit of a pie from Potts. Has picked up a wicket though today, and this is straighter, draws Williamson forward, pushes it to Gully where Duckett fields. They put cheese in their pies here in New Zealand. That had a thin coating of Edam at the top of it as it was deposited to the boundary.
It did have a thin. Actually, I don't think it had a thin one. I think it had a thick one.
Dripping.
That was
with
dripping.
cheese.
Yes, it was asking to be dealt with. Speaking about dealt with, the ball is getting dealt with. England are just trying to change it, possibly going a bit softer. Maybe it's Joe Root who's the designated shiner of the ball. He's trying to put pressure on Raza to possibly change it, because England might get one that's a little bit harder and a little bit more pronounced seam, and possibly change their fortunes.
I'll ask you to assess this field that England have got in a second, as Williamson again just defends, pushes to cover, no run. 2 fielders on the boundary on the leg side.
Short ball.
At deep square and at fine leg. Haven't seen many short balls so far, and you wouldn't expect Matthew Potts to be the bowler who's going to be operating the short stuff.
No, there's been a couple of drag downs.
And then the offside field. Heavily populated, that's for sure. Slip cordon, which was once 4 strong, is now 2, as Williamson just opens the blade a fraction, tries to guide the ball down to third, but there's Crawley at kind of short third. There's 2 slips in place, there's a point, Duckett at cover point, and then extra cover is Stokes. No one out on the boundary unless they're signing an autograph, and I can't pick them out. $185 for 3 then, New Zealand, as Potts is in again, and Williamson coming forward, and as is his want, he's turning a defensive shot into one that, if he steers it correctly, it's going to pick up runs, and Real risk-free shot, but this time it's fielded its second slip. Williamson is kind of batter. I imagine he's the kind of guy that would have been happy painting the what's that big bridge in San Francisco? Golden Gate Bridge. Just chance and bowled. Williamson's gone. An inside edge is deflected back off his thigh and back onto middle stump. Potts has struck. Williamson's got to go for 44. And New Zealand 185 for 4.
The slow death of the ball going back onto the stumps, painting the Golden Gate Bridge. Another coat on them stumps, and he might not have knocked the pails off there. Oh, how unlucky is that for Kane Williamson? Defended it into the ground. He's tried to kick it. I don't think he's kicked the stumps, but the ball has gone back onto the middle stump. Despair for Kane Williamson, elation for Matt Potts. And Matt Potts' energy throughout this, what has been 59 overs, has got him 2 wickets, and I think he's deserved them.
Well, a touch of misfortune there for Williamson, who once again has gone off to a start, but can't kick on. And New Zealand, sad to say, are doing what they did in Christchurch and on several occasions of late, battling away, getting themselves into a decent position, but they just don't seem to have the ability to put the pressure back on the opposition, inviting pressure back on. And here we are again. It's Mitchell and Blundell. Mitchell 0 from 17. Blundell fresh from his century in second innings at Wellington. Anton Devcich joining me in the commentary box with New Zealand 185 for 4.
That's the price you play for playing the ball so late. He did it previously in this over and played it really well, but this one just looked like it nipped back on him slightly, which changed the trajectory of where the ball was going to end up. And as he tried to kick the ball away from the stumps, but couldn't quite get it in time.
Left alone, Daryl Mitchell faces delivery number 18. Still yet to get off the mark. 185 for 4. Yep, misfortune there for Kane Williamson, but England have just kept at it all day. And they will feel they're getting reward. 3 wickets in the afternoon session, now 1 in the evening. On a pitch which is still giving them a little bit of swing, but he's pretty unresponsive. I think in the past most teams would have batted first here, but you know, the game has changed in recent years. Oof, this isn't far from that catching mid-wicket. Pushed towards Bashir, and it drops about a metre short from Mitchell, who was on the shot a fraction too early. Atkinson, who on his introduction to Test cricket was pushing 140 kilometres an hour, he was talked about as a replacement for Mark Wood, Jofra Archer. He's never really bowled anywhere near that kind of pace, but certainly seems to be a little down on his pace today. Has picked up 1 wicket though. Pitched up, driven by Mitchell, and finally off the mark with a well hit 4 along the ground. Stokes will retrieve the ball, and New Zealand move on to 189 for 4.
Again, that ball there still showing signs of swing. So also the reason why we haven't seen Bashir just yet is there's still enough there for the seamers to get rewarded, and they have toiled away over the last session, and they have improved with their lines and lengths, and they've made it more difficult for New Zealand to score, resulting in wickets coming in clumps. And as you said a little bit earlier, new ball's not far away, and New Zealand are really starting to fall into a trap of digging a bit of a hole before that new ball.
Atkinson again, touch shorter, and on the up, driven nicely through cover. A chase on, but the ball will win. And Mitchell will go back-to-back 4s. He moves to 8 and the score 193 for 4.
It's an amazing change of gears for Mitchell here. Didn't look like playing a shot in anger for the first 15 balls, but back-to-back he's gone boundary. Not the worst of delivery again. The first boundary, maybe just a little bit over pitch, but it was a very good shot down the ground, and then
Atkinson just pulling his length back slightly for that one. Mitchell taking advantage, playing a nice punch shot off the back foot through the covers for 4.
Tilts two slips in place with the Galloway point, cover and mid off. As Mitchell's forward again, driving nicely but straight to Stokes. So no run. He is a player, and you know him well. Played for Northern Districts alongside each other, who does take a while to get going at the start of his innings. Very strong down the ground. He's got a terrific record against England. And now I suppose maybe he feels a Blundell at the other end. Despite that 100, he's aware New Zealand might be falling into the trap that we've been talking about as he comes forward and places this to Bashir running in at mid-wicket. No run. 193 for 4, end of the over. Atkinson being hit for 2 boundaries in his 14th over. New Zealand 193 for 4, and this is a really important hour and a half or so for New Zealand. They need to get to stumps, maybe losing one more, but otherwise they would have thrown away another good position.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tricky situation in the game right now for New Zealand, and one of Daryl Mitchell's strengths is when oppositions are coming hard at him and the odd verbal altercations coming in, he really does thrive upon that. And losing Kane Williamson, his most senior batter in that over, he'll feel obliged that he needs to dig in here, and he'll really front up. He's so good at just absorbing pressure and concentrating when the time's right.
Blundell about to face his first delivery. Potts is in and he drives. Fielded at extra cover. And Blundell's approach for this innings will be fascinating because he walked to the crease at Wellington. I don't think he would have been dropped for this game, but certainly there was a lot of chatter about his position. And he went at England. I think he strike rate of about 86 throughout his innings. He was dropped by Bethel at third slip, but it was a real tough chance, real tough. And then from that point onwards, he just went at England. It wasn't T20 stuff. It wasn't that he threw everything out the window. This time gets behind the ball and pushes up to mid-on. But that shot actually suggests he's going to continue where he left off at Wellington, the first shot that he played. You need to stop landing a few blows, New Zealand, and it's no good waiting until you're 2-0 down in possibly your last ever Test match before you do so.
Well, Tom Blundell he's a skittery starter. First 20 balls, he's very vulnerable, and it all depends on how he starts his innings, generally how it sort of ends up. So,
oh well, we shall see. Potts is in again, and this time it's exaggerated movements, almost Steve Smith-like. Somebody in the back of the box suggested during that Wellington Test match. Push to cover, no run.
Spin to these 2 balls in particular is a really good option, especially Tom Blundell coming out early. He is a fidgety starter, and he can struggle to get his feet going. Daryl, although he's got better at playing spin, initially while he's getting in, he can make mistakes. So Bashir's not a bad option at this point in time.
Potts again, and on his toes, pushing to cover is Blundell. His record, we covered a series in India, the one before last, by New Zealand, and Blundell's scoring, his record was extraordinary. I've left my book at the back of the box, but it was something like 3 runs from 97 faced. It was that kind of... Thank you very much, Manners. I'll have a look. It was like extraordinary. So when New Zealand went back last month, I was wondering whether he would change his approach. And he did a little bit. He didn't score a lot of runs, but he scored them slightly quicker. Driving, square of the wicket, and fielded by Bethel at point. No run. I'll have a little look back. But certainly against spin, I mean, his record in Asia and outside of Asia, he averages mid-40s outside of Asia. Blundell.
Yeah. I think for Blundell, it's... At times he comes out and bats and he feels like he needs to dig in, where he's a natural striker of the ball, and situational stages of the game might not suit him at times, but I don't think he's quite found the approach that he needs just to be consistent.
This is on the up again, or on his toes rather, Blundell, pushing the ball back to Potts, who fields. So, I mean, for a maiden of dot balls, certainly a fidgety start from Tom Blundell. Would have felt on another day he could have pierced the gap through cover with a couple of those drives. But he's not getting into position particularly well. I don't know if you can have a trigger movement after he's hit the ball, but essentially it's the opposite of a trigger movement, I guess. He's on the move and dancing around, but he has just hit 100 against England.
That's right. Hopefully he comes away with a bit of confidence from that, and more so, hopefully he's come up with a nice little method for him to try and start his innings, because, as I said, he is such a flowing batsman who likes to play shots.
Beaten this time is Darren Mitchell coming forward. He's hit on the pad by Gus Atkinson, who's continuing from the Tim Southee end. How have you felt? What's your feelings about Gus Atkinson? He's taken to Test cricket in incredible fashion.
I think he looks really simple to me, and his approach is really simple. He looks to hit the seam and just hit a hard length.
Short and ducked by Mitchell. No run and a wide given.
And obviously, when you've got a little bit of pace about you as well, if you can be consistent and heavy for long periods of time in Test cricket, you're going to get rewarded. And you know, he's been battling away a little bit today with line and length, but the effort's always there, and he is new to the Test sort of game, and I guess the novelty and the excitement's still there in his game, and the question will be, how long can he keep that going?
Here he is again, and this is driven on the up by Mitchell, trying to pierce extra cover, but the ball has flown off the outside edge, and there's a dive at Galloway by Duckett, but can't prevent the ball from sailing away to the boundary. 198 for 4 New Zealand, and that shot, if the 2 in the over that preceded it, suggests that Daryl Mitchell has had enough and he's going for his shots.
It was a bit of a dive in desperation from Duckett. He wasn't anywhere really near that, but he gave it a good effort. He was horizontal for a period of time there. Again, a really hard length from Atkinson. Mitchell just pushing back, pushing his hands hard through the ball.
Trying to land a couple of blows is Mitchell. Pitched up, and this is played defensively by Mitchell, who's moved to 12 from 26. Give him 18 deliveries to get off the mark, but 3 fours. Here's that record, I found it. Tom Blundell, 97 ball 13, a 44 ball 2, a 48 ball 8. That was it against India in 2021.
Yeah, that's difficult to do, to be fair. That's
yeah, it was difficult to watch. Left alone this time by Mitchell. 198 for 4. If you're just joining us on talkSPORT 2, maybe getting in from a night out back home, New Zealand got off to a really good start. Century partnership for the opening wicket. 93 without loss at lunch, but England hitting back in the afternoon session with 3 wickets of Latham, Ravindra and Young. And a few moments ago, Kane Williamson inside edging the ball back past his pads and onto the stumps for 44. Now it's Mitchell facing Gus Atkinson, who bowls straighter, and it's Shoaib Bashir fielding at mid-wicket. 198 for 4 then, with Blundell yet to get off the mark. He's faced 6 deliveries. And Daryl Mitchell, I mean, these two, as has been mentioned a couple of times on commentary throughout this series, formed quite a formidable partnership against England back in 2022, and weighed in with runs when England were here at the start of last year as well. Mitchell actually hasn't scored many runs since then, nor has Blundell, apart from that 100 in second innings in a losing cause. So Atkinson comes in, and again Mitchell's playing defensively and sees off the end of the over. 198 for 4. Daniel McHardy coming in after a word from Anton Devcich.
I think going back to the point of
batsmen, especially when they're coming up with their game plans. When you're in bad form, a lot of game plans can be revolved around how not to get out. Where the sense that I get from the English players, it's all their game plans are formulated around how do I score runs, and at the end of the day, the game's about scoring runs. Yep, you've got to preserve your wickets at times when the bowling's too good, but I think if you formulate your plans too much about getting out, you can get yourself into a bit of a hole. And Blundell, obviously, those innings where he took plenty of balls to get sort of 10, 15 runs, compared to the test that he played down in Wellington last week, there's a clear and obvious reason why he scored the runs.
198 for the loss of 4 as Blundell leans forward defending Potts into the offsides. No run afternoon. Anton 115 off 102 balls for Tom Blundell. Dropped on naught, of course, a flashing chance at third slip high and to the right. Not taken, and then he took his chance, and otherwise fairly futile effort with the bat for New Zealand in that test match. The way they're tracking here, they'll get to 90 overs. They'll bat a day. Combined, bowled out for, I think it was 89.4 overs, which you've played a lot of cricket at the Basin.
Yeah.
That's just not good enough. Second innings, generally very friendly. Here's an edge, not taken at first slip. It was to the right of route and his feet went to the left. Body going one way, couldn't react. It was low ankle height. That should be taken, should it not? It's going to be 4. 202 for 4.
That was a teaser in between first and second slip. I feel that it was dying on first slip. I'm not sure it would have carried. It did kind of carry, but Joe Root was just off. He went the wrong way. He went to the inside, and it went to his right. Harry Brook did well to stay still. But in the end of the day, it was another dying edge. We've seen a few of those today with bowlers created the chances, but the Knicks are just dying in front of them.
Potts shoulda, coulda, had his third. He's in again. Full round off stump line. Blundell comes forward, defends. You just feel England know they're in a great position here. New Zealand getting through the first session without the loss. That wicket of Ravindra, and what they've done so well, have been able to apply that pressure for a long period. They seemingly were unable to do that through the first, 30, 35 overs of this test. Bowling in partnership. Potts, full-hearted individual into his 18th over already. This one's flipped uppishly, extravagantly. A lot of bottom hand from outside of off stump. It's travelled a long way towards mid-wicket.
Well, the tempo's clearly changed here from both Blundell and Mitchell. Mitchell looks a better player when he's playing shots, and Blundell's come out and I think he's taken some lessons from the last test, and he's worked out that he's a better player when he's been positive and putting a little bit of pressure back on the bowlers. But also in the back of their mind, they know that new ball is just around the corner, and they want to get a few runs before that comes.
2 slips, 2 catching covers as well, driven into the ground to Bethel. Here's the squarer of the 2. More of a short cover and a short mid-off. It's probably the best description. Then there's a man further back, England captain Stokes, going through some warm-ups. I think he's going to return to the crease. He's only bowled 16 overs today, but he'll have to help them through to that new ball. How's the pitch playing? Is it a little bit too paced?
It's a little bit. I'm not sure if it's too paced, but definitely the way it's arriving to the bat. I don't know whether it's too paced or the bounce is a little bit inconsistent. I haven't quite worked that out yet, but it's definitely not true.
Wider of off stump, going back and pushing the ball forward to point into a gap as Blundell. Nice looking stroke. Won't get 4, got 2. They'll be content with 2. 204 for the loss of 4. When you compare it to the surface when they last played here, I think it was February 2023. Oh, I'm confused. What year is it?
It's 2024. It's 2022, you're right.
Yeah. They played South Africa here. It was first thing you notice, not emerald green. Looks like the grass had been thinned out, been reclaimed in the off season. They take off the top 25 mils and then resow it. And the grass, the thatchness wasn't there. So likely to be a bit drier. From this vantage point, it might be deceiving from our commentary position, Anton. Deep dark brown at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is that an unusual colour?
It is unusual, yeah, it is. And I said earlier that we've got a bit of rain late in the week, so I'm not sure whether they tried to prep it just a day early, just in case.
Atkinson starts a new over. Punch drive off the front foot. Nicely played by Mitchell. Another number of crisp strokes through the offside. Picks up 2 more. He moves to 14. He's hit 3 fours in that. 206 for the loss of 4. Will Young the first to go for 42. Latham put down the leg side. Slice like there for 63. Rachin Ravindra, frustrating dismissal from his perspective and that of New Zealand fans, caught in the gully. The bowling of Cast for 18. 3 for 172 at tee. All 3 wickets falling in the middle session. And it was Kane Williamson bowled. Inside edge, high on the bat. Bounce back, hit leg stump. I think the 9th time in his career he's played on. As Atkinson, who's fuller on leg stump, worked up towards mid-on. There's no run. I guess when you play as late as he does with that angled bat, play it under your eyes, it helps you get, squillions of runs.
It does, yeah.
But it does bring the played on into the equation.
I think he would have accepted that though. Like if he's going to play that way and he wants to play the ball so late, no matter how you play, you're always opening up certain ways of dismissals. Him hitting the ball so late might mean that he nicks the ball less, but it opens up another opportunity like the bowl.
Tried to kick the ball away. Missed, hit leg stump. Mitchell driving and taken it mid-off. What a good catch by Stokes. Not to the pitch. It's not all that high, but Stokes goes sweetly to his left and takes a sharp catch. England well and truly on top now. 206 for the loss of 5. Mitchell's gone for 14.
Relatively soft dismissal there from Mitchell. Very interesting way of getting out. I noticed in the first class game that he played before this test series, he played against Northern Districts and got caught at cover both innings. Very similar shots. Just not quite to the pitch of the ball. And he's driven it in the air, and Stokes running to his left takes a nice diving catch. New Zealand, they're in a little bit of trouble. Daryl Mitchell has to depart for 14.
206 on the board, and Glenn Phillips comes out, and the story of the series, New Zealand light on runs. We started in the first innings, the first test, when they were 199 for the loss of 3, and it was Mitchell's departure that saw them ultimately come up well short what was required. 348, and well, second innings effort there was 254 on a very flat surface. Bowled out in Wellington cheaply in the first innings. Only got around 250 in the second. Against this English side, who you sense on a flat-looking surface come day 2 and day 3. They're only halfway there, what they need.
Yeah, I'm amazed with that dismissal there, and more so on the back of what I saw in the last first class game that Daryl Mitchell played. The identical dismissal. 2 innings in a row, and then he hasn't quite got to that one. And you're right, New Zealand are in a spot of trouble now, and it's got to give credit to England. They probably weren't at their best in the first hour of the first session, but
Agreed.
They've gone in at lunch and they've had tea and they've worked it out, and that's a sign of a quality team, being able to work it out on the run and being able to adjust your plans. Atkinson running in, clearly injured. But they've done a bloody good job at pulling this back and opening up opportunities for wickets.
So Phillips, the right-hander, on strike. 2 slips behind, a gully. He gets a full delivery, shuffles forward, punches up to the man who has the catch, Stokes. 206 for 5. Atkinson 15.4 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 35. I thought he was excellent that first spell after lunch. Doing an excellent job here. He got rid of Will Young. He looked so assured leading up to that lunch break, less so after the resumption of play. He lasted 2.5 overs into that second session before he was caught at second slip.
And it was a loose shot, wasn't it?
Phillips driving, slicing off the outside edge. It's going to beat point, go down to the fence for 4. A positive start from Phillips, but I'm sure the English bowler, and fielders won't mind that one little bit. 210 for the loss of 5 as Phillips is off the mark with a 4.
A little bit of luck there from Phillips, but again, I really like the length Atkinson's making them come forward now, and the ball there just still shaping slightly. It's not going as much as what it was in the first session, but still no Bashir. There's reasons for it. The English are feeling like they can get the job done with the seamers.
Phillips waits, the right-hander. Tap as he plays away from the body on the back foot. Great fielding by Bethel, diving away, full stretch right hand, then turns it left hand. Prevents a run being taken. A successful over for England. They got rid of Mitchell, caught mid-off around to his left and low. Stokes took the catch, 210 for 5 at the end of the over. Mitchell gone for 14. What do they say? Don't judge a pitch until both teams have batted. I guess that's our job, to offer opinions along the way. We look foolish, so be it.
Well, I don't think it's a bad wicket by any stretch of the
not at all.
imagination. It's always been a wicket here at Sydney Park where batsmen struggle to feel in for long periods of time, and you know that's the challenge of Test cricket.
Kane Williamson.
Except for Kane Williams, yeah,
loves it here.
But he's been here for decades, so he knows every blade of grass on this pitch.
Well, he got 44. That's a failure by his very lofty standards of this ground. Potts has been impressive starts. Hard length on off stump. Defending from the crease line is Blundell. No run. 2 slips. Those 2 catching in the offside. One at cover, one at short mid off. Deep square. Gully, you would say. On a bob each way position is Crawley.
Yeah, the field suggests that they're clearly trying to get Blundell to play through to point, down to third man, because they
open the face.
He's already nicked one through that area, which, you know, Joe Root probably should have got a hand to at least.
Blundell waits, Potts in again from the city end. Targeting off stump, he shuffles right across this time, defends with the straight bats.
But the great thing with what we're watching here is you can, well, what the field England have got, you can actually tell, you can actually look and see what sort of plans they're trying to bowl to. They're not just running in bowling, hoping for the best. They're actually got plans and they're trying to execute them.
And they're a smart attack, there's no doubt about that. You saw the adjustments they made in Christchurch after a sloppy opening session. Clearly the best bowling unit in Wellington, no doubt about that. Potts into the side for this test match. Goes a little bit fuller this time. Blundell has to come forward. Pushes to cover, no run. And Potts has played his part to come in for Wokes. 18.3 overs. 2 for 63. He looks so fit and strong. Looks like he just bowl and bowl and bowl.
Yeah, he's very strong lad, isn't he? He's and he probably didn't start as well as what he liked, but he's played bugger all cricket throughout the series, and there's always going to be an adjustment stage for him, and what he's done, especially after lunch and after tea, has been exceptional.
A third catching cover. It's a cordon of covers. It's too short, though, to entice any front foot drive from Blundell. Pushing to the onside, so Stokes has come from that quite wide mid-off. He's alongside Bethel. A short cover, short extra cover, short mid-off.
Well, it's great captaincy. It's encouraging the drive. They want him to play shots because they feel that he might not be as technically, I guess, sound as what some of the other players are. So they're encouraging shots. They're encouraging him to try and score runs because it will open up opportunities.
Potts moves in again from over the wicket. Does go fuller on this occasion, wider of off stump, but respecting the field is Blundell, pushing to Bethel once more.
He's doing well, Blundell. It'd be very hard for me seeing that field and not wanting to thrash one through the covers. It's instant 4 if you get it good, but
you'd go over cow.
Well, that's the offside for a left-hander. So he's doing a good job just holding himself back for now, but he's got to do it for a long period of time, and Ben Stokes at the moment seems to be pulling all the strings.
Long strides of Potts. Goes wider of off stump, tumbling stop. Bethel's been excellent in the field again. He's called into action. Full length dive to his left. Prevents the run. That is the end of the Potts over. 2 for 63 off his 19. It's 210 for the loss of 5. You used to pepper the fans and white ball stuff here. I'm surprised no one accused you of assault.
Well, when I got out the changing room, got a touch up too. To be fair, I wasn't the happiest of blokes when I got out, but
Really?
nah,
What did you used to do? Throw? Were you a equipment
yeah,
thrower?
I was a thrower, but I got it out of my system within 20-30 seconds, and then
Right.
I was good. You know, I wasn't
So
one of
there
these
there was
guys.
rationale
Yeah.
to it. I'm going to explode here,
Yeah.
and if you're in the fallout zone,
Yeah.
unlucky, but then I'm going to be fine.
But I'll be good afterwards. Yeah, I never wanted to go the other way and be the guy who sulked for a session. You know, that annoyed me more.
Was it here you scored that ridiculously fast 100?
In T20.
Yeah.
No, it was the smallest ground in New Zealand, Pukekohe
That's
Park.
right, that's right. Here is Atkinson in again. Played straight back to the bowler by Phillips. Don't tell the talkSPORT 2 audience that, because that's enormous. Huge, one of the most picturesque grounds on the planet. There's no doubt about that, Toki, is it?
It is, but
it's basket case small.
I mentioned to someone earlier that 100 took my average from about 8.5 at that ground to about 14. So it wasn't the happiest of hunting grounds for me.
Army getting to a bit of Bon Jovi from over the wicket. Atkinson full, well down the leg side. Good stop from Pope.
Yep, Garth's just coming off for. Oh, sorry, Atkinson just coming off for an over. He's back on there now. A little bit of a wild one there. Glenn Phillips.
Just ginger on those feet, doesn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's his back foot when he lands that back foot. It looks, he's pulled out a couple of times in his run-up. It seems to be just when he lands that back foot. Something's not quite going the way he wants it to.
Shuffles in, not long strides, gathers, bowls, back of the length. Phillips defending right over the top of the ball. Oh, there's a Coney sighting in the commentary box. He's about to join.
Well, it might be a sign for me to get out of here, if that's the case. One of the best.
Interesting to get his perspective on how things have changed so mightily. New Zealand were at one stage, remember, 142 for the loss of one. England had bowled much better in that second session. Maybe deserved their slice of luck. You have to say, it was unlucky for Tom Latham, caught down the leg side. Phillips, powerful punch off the back foot. Good stop by Stokes, low into his left. At mid-off, no run.
There's a nice shot from Glenn Phillips. He looked really strong on that one. Again, the length just slightly shorter than full, but Phillips he's got his hands high and he's punched strongly, and a really nice positive shot that. Bit of a change in the field here. Gully is coming into a cover and deep square going back. Atkinson might be thinking of a different plan. Short pitch bowling, potentially. Maybe a double bluff like the Southee instance.
Let's see what Atkinson goes with. It's neither here nor there. That back of a length, tucking Phillips up. He's able to manufacture a run as he rather ungainly works the ball through the mid-wicket region. 211 for the loss of 5. One ball remaining in this, the 66th. Over if you're just tuning into our coverage on talkSPORT 2. England won the toss, decided to field. New Zealand 93 with that loss at lunch, then 172 for 3 at tea. Since tea, they've lost. Williamson bowled Potts for 44, and Daryl Mitchell caught by Stokes at mid-off of the bowling of Atkinson. There's the cordon of covers again. 3 short catches on the offside in front of the wicket, 2 behind at slip. Here's a stifled appeal for LBW. Atkinson not interested whatsoever. He turns around, trudges off. Will go to the umpire to grab his hat, but he'll be asked to bowl again. A no ball. Adrian Holdstock puts out the arm, makes the signal to the scorers after Rod Tucker in his ear had told him a no ball. 212 for the loss of 5. That is the 3rd no ball of the innings. Blundell on 6, waits. Atkinson bowls nice and straight. Pope liked that from behind the wicket. He thought there was another LBW shout on the way. Not the case. That is indeed the end of the over. This time, better late than never. 212 for the loss of 5. Blundell 6. Phillips is on 5. Atkinson now 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 41. And just a second or two will be Neil Manthorp. And once Coney's stop talking to everyone else in the commentary box, he'll pick up a microphone.
Thank you very much indeed, Dan McHardy. 212 for 5. So new ball in 14 overs time. Must say that England have made a conspicuous effort to improve their over rate. I'm tired of being fined on a semi-regular basis for being behind the required 15 and over. They're not up with the 15 and over, but it's just been a lot better. We had 14 in the first hour, so that set a very positive tone. Which headphones are mine? I suppose it doesn't matter really. Here is Matt Potts continuing from the city end, and that one keeps a bit low, it squats a bit, and it's played out behind square on the offside to back the point, fielded by Zach Crawley. I must say, we've been quite conservative, if that's the right word. We've been quite gentle in our criticism, or observations and descriptions of the pitch, but it certainly hasn't been conducive to easy and fluent stroke play throughout the course of the day. Here is Potts once again, and that one driven to backward point and caught by Zach Crawley. Oh dear, again, it just illustrated very timelessly what I was saying. The ball's not coming onto the bat unless it's a rank half volley. It's been very difficult, nigh on impossible, to drive with any confidence on the up, and Glenn Mitchell has thrown his hands at that one, trying to drive through the offside. Little bit of movement away from the right-handed Phillips, and he's just open face of the bat, slapped it straight to backward point. Zach Crawley takes a very, very straightforward catch, and New Zealand's hard work in the morning session, and indeed the first half of the afternoon session, now being undone in slightly familiar fashion, unfortunately. We've seen this before in Christchurch. 212 for 6 now, and they are in a spot of bother, and I'm joined by Jeremy Coney, as Dan McHardy said, right on time to tell us about this pitch, Jerry.
Thank you very much. It's a blancmange of a pitch. It is a pudding, and what I mean by that is it's fine through the air because it's not involving the pitch, but then as soon as it hits that surface, it takes every bit of friction out of the delivery, every bit of pace out of the delivery. It absorbs it all, and it goes very slowly towards the batsman. So it's very hard to time the ball. You either get in behind it and whack it over, as you know, into an area presumably where there are no fieldsmen, but it takes out the hours and hours and hours that batsmen put in to just nurdling the ball, to manipulating the ball around and keeping the score going. And as long as bowlers don't pitch the ball very well up, and we can certainly instant times today where we've seen drives played down the ground where there's been some over pitching, or if they drag it down really short, you can get a cut or a pull shot away, but that kind of limits you, I think, to the shots that you can really play with some safety here today. So it's not an easy surface to bat on.
Left-handed Mitchell Santner's the new batsman. Potts is into him, and the first one is pushed away out towards extra cover. It's not easy to score on, but
No.
I sense that it's easier to defend on if you don't want to be.
Yeah,
don't
well,
want to get out.
absolutely. If you look at the scores even this morning, 42, 63, 18, 40 odd, you can stay out there, but you've just got to be, I'm afraid you're rewarded with patience and just stay there and wait for that, as I say, that either very full ball or a very short ball. And if you're not prepared to do that, then it's certainly not a Phillips pitch.
Forward comes Santner again and pushes this one straight back to Matty Potts, who has worked very hard today into his 20th over, and he's got just deserts 3 for 63. He has worked hard for that.
And it's not a Ravindra pitch. it's one that you have to spend some time at. And Williamson, for example, and that's, I guess some people would say that's the beauty of the game, as you go from venue to venue, surfaces change, and you therefore have to alter and adapt your game.
Off the back foot now, the left-handed Santner punches it up to mid-off, straight to Ben Stokes, and there's no run.
I mean, we started the game with everybody behind the stumps, and perhaps one in front, something like that. Now you can see it's two slips. It's two in a sort of a sort of fine gully at the moment because there's a new man on strike. But you can see through in the circle now, where you'd normally save singles, 3 on the offside, only 1 on the leg side at the moment, and 2 back behind square.
Here is Matty Potts around the wicket to Santner, and again he's just into the shot a little bit too early, punches it in the end straight back to the bowler, although it looked like he was shaping up for more of a cut shot. But 67 overs gone now, 212 for 6. I think the best pitches are a little bit like toddlers, though, aren't they? They're changeable. Exactly, they have moods, and they can be capricious and unpredictable, and just when you want them to be at their very best, when you take them to see the grandparents, that's when they have a tantrum.
They let you down badly.
I mean, it's really interesting because it's hard to say, you know, 2 days before this test match, somebody said, well, what's the pitch like at Hamilton? It's not like other grounds. You can't say, well, it's like the SCG. You know, it'll turn early and turn more and more as the game goes on. It'll be dry, and you sort of that it has a characteristic that is more or less predictable. But I'm not sure that there is a trend with Seddon Park, although there have been some very flat, turgid pitches in the
very
past.
much so. You're right, and maybe they're trying to change it a little bit. They've certainly got an area of this pitch where they have brought into another clay to try and help it a little bit. I don't know which side this one's on, to be honest. I couldn't tell you.
I'm guessing the old side.
Yeah, Stokes. Here's Stokes, is it? Yeah.
It is Stokes. He's
bowled
captain's prerogative.
Yeah, look. What's he bowled? 12. He's bowled a lot of overs. 16 or 17. Yeah, 16 at the moment. Not bad for the four-seamer on day one.
He brought himself on at the end of the first innings at the Basin Reserve. Bowled 14 balls. Took 3 for 5. So he senses that the Mitchell Santner's the beginning of the tail, although he's actually a capable all-rounder, proper all-rounder. That one driven, super shot from Tom Blundell. It's beaten Rian Ahmed, the 12th man, who's given up the chase halfway down towards the long off boundary. That's a lovely shot from Tom Blundell. 216 for 6.
Yeah, well, it's just very full, though, isn't it? And you can get to that as soon as it is full like that. You can get your drive away, and it beats Rian Ahmed there at mid-off. So it's only when the bowler errs in length, either very short or very full, that batsman can really score with some safety and purity.
2 slips in a gully, 3 men on the offside, backward point cover and mid-off. Driven, same ball, same shot, same result. 2 long half volleys from Ben Stokes, and both dispatched. Well, actually, it was a full toss. Yeah, yeah, it wasn't a half volley. It was straight onto the lower middle of the bat, and Tom Blundell with his 3rd boundary, the first one fortuitous, ending up in the drop catch between first and second slip. Rat ran down to the boundary, but now 2 lovely cover drives or off drives. 220 for 6 now. Tom Blundell up to 14. Here is Stokes once more, and this one flicked away off his pads behind square on the leg side for another single. 221 for 6. New Zealand asked to bat first. It does beg the question, though, how will England?
Well, that's what I was about to raise. I think every batsman in the game watches very, very closely, whether they're batting or not, whether they're in the field or not. They are observing very closely about what works on this surface, what shots are safe, which ones are in my locker bag, you know, that I can play, so I can actually get some runs from my team here and for myself. And so they'll be looking at this and scratching their heads, I think, about what they can do.
Stokes around the wicket to Mitchell Santner, short, wide, and punched away through extra cover, and Mitchell Santner has joined the party. He's off the mark with a boundary. That that was a quality shot, that from Mitchell Santner, standing tall and punching off the back foot.
Yep, 130 Ks, that sort of speed, and he just waited for it. And he could, because it's dragged down, you see, and that's the problem. I mean, Stokes has been too full and too short. That's why he's gone for those 3 boundaries.
Here he is once again running away from us from the Tim Southee end, formerly the members' end. Perhaps to return, played defensively this time by Mitchell Santner. Perhaps to return to being the members' end. We still haven't managed to get confirmation of whether the members' end will remain permanently the Tim Southee end, but the general consensus is that it probably should. In commemoration of one of Northern District's most successful and popular cricketers. 389 test wickets for Tim Southee in his 107th and final test match. Here is Stokes once again up to the crease now, bowls to Santner, hits him on the pad, balloons up in the air on the leg side. Rian Ahmed fields and loses his sunglasses off his sun cap at the same time. Drinks break here at Seddon Park. 225 for 6 New Zealand, who as I said earlier, worked very hard in the morning session, reaching 93 without loss. And in fact, the opening partnership went on to 105 before Will Young was caught by Harry Brook at second slip off Gus Atkinson for 42. Tom Latham followed for 63, caught by Ollie Pope off Matthew Potts. And Potts picked up 2 more wickets as well, getting rid of Kane. Williamson played on for 44. And a short while ago, Glenn Phillips caught by Zach Crawley at backward point for 5. In between times, Rachin Ravindra was caught in the gully by Ben Duckett off Bryden Cast for 18, and Daryl Mitchell caught at mid-off by Ben Stokes off Gus Atkinson for 14. Tea taken at 172 for 3. So it's been England's session now, with New Zealand 225 for 6. The 12th, 13th and 14th men, in fact in England's case the 15th and 16th men in the squad are on the field, providing their starting 11 teammates with some refreshment, and they're fighting their way very much back into the contest. Jerry, it gives me an opportunity to ask you about the first one-day international played at this ground, which I did give you a little bit, couple of minutes of advance warning that I would ask you, and you had no recollection at all of the match immediately, even though you were man of the match.
Would you blame me?
Well, it didn't. I mean,
is it a memorable one-day game? One that should live long in the memory?
I don't know. I mean, did did any bits of it, fragments of it, come back to you? 210 for 8, New Zealand.
Only that we won, and I think it was against Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka bowled out for 150.
There you are. And did we bat first?
Yeah, 210 for 8 in 50 overs.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't have been. John Wright smashed it to all parts of the popping crease, you may recall.
Good old righty. That's excellent.
Yeah, I think he made 40 off about 90 balls.
I think that's round about what I got, but I don't remember.
Yours was a bit brisker than that, 46 off 60. But I think I felt for the man of the match, because I looked at the scorecard and I saw New Zealand 210 for 8, and it said at the top, New Zealand won by 50 runs. And then I saw that you scored 46, and I thought, well, you must have taken a few wickets as well, but
yes,
you didn't actually bowl yourself.
6 for.
No.
Not a thing.
Didn't bowl.
Not an over. Well, I've only got myself to blame.
Can you imagine the man of the match award? The adjudicator, he would have been saying, well,
who do we give it to? It have to be the winning side, because neither of those scores are particularly powerful. Well, but in those days, 250 wasn't a bad score.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
what year was it? There's the other question.
1981.
Wow. Okay. Well, sorry, folks. You'll be all pleased who are listening. You weren't here, and you didn't see it, and you probably certainly didn't hear it, and I can tell you didn't miss a thing.
But it was a regular occurrence in those days, as you said. I mean, anything over 200, you're in the game, and 250 was what you'd be happy with. You were happy.
Very happy. Yeah, to 250 in those days.
Bryden Cast, sore toe and all, suitably refreshed with a cold drink inside him, is going to bowl the first over after the drinks break. He's currently got 1 for 56 off 14 overs. And here he is, thundering in from the city end, driven by Tom Blundell. He looks an absolutely reborn batsman in this very brief innings after his 102nd innings, and he's driving again through extra cover for another couple. That 100 has just transformed him.
Certainly he's arrived in a lot more confidence. He was dropped on naught in Wellington. I don't know what he was dropped on here by. Was it naught again? Oh well, let's hope for a replay.
I really thought that that New Zealand would grind out. That's an emotive term. Would go well past 300, and well they might. After all that hard work in the morning session, a real investment session I thought that was, and an opening stand of 105. So they've still got two good batsmen at the crease and some useful lower order hitters. Blundell now with a slower ball, I think, from Bryden Castle. Maybe it just got stuck in the pitch. It was 124 kilometres an hour, punches it to cover.
I think you can operate around about 130 very effectively on a surface like this. You don't need to be too fast. In fact, the faster you are, the more options you give the batsman. And so, I don't know, we'll wait and see how England approach this about, will they try and make their own pace as a batsman? In other words, and charge the bowlers a little bit and move down the pitch a little bit and bat out of the crease a little bit to try and shorten the pitch and get more speed on the ball.
Here's Bryden Castle edges, and it falls just short of Joe Root, who's finally removed his sleeveless sweater. He's had it on, it's sore back, he wants to keep it warm, but it's a very warm and humid afternoon. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT. Joining us here on talkSPORT 2, where we have been obviously for the whole day, every ball live and exclusive. The news is that New Zealand are 227 for 6. Been a good session for England. They've picked up 3 wickets from the tea break, which New Zealand took at 172 for 3. Matty Potts has 3 to his name, and Bryden Castle is in once again. Tom Blundell is back and across and defending out to cover. That ball fell short of Joe Root, by the way. It was a genuine edge, though, from Tom Blundell, but a pitch that lacks pace, and particularly with the ball getting old. I mean, we saw that it was carrying through a little with a little more predictability and bounce, albeit often tennis ball bounce. It was carrying through it between about waist height to the keeper, and it was on its way down, but a couple of slip catches. Very good one taken low down by Harry Brook. Here is Cass again, and Blundell drives through extra cover wonderfully well. Pitched it up as Bryden Cass, and Tom Blundell is just absolutely, well, he was a shadow of him, of this Tom Blundell in the first 2 test matches, but 100 in the second innings at the Basin Reserve in the second test, and he's come out flourishing.
Yeah, that was a thumping big drive, wasn't it, through extra cover, and he's also pierced the gap, and there are a couple of gaps there. I know Cass is wild with himself, of course, because he's offered one of the 2 things that you can't do, and that's too full, and certainly you've got to keep away from that length on this surface.
Here's Bryden Cass again. It's wide and cut and driven and caught. Jacob Bethel at cover point. It was full and wide and tempting, and Tom Blundell couldn't resist the temptation, and he's chased after it, a wide one, and slapped it straight to cover, although Jacob Bethel had to dive upwards, and he's caught it airborne. Good catch with 2 hands, and that's not what New Zealand needed from Tom Blundell. Entertaining, but very brief. 21 he's gone for. It's 231 for 7, and really they did actually need him to hang, and if he had to bat ugly for a little while, then perhaps that's more what New Zealand needed than 4 boundaries and an entertaining cameo of 21 off 29 balls. Jeremy?
Yeah, Blundell out for 27, is it, or something like that. Certainly England in control now. It was after the first session, it was New Zealand with no wickets lost, then 3 wickets in that second session for about 80 runs. So by the time we came to tea, it was 1 session each, and it was all even. And England have pulled it back since then, a further 4 wickets since then. So New Zealand falling once again in a bit of a heat. And one would have thought on this surface that they needed to get sort of 350 to 400 as a minimum. We're going to have to wait and see exactly how England are going to approach their batting on this surface. But really, New Zealand really just surrendering wickets. That one was a drive from wide outside, no footwork, just the bat going out there and caught it square cover. A leaping salmon-like catch from Bethel. Good two-handed catch, and Garth gets another wicket, and he's had to work with sore toes, hasn't he, or is it blisters on the toes or the feet? So he's putting in a good session here.
And England will feel they'll be batting at some point before stumps. Yorker dug out by Mitchell Santner. It's Stokes who's bowling around the wicket from the Tim Southee end. 231 for 7. And not a lot of batting to come. Matt Henry at the non-strikers end. Blundell departing. Final ball of the over. At the back of the box, Anton Devcich was just talking about the approach of New Zealand and England. And he was saying when England come out to bat, they will be 100% behind their attacking shots. And I'm not sure Blundell was 100% committed to that shot that has seen him depart. Clipped it to the leg side this time from the bat of Mitchell Santner. One of 2 changes for New Zealand. Santner plays ahead of Nathan Smith. What was the reaction in the Sport Nation box? Whilst expected, I think Garth had an inside whisper that may be the way that New Zealand were going yesterday. 231 for 7.
Yeah, well, it was really a question, if you want to play a second spinner, then do you drop Smith or do you drop Southee? Those were the 2 issues, I think, and they are all bound together. That's the first thing.
2 slips in place of Santner as he gets up on his toes and pushes this just in front of points. Bashir comes forward and fields.
You know my feelings about this. I've said it, made it quite clear. I'm sure our listeners who have heard me as well. I mean, I personally think, well, Smith has got more wickets than Southee in this series so far. And then O'Rourke, and then Henry in that order, ascending order from Southee. 4 wickets for him. Smith also had probably 3 or 4 catches dropped off his bowling in the first test. Could easily have got 5.
Stokes again, and Santner readies himself short. And that's a fine stop, I think, from Ollie Pope. It is. And certainly saved a few runs there. The ball would have headed off to the boundary, but instead it's a dot ball. 231 for 7. The score remains here at Seddon Park.
Smith has also bowled at a decent clip, I think, between 135 and 140. He swings the ball a little. New Zealand need a batsman and a player of that all-rounder class, of that ilk. They need him there. He's got a 40, hasn't he, and some runs. He's busy and athletic in the park. Got a run out, of course, of Brook.
Wider in the crease, left alone by the left-hand is Santner.
And more importantly, he's the future. You know, he's 26, and so he's got another, well, a few years. And I think that personally, now that New Zealand have lost the series, they're not in the World Test Championship, that was the way to go. We are heading in it's a very different approach than perhaps England are taking with their selections. And that's highlighted, isn't it, right throughout this series. So, look, there's sentimentality versus what should be a sensible decision, to be honest.
Stokes again, touch wider and down the leg side and clipped by Santner, who moves to 5. The score 232 for 7.
I mean, there are times in Test cricket when a series is over that you have the opportunity to do that, to say, look, let's look to the future. Or you're in a county and you haven't done quite so well. You're in a league and your team isn't going to win the league, or they're not high up. Here's another chance to bring in a rising star, if you like, from your club. And so I personally don't agree with what they've done. Lots of people say, because I mean, if it was Southee of the past, yeah, by all means, I don't mind. If he was that iteration, and that's fine. But he's not. He's the Southee of now. And he isn't performing the role that he's supposed to do.
So what about Smith playing ahead of Santner? I mean, when you look out at this track, we haven't seen Bashir bowl today. Santner obviously did what he did in India in that one test match. We commentated together as Garth continues, and up on his toes. This is deflected down towards backward point where it's fielded, no run.
Well, I think what we'll do is we'll wait until we see how this surface, what happens to it. And it's the same as waiting. Let's see what England do on this surface when they bat as well. We can say at the moment this is a below par score now, 230 odd for 7. But let's wait and see, and then we'll make a better judgment, I think, about it once England have tried their best.
Problem with a score of around 250, 260, if that's what New Zealand end up getting, they may push 300, you never know. Pushed back down the track by Santner is, of course, it's asking a lot of a spinner, midway point of the morning session on day 2 to come in and
then bowling then.
Well,
no,
well,
he won't
they've
be
only
bowling then. So we've got 3 seamers.
Well,
so I think they'll
how many
work
overs
around
left
with
today?
those.
How many overs left today? We've got.
Well, we don't.
20. Well, what time is it? Producer
10
Scott.
10 overs to a new ball if they wish to use it.
Garth again, and Mitchell Santner ducks under this short delivery. It's 5:30 now, so we've got an hour of play. Yeah, okay, possibly not. Even if New Zealand are bowled out, probably 20 minutes or so at England, and then Mitchell Santner's going to have to bowl in that morning session. It may not be at the halfway stage, but you have 6 overs for Southee. Henry will probably bowl 9 or 10. O'Rourke will come in, and then Henry will come back maybe, or Southee will come back for a couple. England will go absolutely crazy at him, and then Santner's going to have to bowl. Pass continuing, and Mitchell Santner, well, trying to get on top of the ball and pushing it past Duckett at cover, but hits it straight to the fielder, no run.
There's no doubt that England will have a crack at it. It's just how sensibly New Zealand bowl. Can they find a length where it's awkward for, as England have found in this, the last session here, they've dropped their pace slightly. They're only bowling at 130 to 134, down into 120s. They've pulled their pace back, and they've just bowled short of a length.
2 slips in place for Santner, again is getting behind the line of the ball and playing it back to Bryden Garth. Was absolutely furious with himself. The delivery before he dismissed Blundell with a similar looking ball, drivable length. But Blundell trying to steer the ball up and over the covers. Good diving catch from Bethel. I didn't mind Blundell's approach. It's better than just getting stuck at the crease. Picked up a couple of boundaries. He was a little edgy. Misdirected this time and helped fine by Santner, who seizes on the line and just helps it round the corner for 4. Jeremy's off. Back tomorrow. Where will England be in your next commentary stint? I'm going to say they will be 290 for 3 when Jeremy's back tomorrow at 5 p.m. on day 2 of 8 overs after a wonderful century from Santner. So here we are, Matt Henry about to face his first delivery. It's his birthday today, producer Scott Corndog tells me. 33 today. He can't be that much younger than Tim Southee. How old's Southee? 36? It's Stokes who is going to continue bowling. Another man in his 30s. Oh, am I joined by 2? I am. I've got a Kiwi on each side. Anton Devcich to the left and Katey Martin to the right. I better neaten up and just get my house in order here as Stokes continues, and Henry, first ball, just ducks. So where are we then, Katey? When you were last on, things were looking a little bit brighter than they are now, but There was, I did say at the start of the session, we kind of were here at Christchurch. And much like Christchurch, I don't think New Zealand scored enough runs in that afternoon session. 89 in the afternoon session at Christchurch, and I think they hit 79 today. They just continue to find it very difficult to know when they're on the front foot and to accelerate. This is an attempted pull, no foot movement whatsoever from Matt Henry. He's lucky not to get an edge on the ball. I'm actually looking, did he get? No, he didn't. Pope claimed that. I thought for a minute that maybe he'd actually connected it and sailed away to the boundary, but no.
You've had enough wickets. You don't need to hope for any more wickets. Yeah, I sort of feel, I don't know what Ant you think, but whether New Zealand sort of been caught a little bit between attack and defence. We saw the way that Daryl Mitchell played, where he didn't score a run for 20 deliveries, and then when he got one in his arc, he just played away from his body. So we just haven't been able to sort of continue on since the good start that New Zealand had that lower order.
Stokes continuing, bowling over the wicket. Short delivery, and this time Henry doesn't try and take on the pull. He just kind of checks his shoulder and ducks underneath it. No run.
Yeah, it was an interesting period that, especially when Williamson got out. There was a notable shift in tempo from Daryl Mitchell, and then when Tom Blundell came out again, he was looking to score as much as he could, and you know, he probably took a little bit of confidence from his last game where he had played so positively and got away to a good start. So definitely a change in momentum.
Short leg in place. It's an outside edge. It's just going to drop short of Bashir running in from point. No run. Henry's not going to hang about, is he? He doesn't exactly. He's not going to be relying on his defensive technique. He's going to be relying on his cut shot technique.
One thing he can do is he can strike a big ball. As awkward as it does look at times, he can hit a big ball, and he's the type of player that'll just throw caution to the wind, and Stokes will come with fire, but Matt Henry won't die wondering.
Was it 50 he scored at Hagley? He whacked it around everywhere. He shifted that innings for New Zealand.
Stokes is in and down the leg side. Not quite getting it right on this occasion. Definitely see England batting tonight because Southee's going to come in. Is Southee going to come in at 10 or 11? He came in at 11. Came in at 11, didn't he? Oh, it's because William O'Rourke was sent in as a night watch. That was a baffling one as well. William O'Rourke sent in as night watch with 25 minutes left of the day's play. He actually did it really well. So there's his job for the next 15 years.
He's trying to catch Brendan McCullum's 6 record as well, so I think he needs a little bit more time at the crease to be able to achieve that. He's still a few behind.
12 to go, come on.
12 to go.
I think he'd take 5, and then that would mean he'd hit 100 sixes in Test cricket. There's a fly slip in place. It's been moved out from second slip, and Henry tries to clip this round the corner. Doesn't connect. End of the over. New Zealand 236 for 7. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 or watching us via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But Katey Martin, you were saying that New Zealand were caught between defence and attack. It just feels to me that England have got the New Zealand's number. It reminds me a little bit of like watching England in the 90s. Get into a good position, and it's almost like you're not sure what to do. You're unused to being in the position. They've had their noses in front with the bat at Christchurch and in here. I'm not saying they're miles ahead of the game. And then it was like they weren't quite sure what to do next. And the run rate has hovered around just over 3 and over. It's not a lightning fast pitch, by any stretch of imagination, is it? But still, when you look down the scorecard and you look at all the top 6 have got starts and nobody's gone on really. This is at full, driven by Sexterfield at point and cover point. Chase on for Ben Duckett and a couple of runs to the score. Santner moves to 10. I was just with Jeremy Coney asking about the decision to bring in Santner for Smith, and he gave a very well considered answer, which spanned the best part of 3.5 minutes of just succinctly put points. The end result is he did not agree with the decision to pick Santner ahead of Southee, and then the discussion about Santner over Smith is one that we'll find out over the course of the next day or so, as Santner just drops his hands and lets this ball from Garth travel through to Ollie Pope. But looking ahead to the England innings, do you feel comfortable with a 3-man seam attack and one out-and-out spinner, or would you rather have 4 seamers?
I do think, by the way, how brown this wicket is, I do think you're going to get a bit of turn. I know, Dev, you've been here for a while, you've bowled here as well. There is always some sense of turn. I think there's going to be the bounce as well. And then you look at a Harry Brooks record against left-arm ortho, Ollie Pope as well. It just gives that slight point of difference. We haven't seen Rachin Ravindra bowl at all this series yet. You've got Daryl Mitchell that can provide that option as long as his body is okay as well. So they do have him as another seam option, which we have seen over the years if they did need that. So I do think he'll bowl quite a lot of overs, and I think he will be quite effective on this wicket. Dev, you've seen a bit of him bowling here as well.
Yeah, well, the key to this wicket is you get bounce, and it doesn't necessarily turn heaps, but the thing that you do get is bounce, and Santner's got the height for a left-arm spinner, which is handy enough to get that bounce.
Short delivery, and Santner takes it on. Jacob Bethel just down at fine leg, interested for a second, but it bounces well short, and it's just another run. A big shout out to my friend Damien Douglas, who's back from his travels, and he's got jet lag back at home in England, so he's tuning in.
Thought you're saying he's just gone down the road to the local dairy and come back?
Dairy, see, dairy is a term that's not used in the UK in the same way that it is here. Dairy, we call dairies newsagents. They're called dairies here, and I found it a bit bizarre when I first moved. Well, not moved, came here back in 2008, and my wife would always be saying, "Oh, just pop to the local dairy to get a whatever." I think the dairy where I come from is a farm. Garth over the wicket, dug in, and Henry, he stoops really low, he squats, but doesn't keep up, and the ball doesn't actually go too far from his helmet. Still waiting for Henry to take it on, aren't we? You just feel like it's going to happen.
Oh, it's a short ball plan, and it's quite often the far end where they are bowling that with a bigger boundary into that leg side, so it allows them to have those opportunities. It's what I've seen so often from Garth. He's been able to go to that short ball plan, been really effective at it as well. They've got that in outfield, so there's catches in front as well as catches on the boundary.
Yeah, 2 fielders out on the boundary. Zach Crawley at deep square leg. And Wayne Duckett, actually 3, as Henry comes forward and pushes his delivery back to Garth. No run.
I think the smart thing that England are doing, Matt Henry's a guy who needs to free his arms, and every ball so far that he's faced has been at the body. It's tucking him up, and he doesn't feel like he can, I guess, free the arms to a degree where he can swing the bat freely. If they get outside off stump, he'll feel a little bit more confident that he can at least get bat on ball. But the line that England are bowling right now, they've obviously been doing their homework.
And they seem to have a plan for every batter, don't they? When you were on, I think, Katey, you were on with us when Ravindra was out. You picked out that this is full, and down the leg side, Pope is interested, but Garth less so. When Rachin Ravindra was caught at Gully, you pointed out that he'd been out in a similar manner. And was it, how many times was it?
5 times, or now 6 times.
So they have their plans. It's not all about just heading out there and swinging for the hills. When you think of Bazball, you think of the batting, but the bowling is considered. I mean, today it's been accurate. We were expecting Bashir to bowl from about the 31st over, and we still haven't seen him. And Stokes has got it absolutely bang on. Still 7 overs away from the second new ball, if we get there. So possibly Bashir's going to be thrown a couple, but Stokes being Stokes, he may just bowl through. He's bowled 19 overs today. That's, we'll find out from our scorer, Gary Morgan. When was the last time Ben Stokes bowled 19 overs in a day playing for England? And it's made a real difference. Now, Rain Ahmed is on the field. Any idea who is off of it? Garth is here. Crawley off the field. There's fine leg, isn't it? Short delivery from Stokes, bowling around the wicket to Santner. And Santner ducks out the way.
Maybe a couple of mind games from Ben Stokes as well. New Zealand got on with 2 spinners, and he's saying, listen, we don't even need 1 spinner. And You know, you maybe should have picked that extra seamer. But in saying that, the ball is still offering something. And
yeah, wickets are still falling, right? Had 4 wickets in this evening session. Stokes is continuing. And Santner is going to get away with one here. Dug in, and Santner takes his eye off the ball. It's hit high on the splice of the bat. And loops up and towards Fly Slip, who comes in from the boundary. And we're just going to check whether Santner's okay, because it does appear that maybe the ball has deflected off the bat onto the helmet. The concussion protocol will, of course, take place. Santner looks absolutely fine. Has he hit that?
Yeah,
Has it just hit the helmet?
Yeah, it looks like it's come straight off his helmet. Dug in short. He got really tall on that, actually. Yeah, it's at the top of his helmet. He's off his feet. He's definitely not a guy, Dev. You know this. He hates the short ball very much. He tries to get out the way of it.
Didn't he duck the last ball of the 2019 World Cup, Cricket World Cup?
He did. He did. I remember that. I'm not sure.
That's all right, though. It didn't matter, that run. New Zealand didn't need another run, did they?
See, Dev, it doesn't take long,
No.
does it?
I'm saying this at the end of my commentary stint. What time is it?
It was a draw.
Oh, no, I've got 6 minutes.
It was a draw, I'm sure.
It should have
They
been.
changed those rules, didn't they, about the super over as well? Now it's just unlimited.
Greatest reason to win anything, boundary count pack. I mean, it was quietly shelved about a day after, wasn't it?
Do you think that's the greatest one-day international game ever played?
No, I think that the drama and the jeopardy involved and the fact that it was a World Cup final, you know, the conclusion of it, the overthrows, the umpires getting it wrong with the ball hitting the Stokes' bat and travelling to the boundary, and Trent Boult taking the catch and stepping on the sponge, and there was so much drama in it at the back end, but actually the game itself was quite poor. I mean, it was a real pudding of a pitch. Colin de Grandhomme's 10 overs went for about -3. Nobody could score any runs. It was just the conclusion of it was so bizarre, so dramatic. So I don't know if that's a yes or a no. I mean, I think the Australia-South Africa ODI, when South Africa chased down 434, whatever it was, Manners will know the exact number. Stokes is in again. We've had the concussion protocol, and Santner is up on his toes and pushing a short length delivery to Bryden Cass at extra cover, no run.
There was a game here at Seddon Park, Chapel Hadley, many moons ago now, where
Australia
2006 scored
2006?
400 and New Zealand
Ross Taylor?
Yeah, New Zealand were 40 for 4, and I was here as 12th man. I just saw the crowd just leaving, and little did they know it was going to be an almighty comeback at some stage, and it was a fantastic game of cricket.
I think I remember that series as Stokes is in again, and this is pitched up and driven back to the bowler. Wasn't that the series where New Zealand won 3-0 and they chased down over 300 in all 3 games?
Brendan got some runs that day, I think. Craig McMillan, Peter Fulton.
And maybe a couple of little cameos down at the bottom order, but yeah, it was. I just remember the crowd just leaving in droves, and then they started filtering back in once we started going all right.
As long as they could come back in. Stokes again, and it's a half leap appeal for LBW with Santner hit down the leg side really high up on the thigh pad, and Stokes realises immediately he might have actually got a little bit of bat on it as well, so nobody else is joining in, so Stokes aborts the appeal, fields and walks back to the mark. I think the game that you played against Australia was a better ODI. We were talking about that with Grant Elliott, 2015, with Kane Williamson hitting that 6 final ball of the match in the end. It wasn't like the last ball of the 50th over, but he hit a 6 to win the game. Short again, and Santner up on his toes and playing defensively again. And Mitchell Starc doing what Mitchell Starc does best, but New Zealand winning that one. So yeah, I mean, it was very memorable, the 2019 World Cup final, but I think for about 98 overs it was kind of pure tedium, and then it just went absolutely crazy. Garth is about to come in. We'll find out what his favourite ODI of all time is. There's going to be 3 Kiwis here on the mic, behind the mic in the commentary box at talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, with New Zealand needing them, all three of them. 239 for 7.
At least we've got a bit of class coming in, Dev.
Yep. Here
One
he is.
classy one's gone and another classy one comes back in, and there's us two.
We can be a little bit biased now, can't we?
What are you? I missed all of that. Were you saying something nasty?
We thought we were two unclassy people, so we've had to go from one class person into another.
Look at the both of you. I think that's very unkind on you, and very and sort of too flattering for me. Here's new over beginning, and it sees Henry going onto the back foot, playing the ball down to long leg. Another run to the New Zealand total, 240 for 7. Well, Anton, you played a lot of cricket here. Are you surprised? The pitch appears to be, we were describing it in the New Zealand box as a little bit pudding-like, just sitting up a bit, and England after tea seem to have taken the pace off the ball and allowed it just to sit up. I mean, is that a traditional Seddon Park pitch?
Yeah, I think so. It's never really quick and true. There's always an element of, people describe it as tennis ball bounce.
Here's Santner giving himself a bit of room, and it's a wild delivery from Cass. Short, and Pope dives across and tries to do something with it. You saw Cass following the batsman as he stepped away towards leg, and nothing that Pope could do. It signalled byes, 244 for 7. New Zealand will take anything they can get.
And when batsmen walk off the field and they've managed to score runs, common theme always comes through that I never quite felt in. They always felt that there was something in the wicket where they couldn't really just relax at any point. So there's always been an element of it. To this degree, I'm not sure on day one.
Cast bowls, and here we see Santner going across the other side this time, moving to off and trying to get inside the line and pull it down to the onside. Misses it.
A Hamilton wicket for me is quite similar to Hagley oval.
I think this has been very similar to Hagley on the first day.
Yeah, that tennis ball bounce, and quite often when you look at a wicket, you look at how much grass is on it, not just the fact of the colour of the grass, but how much is there. And looking at the pitch report and seeing Jerry and what he saw out there as well, that thatchy grass where it's that mix of some green live grass but the brown grass, and when you see that brown grass, that's when you see it sit in the wicket more, whereas the basin was a lot thinner in terms of grass on top.
Cast bowls again, short outside the off stump, no shot, and it's signalled wide because of the bounce. So 245 for 7.
I think, Dev, that's as well where you look at those slower ball options, because you know it sits a little bit more in the wicket. And you see a lot of catches more in front of the wicket, which we've seen today. A couple of catches scooped up in front, one slice off the face as well.
Yeah, and especially in the first session, just watching the bowlers hang closely, there was very few traditional balls that they were trying to swing, though. A lot of them were three-quarter balls and just running their hands down either side of the ball. And as international bowlers, they're going to extract more out of a wicket like this than let's say your first-class cricketers. But just notice that there's very few seam-up deliveries.
Cass is going over the wicket this time to Santner. He's cramped up and he plays the ball back to the bowler. Yeah, well, I mean, it's an interesting surface. It does remind me. We heard Kane Williamson talking in Christchurch when he got runs, in saying he never felt like he was completely in. He had to wait for the ball. It was tennis ball bounce, and this feels similar. I think it'll get better, presumably, and I think England will get the best of it tomorrow.
Yeah, it does tend to go a little bit docile on day 2, late day 2, day 3. Becomes pretty hard for bowlers to sort of make inroads, but.
Lovely conditions as the day comes to an end. Here's Santner teeing off on the first at a golf course, but unable to catch up with it. 245 for 7, so 5 overs and 1 ball till the new ball will be available. We might see Bashir for an over or two.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope it spins as well, for New Zealand's sake.
Spoken like a spinner.
Yeah, well, if you could call me that.
I do.
No, I'd like to see him bowl. Just to get a gauge of what this wicket actually is like. Especially being day 1. If he gets anything out of the wicket, then fingers crossed New Zealand spinners can do the job also.
Here's Cass, last ball of the over, down the leg side, and it's off the... Well, they're appealing for caught behind, are they? Well, they are. Cass is... it's been taken by Pope. It was just pitching on leg and going down the leg side. And it was all very much a casual appeal, really, from Cast. The players are getting together. The timer is running out, and they have reviewed, have they? Yeah, Anton Devcich is signalling that there's a review. So obviously Cast, who looked confident all the way through, is thinking that Santner has just picked up an edge. We saw Tom Latham strangle down the leg side earlier in the innings. 245 for 7 as we do the review. Katey, take us through it.
This will be the second one choked down leg side. No, I think that's just touched the thigh pad as it's gone through, just underneath.
It appears that it's touched the thigh pad there, but we'll confirm that.
Well, there you are. Yeah. Umpire Rod Tucker is agreeing with you.
Just high on top of the thigh pad. It's not often Rod Tucker agrees with me, I can tell you that from experience.
Well, you're a chirpy wicket keeper, that's why. 245 for 7. There we are. Good, clean and easy, quick DRS decision being made. 245 for 7. Latham 63, Young 42, Williamson 44, Ravindra 18, Mitchell 14, Blundell 21, Phillips 5. Santner is not out 11. Henry is 1 not out. Potts 20 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 63. Atkinson 17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 41. Cass 18 overs, 2 for 71. And Stokes 20 overs, 6 maidens, none for 49.
Am I right in saying, Dev, you were with the England boys when they were last here on tour, helping them out?
Yeah, I was lucky enough to get the call up from Mr. McCallum. It was a great tour. I thoroughly enjoyed myself.
You went to Mount Maunganui and to Wellington?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I did the whole lot, apart from the golf trip at the start, which I still haven't quite forgiven Brendan about.
That's the best part. A big part of the current England setup. But gee, they turn up on match day. They're hard and they're very committed as Stokes bowls and Henry's forward playing into the offside.
Yeah, well, that's the thing that I noticed the most is, yep, they definitely enjoy themselves when they can, but I guess, especially the coaching staff that they've got now, they're a bloody good coaching staff, and they make sure that they get around all the players, whether it be individually or in a group or whatever the situation. They make sure they're mentally ready. That's the key for that coaching staff.
We had a dinner in Christchurch at home on the Tuesday before the first test there, where as Stokes bowls and Henry ducks under one. We have a foundation in Christchurch called Maya Health Foundation, which I chair, and we raise money for hospital projects like the helipad and the children's area, and we've just raised $6 million, so £3 million for a mental health outpatients for young people in Christchurch where there's such a need, having had the earthquakes and that dreadful mosque shooting and so on, and then COVID. A lot of young people suffering, and so it's a beautiful unit. But Brendan Baz was one of our, I made him or asked him to be an ambassador early on as he pushes this ball into the covers when we set up 10 years ago, and he's done so, and he agreed that we could have a dinner at our place and he would come. And it's been quite hard to organise because he's away all the time. But anyway, we said, look, can we do it when you come out here with the England lot? And he said, yeah, and I'll bring the coaching staff. So we had Wayne, the manager, who's a wonderful, wonderful guy. Paul Collingwood, who's a character, Marcus Trescothick and Jeetan Patel. It was an awful lot of fun. Fantastic bunch of people, actually. And they obviously, they're close to the players, but onto the back foot is Henry trying to pull through the onside, no contact. But they want the players to think for themselves, it feels like. They want them to come up with the answers. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, I think it's bang on. I think more so the fact that I think they just want them to play the way they want to play, rather than, Ben Stokes playing the way that Marcus Trescothick wants them to play. Give the ownership over to the player, and then they can review and reflect their game a lot more honestly than what they would if they were playing a different version.
Stokes bowls to Henry. He's trying to play into the onside, and he succeeds. Just a sort of swatted pull shot off his hip. Not a particularly elegant one, but he picks up a run.
Cricket's such an interesting sport because you typically fail more than you succeed. We know those club cricketers, when you score 100 as a no ball, another no ball. You score 100 and you're back for another 5 seasons. But it is one of those sports that you fail more than you succeed, and so often you're looking at the negative as a player, and whereas a lot of coaches just say, you've got your strengths, what are your strengths and how can you accentuate those? And you feel like the way that these guys have. They've got their basics. They don't talk too much about technique. It's just that mindset, and important part of the support stuff is to get them in the right frame of mind, whether that means going out and playing a lot of golf, whether it means having a drink down at the bar or whatnot, just to get them in the right place.
Stokes is round the wicket. Santner's getting inside the line, gets underneath it, and it's to the long leg boundary for 4. So Santner finally catches up with 1. 251 for 7. Santner is 15. Henry is 2. Well, the thing that struck me about these guys is we had 2 lots of 10 who paid 20. They paid 25 grand per 10 people, so 50,000 to come to dinner. It's a lot of money. We had a chef, and it wasn't me cooking. It was a really good dinner, in other words. And the wine's provided by Pegasus Bay, one of our great vineyards over here. But they just mixed and mingled, and we moved them around on the table, and they're very relaxed and engaging.
Yeah, you look at the coaching staff, don't you? And you know, every single one of them's played a lot of cricket, and they know how punishing it can be on the mental side. So
Stokes bowls, and good shot from Santner as he's onto the back foot playing a drive. Bashir misfields at cover point to dive, and then he has to turn and chase. And good running from the New Zealanders as they pick up another 3 runs.
Yeah, so for that coaching staff to then, I guess, go against that grain and say, listen, you've got to do that or got to do this, probably just doesn't suit their style. And you know, one of the things that Brendan said to me once is, you know, when they did go on that golfing trip, he wanted the English boys to miss training before they got into it, just so when they turned up they were actually switched on, rather than going through the motions and, you know, just turning up day in, day out, getting what you need to do, getting bored, trying a few things. You know, he wanted them really switched on for a short period of time, and he yeah, it was interesting.
I think that's an interesting thought, isn't it? And the thing is, they obviously, when they are here, they train hard. There's a perception, I think, around, you know, some cricketing people that all they want to do is play golf and, you know, and eat good food and so on. But what I've seen, and I saw them at the Sofitel, we were staying in the same hotel there. What I see there is a side that on match day they're leaving the hotel at 8:30 or whatever in the morning. That they are the first team here. This is down the leg side, and Santner can't catch up. And when they get to the ground, they are absolutely switched on and uncompromising. I mean, they play the game in a good spirit, but this, you know, I just think they've had a lot more intensity than New Zealand in this series.
Yeah, in case in point, the last series they came, Jimmy Anderson, Stuart Broad were in, you know, coming to the latter half of their career, let's just say, and there was an optional training one day, and both those guys were the first there doing their work.
And we're welcoming our listeners from talkSPORT, 254 for 7 it is, and make that as we look to see where Mitchell Santner has swatted this delivery over the boundary for 6, was it? Yeah, 6 runs. So a short delivery from Cass is dispatched over long off for 6. Santner 24 not out, and Henry is on 2. New Zealand are 260 for 7. If you're just joining us, welcome to our talkSPORT listeners. Young 42, Latham 63, Williamson 44, Ravindra 18, Mitchell 14, Blundell 21, and Phillips 5. New Zealand 260 for 7. Potts has 3 for 63, Atkinson 2 for 41, and 2 for 71 for Cass. And we're watching Cass now at the city end at the top of his mark. As we've had 76 overs and 2 balls, so a new ball just round the corner. Here's Santner again trying to catch up down the leg side, and I think Cass thinks that was very close to the leg stump, judging by his reaction. Santner giving himself room.
Yes, Santner looks like he's had enough of ducking and diving. He's just before this new ball, he's looking to score as many as he can.
Talked about the optional training. I know that's something that Andrew McDonald with the Australian side has put in place of them and said, look, you're all adults, we trust that you need to do what you need to do at training. And that's what a lot of the players have said, that they've found that freedom to be able just to go to training when they want to, and not often do they miss the optional trainings either.
Cass bowls, and Santner's playing this ball off his chest down to the leg side. 261 for 7, Santner's 25.
Always think about warm-ups as well. Look at the Australian women's team, and that individual warm-ups, you might have one fielding drill together, which will be 5 minutes, and then you're straight on. I see the same out of England. how often, you'll know this, Steve, how often is it you go to warm-ups, it's sometimes about the trainer rather than yourself, and you go through the motions and you think, there's only so many laps I can do around the field and so many medicine ball exercises.
Yeah, especially when you didn't have to run in too far and do too much explosive stuff. Yeah, I actually saw Tim Southee during the week, and I said, how many warm-ups you got to go? And he knew straight away he had 5 to go. So it's a funny thing when you come close to retirement, you start counting those down.
I'm Garth Galloway. You're listening to Anton Devcich, former New Zealand white ball cricketer, and Katey Martin, former New Zealand cricketer, as cast bowls, and this ball is driven into the offside. 261 for 7, 1 ball remaining in the over, and then it'll be Neil Manthorp back on the air. I like it. I mean, the other thing about the team is Harry Brooks said after he raced from about 130 to 171 in Christchurch, there was a question asked of him in the evening, what's it like when you got a licence? You could see that when you were smashing it at that stage, and he said the licence is always there. Always there.
Yeah, especially, and they've just got to be smart enough when to pull the trigger. That's the key.
Well, this pitch will be interesting for them if it stays in similar condition. It's just sitting up a little bit as casts it bowls a good delivery, and Henry is making batting look much more comfortable than some of his predecessors. He's on 2. Santner is 25. 261 for 7. More comments from Katey Martin and Anton Devcich, and then it will be Neil Manthorp.
I think going back to that point about the term baseball that gets thrown about, it's not so much the term baseball. It's just the freedom to go with your gut feel. I think obviously. You've got to be responsible for your own performance, and you look at Joe Root, and he has his own version of the way he goes about I guess the term baseball compared to someone like a Zach Crawley or a Ben Stokes. So they're all professionals and they're responsible for their own performance, and they definitely get their work done when they need to.
Ben Stokes thundering in yet again. Short and wide and slapped straight back over the bowler's head. What a shot from Mitchell Santner. It's just 4 this time, but he knows what's coming, and he's set himself and he's prepared to take it on, and he's taking it on to great effect and with great entertainment value. And remember, he's been hit on the helmet, flush on the helmet, by a Ben Stokes bouncer already, so I don't know whether there's an element of carefree joie de vivre, at least I'm still healthy and here, about this attack, but it is a remarkable counter-attack. He now clips one off his pads down to Ben Duckett at long leg, and they go through for another single. Santner's now on to 30 from 41 balls. 4 fours and a 6. Matt Henry very, very much playing the junior, well, he's playing the observer role actually. He's 2 from 17, and once again, New Zealand can contemplate the possibility of getting the score up to about 300, and I think that I think there's a chance. I'm not saying that's a definitely competitive score or that it's par or anything like that. I'm just saying that I think there's a chance that could be very much in the game. I don't think that it's a driving wicket. England's top order don't mind a drive for me. And it's a bit risky, I think.
I think it is a bit risky, but I think England will execute it a lot better, because I don't think they'll try and drive it on the floor. I think they'll drive it in the air and try and drive it over the top of the field.
Right, that makes a lot of sense. Here's Stokes again, and Matt Henry steps inside a bouncer and helps it on its way for 6 onto the grass banks. That was a very smart and very well executed piece of batting.
Yeah, Stokes won't mind it. It was a ball to going down towards the leg side, and it was a good hit. It was a help on its way. Santner's looking to flat bat it. Henry's looking to help it on its way. Use the pace, use the bounce, and hit the ball as it's going past him on the up, as opposed to trying keeping it down. So that's a good bit of batting as well.
He's on to 8 now with that 6. Stokes in with another angrier bouncer, and this one followed Henry, and he had to duck underneath it. Well, the reason I like what you say is that it makes so much sense, and now, in retrospect, the New Zealand batsman who got caught, who got into trouble driving were caught in two minds. They didn't have the courage of their convictions to actually hit through the line. And
that's exactly what. You look at Phillips, he's trying to sort of hit across it. Blundell was hitting away from himself. Same with Mitchell. Same with Ravindra.
Same ball, same shots, not the same result. What a brilliant piece of work from Zach Crawley down on the fine leg boundary. He's taken the catch and he's tossed it back inside. It's Harry Brook. Absolute genius fielding. He knew that he was right on the boundary. The third umpire will have to have a look at this, but he was right on the edge of the boundary. He completed the catch, tossed it back infield, stepped over the rope and jumped back in time to take the catch a second time. Brilliant from Harry Brook. Absolutely fabulous. As I said, the third umpire wants to have a look at this, but it looks like genius fielding to me.
Absolutely brilliant. This is fantastic from Brook. It really is. I mean, he gets to it early enough, knows he's going over the boundary, gets two hands on it above his head, flicks it up in the air, gets 2 feet behind the line, and then as he's coming back over the line, gets in the air early enough, momentum going back over the rope, and takes a comfortable catch the second time round. It's a fantastic effort to get rid of Matt Henry's, we see this is special.
Standing, the guard of honour from England for Tim Southee as he makes his way to the crease. That brings a lump to your throat, that does. That makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck. A guard of honour from England. Even the non-playing members of the squad in bibs have joined to make that a complete guard of honour. And, well, I'll tell you what, if Tim Southee doesn't have a tear in his eye when he faces the first ball, he'll be doing well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting this. So Tim Southee's being respected for what a fantastic career it is. Gets the guard of honour, and rightly so. He's been a champion of the game. Even the 12th man of the New Zealand side was part of the guard of honour. Stone, Wokes and Rian Ahmed, and they were part of the guard of honour. Southee goes over and shakes Stokes' hand by saying thank you for the guard of honour, and now Stokes is going to bowl at Southee's head.
That's exactly right. The emotion has passed. It's gone. It's over now. Here's Stokes, and he bowls down the leg side to Southee, who glances literally and figuratively at that and makes no contact. It's taken by Ollie Pope. Well, that's the second guard of honour that Tim Southee's had. He was the first onto the field at the start of the Test match, his 107th and final, and another guard of honour as he made his way out to bat with about 20 minutes to go on this first day. In New Zealand, 272 for 8. Tim Southee coming in at number 10, Will O'Rourke at number 11. And, well, I tell you what, has there ever been a Test series between these two countries that's been played in bad spirit? But there probably has been a few moments here and there, but this series in particular has been played with enormous respect between the players, and yes, they've played it hard, and there's been absolutely no sentiment involved when England have been facing Tim Southee so far. In fact, they've treated him with complete disdain in many respects, and I think if they do the same again tomorrow, then I think they're going to have to be just a wee bit more careful. Gus Atkinson is into the attack once again, and Mitchell Santner plays a short ball off the back foot out to extra cover straight to Matt Potts, no run.
Oh, I've been there so many times. I can really sort of empathise with where Gus Atkinson's at the moment when he's just bowled that ball at 125 kilometres an hour. You take off for your mark, Manners. You start at the top of your run up, and you're running in and you're going out, 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 out. I mean, he's been 3 back-to-back games.
Atkinson in again outside the off stump, and you know what, his run up it consists of shorter than usual paces anyway. Now he looks like he's running in barefoot on broken glass.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's so painful when you haven't bowled for a while. You've been stood in the deep, and your feet are barking, and you're on your third back-to-back game. I mean, you're just bracing for impact when you go and hit the front line, but it's not actually the front line that causes the problem. It's getting the body moving towards the front line.
Atkinson around the wicket to Santner, who carves one through the offside for 4. Tired delivery from Gus Atkinson, and tired and stiff delivery from Gus Atkinson, and Mitchell Santner accepts the gift and dispatches it through point for 4. 276 for 8, and Santner moves on to 34.
Yeah, I just wonder if Ben Stokes is trying to get some blood into the legs of Atkinson before the second new ball. I'm sure the second new ball will be taken in 9 balls' time. I think the way things are at this minute in time.
Atkinson once again from the city end, bouncer to Santner, who looks to be expecting it, and just bends the knees and lets it pass over his head.
See, the way things are at this minute in time, and the way Atkinson is, and the workload he's had, I think I'd go Potts from Atkinson's end. After this over, I'd go Potts from Atkinson's end, and we know how Ben Stokes can bowl over after over after over. I'd continue Ben Stokes bowling from the media stand at the Tim Southee end with the new ball. So give Ben Stokes a new ball and Matt Potts.
Bouncer again from Atkinson, and it's a weary one, and it's well on its way down. By the time it reaches Ollie Pope, Santner had nothing to do with it. 1 for the over, says Ahsan Raza, the umpire. 7 balls to go then before the second new ball is available, and we joke about fast bowlers who've bowled 20 overs or close to 20 overs, or 22 in Ben Stokes' case. Do they want the new ball or not? But it's a lame joke, because of course they do. However they're feeling, a fast bowler wants to get his hands on a brand new ball. Another bouncer from Atkinson. What will Ahsan Raza do here? Is he going to signal no ball? No, he's not. So that's another bouncer for the over. So, sorry, just say again, it's you want Matt Potts, who's got 3 for 63 off 20 overs, him at one end?
I think because of the energy levels of where they're at, I think I might have turned to Potts, because he's fresher, he's had less workload in the series. I think, you look at Gus. Gus has been through a hell of a lot on this trip, and he's had a heavy workload. Stokes, we know he can bowl long spells, and he's in the middle of one of them now. His engine's going. I'd leave Stokes on at the end, the Tim Southee end, and then bring Potts back with the second new ball from the end he started at this morning, because we're only probably going to get another 1 over from Stokes, 2 overs from that other end. Gus looks as though he's run his race. He might pick up a couple of wickets, but I think Potts might have a little bit more of a spring in his step and more energy levels to try and get them 2 wickets tonight, so England come out first thing in the morning with a bat in their hands.
Ben Stokes continuing with the bouncer theory to Tim Southee, and that one's in at the rib cage and fended away once again by Southee. He's not taking on the short ball just yet, but there's lots and lots of men waiting for an error. Fine leg, long leg, deep square leg, orthodox square leg, another square leg. There's 3 square legs and a mid-wicket. I suppose Joe Root's just in front of square, but it looks like there's 3, a deep square leg on the boundary, an orthodox square leg, and 1 man between them. It's a very amusing looking field. You don't see that very often, unless Ben Stokes is captaining and bowling. Short, poked away by Tim Southee for 6 over mid-wicket. It was only a matter of time. 6 number 96 for Tim Southee. And momentarily it looked like he was acknowledging the applause from the crowd there, but he's not. He's just holding his bat over his shoulder.
That was a big hit, that. It was in the slot. It wasn't quite high enough from Ben Stokes. It was in the slot for Tim Southee, and he got everything of it. What a shot that is. Straight over, the short square leg, the medium square leg, and the one on the boundary.
Bouncer from Stokes again. And that's Southee swaying out of the way. I have never in my years heard anybody describe a medium square leg. There are 3 of them. They're almost in a line, and a mid-wicket as well. Oh dear, it's been a long day.
It has been a long day. It has. It's been a long day. Hasn't been a long trip. It's been a great trip, but It has what I feel as though it's been a long, long day.
Who is at medium square leg?
Atkinson.
Here's Stokes again. Southee goes once more. Has he got this one? He has 6 more. Stokes didn't get it high enough again. It's waist height rather than neck height, and Southee has heaved it onto the grass bank. And surely he's going to allow himself the pleasure of a little grin at that one. But no, he's keeping a straight face.
No, he's keeping a straight face. He's got a job to do for his team here. Somehow get them over 300. I think 300's about par. A bit like Wellington when England got 280. I think it was a little bit below par, but it's an in-game score. This is an in-game score.
Here's Stokes again. Once more short. Once more. Southee accepts the challenge. I don't know whether he meant to keep that one on the ground or not, but he did. And Ben Duckett fields at deep square leg. Daddy square leg, mummy square leg, and baby square leg.
He'll huff and puff and blow the house down.
289 for 8. Do you know what? Southee might not have smiled, but Stokes did.
Yeah, he did. I think he did because I think he knew he put it in the perfect area for him. Tim Southee's got 97 sixes. One more 6, he goes level with Chris Gill. 2 more 6, 2 more after that, so 3 more from now. He goes level with Adam Gilchrist. Wow.
He's not going to catch Brendan McCullum on top of the pile with 107, though. Stokes is in again, and short and wide, and Santner, left-handed, gets after this one. He, too, has carved it to the boundary. This time at point rather than square leg. And it's an expensive over from the England captain, one that New Zealand will have enjoyed immensely. They're 293 for 8 off 80 overs. And it's side of the 4th umpire, Corey Black, running on with the new ball, which England would have selected before the start of play. 80 overs gone, new ball taken straight away, and is Gus Atkinson in discussion with...
Atkinson's in discussion. I just wonder if that last over's maybe changed Ben Stokes' thought, and Matt Potts come on it at the end, the Tim Southee end.
So it will be Atkinson with the new ball. He's bowled one, what looked to be very painful loosener with the old ball.
126 kilometres an hour was his fastest delivery of that 6. I mean, I know it's been a long baptism into international cricket, a good one, a great one. I mean, what's that? He's got, I think that's 50 wickets in this calendar year, which is a great achievement. It really is a great achievement from Gus Atkinson. He just needs one more big effort in this innings, one more in the next innings, and cap off. It's been a brilliant 2024.
Normal looking field now. Southee comes down the wicket on the charge. He's heaved this one over square leg for 6 more. First ball with the new ball. Tim Southee and Chris Gale coupled together with 98 Test match 6s, 299 for 8. Southee's on 19 off 7.
The way it's been looking, you wouldn't put it past him to get to the that great landmark of 100 sixes. I mean, every single one. I know it's a big hit either way, but every one's been out the middle of the bat. He hasn't top edged one yet. Flushed every one.
2 slips in a gully. Atkinson bowls to Southee, thick outside edge now, and it runs away past Ben Duckett in the gully down towards the 3rd boundary. Duckett slide tackles it, and oh my goodness me, it's like a wet bar of soap. That ball has slipped through his fingers. As he slide tackled it, he had it covered, and it's just squirmed away from him onto the boundary for 4.
The trumpet's going. The trumpet is going. Big, thick outside edge, and I think is it his knee? He's pulled it, tried to pull it back. Oh no, it's not. It's gone left hand onto right hand, and it's gone back onto the rope. Not being one of Ben Duckett's better days on the field.
Here is Atkinson, who's into his delivery stride, and then too many body parts were sore there. He just couldn't let it go. We saw Bryden Cast run straight through his run-up twice without letting go of the ball. He never actually got into his delivery stride there, Atkinson, but he just ran straight through the crease like a long jumper who knew that he was going to overstep. And he's decided he'll just take that one again, bowl that one again. 303 for 8 now. Southee 23 off 8. Atkinson is in once more. Southee plays it away defensively on the offside towards cover point. Jacob Bethel comes in to do the fielding. What a burst of action and excitement we've had right at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's been a difficult day to sum up, because New Zealand were in total control in that first session when the ball was doing a lot, and then when the ball stopped doing as much in the first session, then New Zealand decided to start giving their wickets away. There's a quiet period, and now it's just going to fast forward again.
Southee gets underneath this one. He's skied it. Shoaib Bashir is underneath it. No, it's not. He's backed off and he's allowed Bryden Cast to take the catch. And Southee's wee cameo was full of entertainment. 3 sixes and a 4. But it's come to an end. Gus Atkinson, with the second new ball, has picked up his 3rd wicket. Southee's hit that one straight up, straight off the toe end of the bat. When he's got his team over 300, he's collected himself 3 more sixes. And Gus Atkinson, for a moment there, it looked like Shoaib Bashir's catch, and he saw that Bryden Cast is bigger than him, and he too was heading for it. So Bashir did the wise thing and allowed Cast to take the catch, and he took it well.
Yeah, he took it very, very well. He had a lot of time to think about it, did Cast. So did Bashir, because they were coming together, but Bryden shouted his name, managed to get his body behind it, and just sort of fell backwards as he took the catch into his midriff, into his body. That went a long, long way up in the air. So they might be disappointed that the ball was in the slot. It was. He gave himself some room, and he looked as though he's, instead of hitting it, sort of going with it to the leg side, he's tried to hit it a little bit straighter. And the bat's just twisted in his hand, and he's got a sort of thick outside edge which has gone straight up in the air. A good catch from Cast. England need 1 more wicket tonight. And they will be hoping 6 minutes left. England's batters, Crawley, Duckett, will be hoping that England can get that wicket in the 6 minutes, because that means they won't bat tonight, but they will come out first thing tomorrow morning with their pads on. Preparation time tonight. Think about what they're going to do tomorrow, and not have a dodgy 5-10 minutes in the field before they have a 10-minute window to put their pads on.
Will O'Rourke's the last man, and the first delivery is a short one from Atkinson, which he defends. If England do want a wicket tonight, Harmy, then they're going to have to get Mitchell Santner, because Will O'Rourke's the immovable object.
Yeah, he's not taking a... I mean, Will O'Rourke is coming into the infancy of his career. If he plays as many test matches as Tim Southee, he'll have a wonderful career. But it wouldn't surprise me if he gets 20 sixes, never mind 98 sixes.
Can see Will O'Rourke scoring 26s. I can't see. Unless he top edges a few over the keeper's head. Atkinson in to Will O'Rourke once again. He's got a wonderfully sound, solid defensive technique, and he prods forward to this one. Now Atkinson is in a prolonged but mostly lonely appeal for leg before here. Hassan Raza says not out. Was it pad first?
Yeah, he's gone for it. Ben's gone for it. It squared Will O'Rourke up, and it's hit his back leg, but it's hit him high. It's hit him miles high. I can't see this being overturned. It's straight. Don't get me wrong, it is. It's straight, and it has hit the pad, but I think it's hit right at the top of the pad, and I think it's comfortably going over.
Well, Atkinson knew that it was very, very straight. Oh, it's hit him a long way above the pad.
Yeah. Just wonder if it's clipped the front pad, though. Is this clipped the front pad? Yeah, I think it's clipped the front pad, yeah. So that might make a little bit of a difference. If it's clipped the front pad, it's going down leg side.
I mean, Atkinson was appealing on direction rather than because it was middle stump.
He's going for the direction. It's just clipped the front pad, but Will O'Rourke is he's a foot outside his crease going forward,
and he's 6'3".
He's 6 foot. He's bigger than that.
Is he big?
Yeah, I think he is bigger than that.
6'5".
6'5". Yeah, I would say 6'4", 6'5". Yeah, gone over the top. Comfortably gone over the top.
Not out. You're on screen. You're on screen.
Line good, height not so good.
2 days ago, New Zealand had a pretty full training session, and I was walking to the ground at pretty much at the beginning of that session, and he passed me heading back to the hotel, and I said, "Everything all right? You're not practicing?" He said, he had a big smile on his face. He said, They told me I've done enough. They've given me the
No.
session off.
Yeah, I think he has as well. I think the efforts he had in India just before here, where I thought he bowled brilliantly, really came of age, came of, as probably come away from that New Zealand tour as, I think, inked in seamer for New Zealand for a considerable time to come now. I think he's a mainstay now of this New Zealand side, and I don't think he's changed my mind on that since we've been here. I think he's been excellent. Really, I don't think he's got the look that he potentially, as well as he's bowled.
It is Matt Potts from our commentary end, the Tim Southee end, and it's Mitchell Santner on strike now. Pushes that one out to extra cover, and there's no run. 303 for 9. I don't know that we'll have time for another over after this one, which means that all of England's concerted and conspicuous efforts to improve their over rate are still going to see them fall 8 overs short of the day's allocation of 90. Haven't had a single over of spin, that hasn't helped. And I think there have been, I don't think that match referee David Boone will actually, I think by the time he considers all the extraneous stoppages, I think that'll come down to more like 2 or 3 overs. Potts in again. Santner, who's played very, very well in his first test in the series, comes forward and guides that one gently out towards extra cover.
Yeah, I think there's been quite a few stoppages. Helmet's been hit. England have used 3 DRSs, not straightforward ones either, so they've took their time. There's been quite a few stoppages in the game, but what is 8 overs? That's half an hour, isn't it? I mean, half an hour is a long time. It's a long time to try and find half an hour in grace of, again, without sounding like an old man. If you said to England you've got 8 overs to bowl, they'll bowl them in the half an hour, especially when the first session had 28 overs. The first session was 28 overs. It was 14 a session, 14 an hour in that first 2 hours. So, yeah, a little bit slow as a gun.
2 slicks and a leg slip. Driven on the up by Mitchell Santner, beautifully over wide long off for 4 more. He's played really, really well, Mitchell Santner, and it's slightly easier for him to hit the ball in the air. I mean, he's come to the crease with the top order basically having failed. I suppose Tom Latham 63, 42 from Will Young, and 44 from Kane Williamson. But by the time he's come to the crease at 212 for 6, he had a certain amount of license to play with this freedom that he's shown. But he's taken it, and he's batted beautifully. Potts in again outside the off stump. And the left-handed bespectacled Mitchell Santner leaves that alone. 42 not out from just 52 balls. England will have learnt a thing or two, I think, if they needed to learn anything. But they've seen the way Mitchell Santner has hit the ball, and they've seen other 4 New Zealand batsmen making the mistake of not being fully committed to the shot, particularly the drive.
Yeah, the majority of the England players will play like Mitchell Santner. We'll be looking if it's up, they'll hit it high.
Half volley outside the off stump, driven away through extra cover, and a brilliant stop. Wonderful work from Jacob Bethell on the cover boundary. I thought that's beaten Bryden Cass's dive at orthodox cover, and Jacob Bethell had 25 yards to make, and the ball was racing across the outfield, and a brilliant diving stop.
It's an unbelievable bit of fielding by Jacob Bethell. He stopped this diving with both hands flat out in front of him, and he's got it in one hand, and as he's bounced up, he's still got the ball, and within seconds, by the time both feet have hit the ground, he's thrown that back in. Cass has gone here with cramp. He's got cramp everywhere. Oh, this is horrible. It really is. It's funny for everybody.
Yes, I was going to say horrible.
It
and
really
funny.
is. It's funny for everybody laughing, and Cass, I'm sure, has got a little bit of a smile on his face. Stokes is in stitches here. The simple fact is, normally you get cramp in one leg, and it's so uncomfortable, and you're trying to somehow manage to jump on your toes and get it, manage to get it stretched off. And normally you get it in the other leg, and he's got it in both legs. He doesn't want to go off. He wants to stay on. Physio's come on to try and drag him off. I think there's no.
Rian Ahmed ran on as well.
Rian's got his bib off, hasn't he? I once in Adelaide saw Nick Knight, after getting 100 in like 50 degrees heat, get literally cramp all over his body, both legs. He's lying on the physio's bed, in his cycling shorts, cramp in both legs, cramp in his arms. His body was just twitching. It looked horrendous.
Bet you laughed your socks off. Potts in again. Santner drives again, straight down the ground. 1 bounce 4. Wow, 1 bounce 4, and umpire Adrian Holstock's just waiting to see confirmation about whether that was 4 or 6, but it's right in front of our commentary box, so we saw it. Harmy signalling to the umpire, saying that's 4. 309 for 9 then, as the over comes to... No, it's not. Have we got a ball left? Or was that signal 6?
6 and 50
really?
for Santner, yeah.
50 for Santner. Well, my eyes deceived me then. I thought that landed just short of the rope, but it's obviously over the rope. And well played, Mitchell Santner, who will resume on the second morning. 50 not out from only 54 balls. That was his second 6. First one flat batted over Pryden Carsey's head. 7 4s and 2 6s. Will O'Rourke, the last man at the crease, will also resume tomorrow morning, unbeaten and yet to score, with New Zealand 315 for 9 from only 82 overs. I have to say that, Harmy, that we did have proper ebbs and flows and ups and downs, and we had a period of attritional cricket that we haven't seen really from this England team, with bat or ball, for an hour and a half in the middle session, where New Zealand were trying to bat their way out of a hole, but were digging themselves deeper and deeper into it. And England have emerged, I think, the happier of the two teams when you commit yourself to having a bowl first, and you do take 9 wickets on the first day. Then the total is almost irrelevant. But New Zealand, I don't think, will be too unhappy with 315. The mode of a couple of dismissals won't please them. But if this isn't counterintuitive, I would say that both teams will be pretty happy, but England will be the happier.
Yeah, both teams will be happy, because I think in passages of play, like you said, the ebbs and flows, I think both sides have been in good positions and then give the opposition a chance to come in. A great start from New Zealand, which I don't think England were at their best, and then England clawed themselves back in the day, and you're thinking, right, New Zealand are going to have to work hard. England did work hard, but New Zealand give their wickets away. And then at the end there, do you know what I think sums up the whole effort from England? Back-to-back test matches. I mean, Pryden Carsey was getting cramp in both legs right at the end of the day. England have thrown everything into this. Gone in to bowl first on a pitch which had a little bit in. And they've given everything they possibly could. Their fast bowler, who is in the infancy of his career, has given everything he possibly could. It wasn't one of Pryden Carsey's best days. He's had 2 for 70 off 9. But I think the effort, it was evident and there to see, and that should be applauded. Cramp at both legs at the end. Funny for everybody else. Not so funny for Pryden, but England, I think, will take where they are right now. So will New Zealand. They've got an in-game score. One thing I will say about this surface, I think England will play a little bit differently on this surface, a little bit like the way Mitch Santner's played on this surface, and that will be intriguing to see come tomorrow and the day after.
Just a final word from you, Harmy, about just a little bit more about how differently England will play than the New Zealand top order, who perhaps were less committed. While you do that, John Norman will take his place to host the following on podcast.
Yeah, I think you look at Santner, the way he's come in, he's took the short ball on down the ground and into the leg side in an aerial fashion, trying to hit the ball up. If it's on the top of its bounce and hit the ball up, and then when it's in the batter's half with Mitchell Santner there, 2 or 3 good extra cover drives and a fantastic one down the ground for 6. I think this is the way England will play. England will play positive, they will play aggressively, and there'll be no hesitation in their mindset. They'll come out to bat in a positive frame of mind, look to attack the ball, and it'll be up to New Zealand to find a way of combating that. It's not an easy pitch to bat on by any stretch of the imagination, but I think the way New Zealand got stuck in that middle period when England had a good time with the ball, I think they were a little bit hesitant and indecisive. I do not see that happening with this England side.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of England's Test match series in New Zealand.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Hello and welcome to Following On. You're listening to talkSPORT, talkSPORT 2, and also via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel at the end of day one of the third Test match here in Hamilton, Seddon Park. New Zealand and England have just walked from the field. 315 runs scored, 9 wickets falling, 82 overs bowled, and England winning the toss and deciding to bowl first. We didn't see spin all day. Beautiful conditions overhead for the afternoon and evening session. A day which went New Zealand's way in the morning, 93 without loss at lunch. England hitting back in the afternoon, and New Zealand treading water. Just 79 runs scored, 3 wickets going the way of Atkinson, Potts, and also Garth. But it was the evening session which England really attacked and got stuck in. At one stage, New Zealand 231 for 7, but the next 2 wickets have yielded the best part of 80 runs. And the fans that turned up here at Hamilton cheering on the local boy, Tim Southee, playing in his final Test match. He was given a guard of honour as he walked to the crease. He moved 3 sixes nearer to the magical 100 mark, and alongside Mitchell Santner, certainly gave the home fans something to cheer about, and dare I say it, the English too. I'm Don Norman, alongside Steve Harmison, former England fast bowler, and former New Zealand international Anton Devcich, who is with us for this third Test match. Harmy, let me start with you. England's day after winning the toss and deciding to bowl first?
Even day. I think just about even day. I think on that surface, I think par scores around about 320, which they are very close to getting. So I think it's pretty much an even day. I think England were well ahead of the game when you mentioned there. It's 230 for 7. But that little Santner innings and a partnership with Southee possibly just brought New Zealand back in the game. What I'll say is, when England come off the field in the first innings at Wellington with 280 on the board, I'm going, maybe it's a little bit below par, but they're in the game. Let's see how the opposition do. I think England on this surface will be very, very aggressive, and it'll be up to New Zealand playing 2 spin bowlers, playing Southee, to see how they go on this surface against what will be an aggressive, I think, England side.
Anton, local man with lots of local knowledge. Do you agree with Harmy? Is that just about a pass score?
Yeah, I think it was a day of cricket where both teams sort of were on top at different stages of the game. Obviously, New Zealand started really well, and England probably not as good as what they wanted to be. And then throughout the middle, England pulled it back and started to take wickets. And then with Mitchell Santner's little cameo there at the back end with Southee, probably got them into a position where they feel comfortable. They feel comfortable, not too excited about how they lost wickets throughout the middle, but I think going in tomorrow, they'll really be focused on how they start with the ball, because that's the important part with Southee and Matt Henry. If they can start well, it might set up for a really good day of cricket tomorrow. But if they start poorly, then the spinners are going to have to get involved, and who knows, we haven't seen any spin yet, so who knows how that's going to play.
I find it fascinating. We know how England go about their cricket, but they do sometimes get unstuck, and I wonder whether this is the kind of pitch where they may well do so.
Yeah, the point I want to make on the sort of like in the game score, it's an in the game score if England do, like you say, come out and have a little bit of a brain fade like they sometimes do and give 3 or 4 wickets away, a little bit like what New Zealand did. Because they have got 2 spinners. The intriguing part about the next 2 days is how quickly this deteriorates. And if it deteriorates at some point tomorrow and it takes spin tomorrow, then all of a sudden that 320, 325, 330 is probably maybe better than par. But at this minute in time, when the ball gets soft, this wicket's quite placid. I mean, England will fancy themselves to score 5 and over. Then that then goes fast forward, and England get to parity and possibly, the one thing New Zealand don't want is to concede a lead. If England go on here and go and get 450 like they did at Christchurch, and we know how that lost because it wasn't how they batted, it was how they caught. If England go and get 499 again, then there's only one winner. So then the deterioration comes in further down the line because England have scored so quickly. England win the game because they hold the big lead. So New Zealand need to be right at it tomorrow. If this starts deteriorating late tomorrow night, then all of a sudden the end game becomes very crucial because England then have to start thinking about chasing 220, 250 if New Zealand can bowl England out for a score of around about 320, 330. So all these little games inside of a game is huge. England bat 90 over or 85 overs tomorrow. England will be for 375 because that's the nature of the way they score. If they do that, then all of a sudden, if they're still batting this time tomorrow, they'll be ahead of the game.
Was there some slight frustration, though, Anton, at the way that New Zealand, once again, with the noses in front of the game, just failed to capitalise? And everyone, not everything goes your way, but again, 79 runs scored in that afternoon session. They went into lunch 93 without loss. And much like at Christchurch, they just almost seem unable to really put the pressure back on England until it's kind of too late.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw the shift as soon as Kane Williamson got out and Daryl Mitchell and Tom Blundell came to the crease. It was a significant shift in tempo. And the question that I ask is, could they have done it slightly earlier before they had lost that wicket, just to sort of show that they were getting slightly on top there potentially? But yeah, maybe a little bit too late from them to try and put the foot down. But as soon as they started playing shots, I know Ravindra got out playing aggressively, but that can happen. But as soon as the back end of the innings they started playing shots, it looked so much more clear and positive, and the runs started to flow, which is what England have built their game on over the last sort of 2 years.
And what about the different attack that New Zealand have brought into this match? Because a lot of talk was about whether Mitchell Santner should play. I mean, one day in, the two changes that New Zealand have made, for whatever reason, Will Young scored 42, and importantly, he batted for 92 deliveries, and alongside Tom Latham, saw out that morning session. So that's a big tick. Santner hasn't bowled yet, and he's in the side to bowl, but his runs would have been part of the currency. They're thinking Nathan Smith replacing him, and it wouldn't just have been about the wickets. Nathan Smith's taken Joe Root's wicket, 3 times already? But the runs. So they're thinking, well, maybe Smith's good for 30. Well, Santner's there, 50 not out. So that's a big tick as well, one day in. But moving to tomorrow, England haven't had given one over a spin to Bashir on day one. Santner is going to have to bowl a good 25 overs tomorrow.
Yeah, he's going to have to get stuck in, isn't he? And I guess in terms of the selection, I don't necessarily mind it because if Mitchell Santner has a white ball in his hand, he is one of the best white ball bowlers going around. And if the England guys are going to come out and play shots against him, he's probably more equipped than anyone else to be able to deal with that. You might see him bowl, especially if the likes of Harry Brook and Joe Root are batting, you might see him just go a little bit more one-day style and try and get them to maybe force something that's not quite there.
We're just waiting to hear from Matthew Potts, who is speaking to Scott Taylor. In fact, we can right now. Let's hear from the man who once again took the wicket of Kane Williamson.
Matthew, thanks for joining us. 3 wickets for yourself. How rewarding was it? It looked quite a tough day out in the field for you guys.
Yeah, it was. It felt as though we just needed a little bit of luck on our side at one point. We were creating chances throughout the entire first session and found ourselves wicketless, but we knew if we stuck to our guns and kept on putting the ball in the right areas that it would come. It was just a tough day of toil.
And how important was it to remain patient? As you say, that first session you went wicketless, but you were creating chances.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's all about patience and just knowing that you're doing the right thing, and just it will come good eventually.
And what was it like bowling on the wicket? Because it looked like it was stopping in the wicket. Some balls, the carry was good. What was it like bowling?
Yeah, I felt early on the carry felt really good. It seemed to be relatively quick, and then just progressively got slightly slower throughout the day, and turned into quite a decent batting pitch.
And how much do you pride yourself on your fitness? Because even at the end of the day there, you're still chasing every ball to the boundary with intent, you're still running in and bowling. Is that probably one of your best attributes, you'd say?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. That's why we work hard behind the scenes, you know, for those moments in games where you can kind of put in for the team and get something out for the boys. So yeah, that's something I pride myself on.
And what's it been like for you this winter and summer, I guess, around this Test side? Because you've played and then you've missed out and then you've played. So has it been hard with the stop-start nature of your sort of appearances?
No, I'm just really enjoying every moment with this team. It's a great bunch of lads, and it's great to be playing alongside them when you get the opportunity.
And just looking ahead to tomorrow, 303 for 9, 315 for 9 at the moment. Where do you see the state of the game?
Yeah, I think it's obviously you can't really judge a game until both teams have kind of batted on it, and we'll see where we're at. So yeah, we'll rock up tomorrow morning and try and get them out of there and get batting.
And just a word on your other bowlers. It was an all-seam line-up throughout the whole day, so a real team effort from the bowlers.
Yeah, a real team effort from the bowlers. I thought Katey was really good. I thought Gus was bowling beautifully as well, without reward as well, and then that look came good. But I think special mention to the skipper, you know, running in and bowling some really big, long, hard spells, like 7 overs on the bounce ball and bounces, or 8 overs. Yeah, it's just fantastic that he's got that buy-in for the team. You know, he puts his heart and soul into this dressing room, and hopefully the rest of the bowlers and that can give back to him.
And just finally, how much does that sort of motivate you, seeing the skipper put on spells of 10 overs in a row, and how much does that motivate you?
Yeah, massively. I think for all the lads kind of out there watching him go about his work and how meticulous he is and how he keeps on going, I think it's a massive example to the rest of us of where we should be at and our attitude towards the game.
Perfect. Well bowled today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Matthew Potts speaking with Scott Taylor there. Matthew Potts figures 21 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 75. Bowled 10 overs in the morning spell, or rather the morning session, 2 spells. Gus Atkinson, 19 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 55. Seemed to really be struggling towards the back end. Certainly his pace was down. Bryden bowled really well though. Bryden Cast, 19 overs, got cramp in both legs in the outfield. That's how he'll be remembered today. His skipper laughing. 2 maidens, 2 for 78. And the skipper himself, he's bowled more overs today than he has in a day's play. You've got to go back 2.5 years. 23 overs. 6 maidens, 1 for 86. The main reason why I suppose we didn't see Shoaib Bashir bowl.
Yeah, Ben got into a little bit of a run in that middle session where he was creating chances from one end. He picked up, a wicket, but he was doing a job for the team, which there was wickets falling around him and at the other end. And he also identified a time where his bowlers needed him. I mean, these bowlers needed him to bowl that long spell. These bowlers, you know, the team needed Matt Potts' energy, which I thought Potts would give the energy. I thought Garth was a little bit... He looked as though he's played the 3 back-to-back games, and if England want to win this Test match, they're going to have to have a look at that when it comes to their batting and how they give their bowlers a little bit of a rest. Atkinson and Garth could do with a long break between now and then trying to win the Test match or affect the Test match in the 3rd innings. So that'll be crucial to see how England go about that with the bat in front. But Stokes, yes, I think the team needed him to stand up. It was either Bashir bowl, probably not enough in it from a spinning point of view. So Ben's decided, because they needed a 4th seamer and they needed the 4th seamer to stand up, you know, Bashir bowled into the wind at Christchurch and at Wellington. It wasn't that type of day today. It wasn't that type of surface. It needed a seam bowler to do that, them hard yards. And Ben had to do that as captain because he hasn't bowled a great deal in this series. He's bowled probably more than enough than he would probably want, but he is in it for the 4th seamer's point of view. He spoke to him yesterday about what it's like personally, you know, contributing as the bowler. And he said, you know, I'm ready to bowl the overs that my team needs me. His team needed him today to bowl 23 overs.
Yeah, absolutely, and well said, Harmy. We're just about to hear from Kane Williamson. It was really his wicket that turned the day England's way. It was 185 for 3. He was batting alongside Daryl Mitchell. Ravindra had just sliced one to gully, and kind of felt like he got himself out again. Katey Martin was on commentary at the time. He was dismissed and said, "This is a real problem." She obviously didn't say it like this, but she said it's a problem for Ravindra because he's been out 5 times in very similar fashion. And as you know, Harmin, have said, teams work you out very, very quickly. Once again, he walked off with a shake of the head. Disappointing for him. And also the fans here, because he is an exciting, dynamic player. Want to see a bit more of him. Let's hear, though, from Kane Williamson, who's just been chatting with Daniel McHardy.
Kane, how do you reflect? Such a positive start. Is it a little bit deflating? You've lost 9 wickets in those last 2 sessions.
Yeah, outstanding start. Obviously, really challenging for the openers there in the first session. So to get through that and find ways to score was great. Certainly great for our team. I think there was sort of a bit in the wicket for most of the day, and swing and some assistance there for the seamers. I mean, obviously you always want more. A number of I guess contributions that guys I suppose getting in, but you sort of never felt like you had a real rhythm out there if you hit an area for long periods. There were certainly some good questions asked. So yeah, always tough to sum up until you see a little bit more of how the pitch develops. But nice to have 300 sort of plus on the board. Always nice to have more though.
Yeah. They bowled well after lunch now, didn't they? And that credit to them. You talk about finding where to score. It's a particularly strange colour from our vantage point, dark brown. How was it playing, like a normal surface here?
Yeah, definitely a different looking surface to what we used to. Had quite steep bounce, certainly from one end. So yeah, I mean there are I guess tactics out there to try and exploit, and like you mentioned, I thought they did that excellently well. And certainly after getting a breakthrough and sort of putting together a few sets made scoring quite tough to come by for periods. And like I say, some questions asked. They're good exploiting that. And so for us, when it's our turn, which hopefully we can eke out a few more, but it'll be about looking to replicate some of that and utilise some of the swing. We saw swing for pretty much all 80 overs with that first ball, so that'll be important for us going into the first innings with the ball.
They get a bit of luck, caught down the leg side, you play on, that could go. But then probably a few softer wickets. Does that give them a lift, give an energy? They're playing 3 consecutive tests too. That attack looked like it was heavy-legged at times.
Yeah, I mean, naturally, any time you get a breakthrough is a great feeling. And, like you mentioned, some that go your way, and then, a few decisions that you'd like to take back, but at the same time, players were going out there trying to be positive, and scoring rate was good. We were able to keep that ticking over despite some of the really challenging periods that we had to face. But naturally everyone sort of walks off and reflects and wants to do a little bit better next time, and that's no different today than any other day. But like I say, it'll just be quite dependent on how the surface develops and whether there's that steep bounce for long periods that we can try and exploit with our attack.
Thanks for coming out. Let you get back to it. No doubt they're very healthy food you consume.
That's good. Yeah, thank you.
Kane Williamson speaking with Daniel McHardy. Just a couple of minutes until the end of the show. New Zealand tomorrow, it's going to be Southee and Henry to take the new ball, I imagine, Anton, O'Rourke, and then we're going to see some slow left arm.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for Southee to prove a few people wrong. There's obviously been a lot of talk about his position in the team, and whatever your opinion is on that, he's got an opportunity tomorrow to bowl at his home ground where he knows the conditions better than anyone, and he knows how to bowl the 3/4 ball and how to swing it away and draw shots at a batsman. So it's his opportunity to really step up for his country one last time, and I'm sure Matt Henry and Will O'Rourke will do their best to assist with that. It all comes back to how England come out with what sort of approach, though. That's the question, and can they execute what they're trying to do as well? But yeah, looking forward to it.
I really enjoyed the cheers from the banks and the hospitality to the right of us when Southee was hitting those sixes, 2 of them into that part of the field. There's definitely local support here for the local boy. England, though, you can just sense it. Stokes wants to win here.
Yeah, he wants to win here, and he wants to win 3-0. Just a little, to finish on what Kane said there. He said, you hit a good area, you can get rewarded if you hit that good area on a consistent basis. What England do well, and that's what England will come back tomorrow, is England try and hit you off that good area. England were allowed to bowl that good area, got rewarded. Can New Zealand hold their nerve tomorrow and bowl that good area? Try and put England under pressure. We'll see.
Well, we'll find out tomorrow, won't we, Anton and Harmy, alongside Katey and Jeremy, Daniel, Garth and manners. Thanks for joining us here on talkSPORT 2, talkSPORT, and via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We will be back at 9:45 on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel for day 2 of this third test.
Driven by Latham, no doubt about his 50 now as Atkinson pitches up and Latham